Live from Lexington, Ohio, we welcome race fans one and all to the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course for round number 3 of the IVRA Club Cup here in the fall season of 2022, and of course round number 2 of the IVRA ClubSport Series. Hello one and all, and welcome to Race Spot TV. My name is Nolan Rempel alongside Ryan Walker for today's race. Jonathan Burke due to be joining us, and hopefully he will be able to join us later on in tonight's race. Ryan Bauer working as technical director behind the cameras for tonight's presentation. So we enter round number 3 first off and foremost here in the IVRA Club Cup Series, and just out like the previous rounds at the Twin Ring Motegi and of course at Phillip Island, you got yourself one qualifying race and then 2 races coming on up for us. And Ryan, if the race at Phillip Island is anything to go by, we are in for one fantastic showing here tonight for the Global Bossa MX-5s.
Yeah, absolutely. Mid-Ohio is one of my favourite tracks in the iRacing service and in real life as well. And I think with these MX-5 cars, I think the race is going to be really close. But with Mid-Ohio being so tight, there's not really that many passing opportunities. The only opportunities really around this track is turn 2 into the keyhole, or that back straight or back section into turn 4 and turn 5 into China Beach. But apart from that, I think you're just going to have to be pretty patient and wait for the other driver in front of you to make a mistake.
And of course, the standings still looking as tight as ever. Of course, 2 full points paying races coming on up for you today in just a few moments. Brandon Hawken with an excellent showing last week currently leads the points, with 467 points. Dave Chapman over 50 points back with 412. Mateo Herman rounds out the pro standings with 375. And for the AM standings, Nick Harden still has the points lead by some margin, 447 over Rachel Williams with 380 points. And from there, it is another 130 points back to Eric Intilli down in 3rd place for the AM standings. So I can tell you right now, the points battles, it's all going to be up in the pro standings in this one.
Absolutely. The pro standings at the moment is the pro championship, I would say, is probably the one that's going to be hard to predict. But in the AM standings, as you can see, it's pretty much a 2-horse race or a 3-horse race as it stands. But still a long way in the season to go, and anything can happen.
Anything can happen, and indeed, and we enter, of course, Mid-Ohio, and it is one of, if not the most technical track that we are going to be seeing on the Club Cup schedule. It is twisting, it is flowing. You talked about it earlier, Ryan. There are so few good pass opportunities, even for these club cars, which means when we get set to see the ClubSport guys go racing around for 400 kilometers later on today, it is bound to be an interesting show, I think, to say the very least. But it is an incredibly technical circuit. You can see a group of 3 slinging their way around through qualifying now. That's the looks of the likes of Bruno Almeida along with Jorge Correa and Neil Middleton. Both drivers, or all 3 drivers, sitting 5th, 8th, and 10th respectively in the qualifying timings at the moment, with just 30 seconds remaining in this 15-minute session before we get our 10-minute qualifying race underway.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the qualifying race, in a way, it still kind of matters because basically it's kind of you could use it as a practice race if you want. You kind of just get into the groove, into a rhythm, just get used to the track. But race 1 and race 2 are the one that really matter, because that's track position around this place, such as Mid-Ohio, is going to be vital.
Going to be absolutely vital, and qualifying draws to a close here in the 15-minute qualifying session, which sets the grid for a non-points qualifying race. This qualifying race will be set to start the grid for race number 1. We'll take a look now at your official qualifying results. It is Marcelo Pagnon starting on pole position. Brandon Hawken will start beside him on that front row. Dave Chapman is down in 3rd with Mateo Herman in 4th place. Jorge Correa starts 5th with Linus Technow in 6th. It'll be Niels Pine in 7th with Bruno Almeida in 8th. Simon Erpelding and Neil Middleton Ryan will round out 9th and 10th.
Yep, starting in 11th is going to be Florian Hohen, with 12th going to Adrian Labauer, 13th Rachel Williams, 14th Eric Quintelli, 15th is Nick Marden, and someone that's not taken to the grid but is signed up in the session is Casper de Kort. But 15 cars on the grid, that's still a reasonable turnout for today.
Had about 14 cars in race 1 and 2 over at the Twin Rotegi, and races 3 and 4 at Phillip Island. It was about a 20-car grid, so we're about on par with what we could start to be expecting here from this Club Cup grid. So 15 drivers set to grid on up, but it's going to be a short pace lap here. It's worth noting as well. You're starting it off, in the final sector with just 3 corners to go before we get this race underway. And it will be under 1 minute here before we watch that green flag fall, and you'll see what these guys can do for 10 minutes of action.
Absolutely. Yeah, these drivers just waiting to get going, and I think the first couple of laps are pretty much round lap 1. I think these drivers are just going to have to be on their toes and just be careful, because especially in that middle and last sector with it being so tight, you can't really make any moves or do anything silly, otherwise your race could be over in a blink of an eye.
And all 15 drivers have been gridded on up, and we get set to go racing. Just waiting now on the iRacing pace car to lead us off and to the green. And it should be an interesting race here tonight, to say the very least, at a very technical track that is the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Pace car starts to lead them off, and really quick here, Ryan, your thoughts before we get this race underway?
Yeah, looking forward to it. I'm really excited to see how this goes, and as the cars are off on the wrong lap now, they're not really a long lap, so. But it should be a good race, and I think especially between the two teammates, Pagnan and Hawken, it should be a good one.
So coming around through the final corner now, and already the green flag has dropped, but is still away from Marcelo Pagnan. The iRacing starter waving that green flag, and still rolling at safety car speed as they cross through the start-finish line. So it's an interesting start, to say the very least. And Brandon Hawken going to be starting with it, and it looks like we might be going for 1 extra pace lap here.
Yeah, I think they're not starting on the start-finish line that they just went across. I think they're going to start in the back straight, like after the chicane, with like they do in real life with IndyCar. So I think that's a good call, because turn 1 could have been mayhem if they went across the start-finish line. But as they're coming through this wee chicane, I think on the back section they're going to go.
So we're going to be coming around through what is typically known as turn 3 today at the keyhole, and today will be, of course, the final corner, at least for this opening lap of the race. And now we get to potentially say, let's go racing here from Mid-Ohio. Still in the hands of Marcelo Pagnan in the number 75 machine, and you can see the iRacing starter on the secondary flights just up the road. And now we get ourselves underway here from Mid-Ohio, and Brandon Hawken has a Bovano teammate out in front as they sprint down towards turn 4, which is actually going to be turn 1 later today. And you see Dave Chapman looking to find the outside line of his 444 Shipsky racing machine, but going to cut back in line. He'll maintain P3, not able to make the run for second in the turn 1.
Yep, so everyone's managed to make it through the first few corners without any issues, but it's still leading from teammate Hawken, heading into this tight twisty section now, and it's Dave Chapman up into third now from Matteo Herman, or basically still in third place, I should say, sorry. So everyone has pretty much been sensible at the moment.
A very sensible start. The top 4 are already in a breakaway as they go side by side for P5 just behind. Jorge Correa getting a bit close with Linus Tech now in the battle for a 5th and 6th. 13 car, though, going to pull around the outside line, and see up in front it will be Marcelo Pagnan, the lead, the opening lap of this race. Tuck now breaks away from Correa, and just now we single file out for the first time all race long across start finish. 7 minutes and 35 seconds to go, with the early green flag being thrown by iRacing, while the field didn't go until that back straightaway. So we are going to have ourselves just not too long at all in this race. So diving through that chicane at speed for the first time today, and you can see everybody not looking to make any kind of moves up into the chicane just yet.
Yep, and also the top 4 are starting to pull away from the rest of the field at the moment as it stands. So yeah, these guys pretty much not scrapping away right now. I think they're just working together just to try and build a bit of a gap. But still, it's Pagnan leading with teammate Hawken not too far behind, putting him under a bit of pressure by the looks of it.
Good, the good old bump drive down that back straightaway down to turn number 4 at China Beach, and then cutting back up and over the rise to turn number 5. Watch Pagnan's car kind of step that back end out right through the apex of 5, and then cut back in for the tight right-hander of turn number 6. And So far, a very clean start overall in this race, unlike what we've been seeing in the first two races where, you know, early race attrition is usually not an uncommon sight to see.
Yeah, pretty much. I think the first couple of rounds it was a bit scrappy and a bit scruffy at times, but riding on board with Matteo Hermann at the moment, currently in fourth position, sitting behind third place Dave Chapman. But Hermann's one of those drivers that he can be there and thereabouts, and on his day can really take it to the big guns up at the front. So at the moment, doing well in fourth position, and as I come across the line now, Hermann, as I say, puts in the fastest lap of the race so far.
And of course, for those that are not familiar with the IVRA Club Cup theme schedule for what we got going on here, the qualifying race, which is what we're in now, just a 10-minute sprint race, which will set the starting grid for the first points race, which is a 30-minute dash around the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Then, of course, you have race 2, where you would have the top 20 be inverted, so the driver that starts in first place would be in 20th, the driver that finishes in 20th would be on pole, but with only 15 cars present today, that means it'll be a full inverse grid for race number 2. And now, side by side for the race lead, Brandon Hawken looking down the inside of Marcelo Payton into turn 4, and most of the Movano drivers are going to be nice and civil about this one, and Payton lets Hawken up into the position.
Yeah, so it looks like the two teammates are working together, maybe trying to some slingshotting, if you like. Maybe Marcelo's decided that it's maybe Brandon's turn to go in front and try and work together and try and pull away, but at the moment it looks like they'll not be able to do that, because Chapman and Hermann are still keeping in touch with them at the moment.
Keeping in touch with them quite nice, as a matter of fact. I mean, Chapman and Matteo Hermann have just really been biding their time as we take a ride on board here with Florian Hohen in the middle of a battle for 9th and 10th place. Get a driver's eye view from the 246 GSR machine. Through the final couple of corners, he's also being put under pressure by Hadrian LeBauer, just a little ways in behind the 84 machine. So it's been a good run so far for these guys further down the order, and it is still single file. Apart from that move for the race lead, nobody has really opted to make a whole lot of moves for any positions. Oh, one car way off the track. That is Linus Tech now kicking some cones up onto the racing line, but gonna get that one settled. We get set to kind of restack it and have another go at it, but that's going to cost Tech now some time back to Jorge Correa.
Yeah, just Linus just pushing ever so slightly, just ran a little bit wide, but manages to keep hold of it. In 5th position as you see a bit of smoke there on the exit, but yeah, just pushing a little bit too much to try and stay in front.
And I believe that smoke may have been Rachel Williams having a little bit of it off. I saw her dropping well down the timing screens and up into turn number 3. How about Dave Chapman trying to fight the outside line from Marcelo Pagnon as well? And this will be an interesting one here as we get set to take a look on what happened here to Rachel Williams. This is coming around through turn number 1, as you'll see here. Just getting up onto the curbs, and that sends the back end around. And does she keep it out of the barriers? She just manages to do so. So Rachel Williams having a bit of a moment, but she'll be able to restack that one, and luckily for her, kept it out of the wall.
Yeah, that was a good save by her. Good car control to keep out the wall and manages to keep going again. But it looks like back up at the front, Brandon Hawken is actually managing to pull away from his teammate in 2nd place. He manages to build a bit of a gap at the moment, as it looks like Marcelo is maybe doing a bit of team play or teamwork here, just holding up the rest of the pack behind him.
We saw just earlier in the last lap that Dave Chapman was definitely wanting to have a go for that P2 spot. He wants to make sure that it cannot be a CRC Movano 1-2 up there in this first race on the day. And you're right aboard with Matteo Hermann, who has got a front row seat really of this battle for the 2nd place, keeping it nice and tight through the chicane, as we are now 2 laps to go here in this qualifying race. See Pagnon running a little bit wide through turn number 3, but able to cut back in, and Dave Chapman going to have this draft all the way down this back straightaway out of Keyhole up towards China Beach. You have to wonder here, will there be another dive for P number 2? We tried around the outside last time by into this corner. Going to maybe try it again. Thinking about it, Pagnon goes defensive. Chapman, though, has the nose in there, trying for 3, but is forced to back out.
Yeah, Chapman was trying to make a move there, but the gap was always going to close. Pagnon went to defensive there to try and keep him behind, and as they come round now, I think next time around could be the last lap, I think.
Minute 37 to go. Lap times averaging out about 1:37. This next lap will be the last time around in this 10-minute qualifying race. But certainly not the last time around for the IVRA Club Cup throughout their third race here today at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Round the outside, Matteo Herman trying to take third place away from Dave Chapman, but that pass doesn't go anywhere. So we start the final lap now, and Dave Chapman looks set to try to pick up P2. At this point, Brandon Hawken is so far out in front that it would not really be realistic for any of these drivers to try to make a run at him. This battle's going to be all for P2.
Absolutely. As they come round to the exit of turn 1 now, and Marcel is pretty much, he just needs to keep it together, keep it cool, and they'll have second place in the bag. But if Chapman can get a good run here on the exit of the keyhole heading down to China Beach, he might be able to make a move, but it looks like Marcel has got the better exit.
Little bit of a better exit, but don't forget you have that really powerful drive for these cars all the way down this back straightaway up into China Beach over at turn number 4, and Will Chapman look for the move. You see Herman making a bit of a look behind, but no pass up in the battle for P2 or P3, and in fact fourth place as well. So we continue to watch this battle pick on up. The opportunities now are going to be few and far between for Dave Chapman to try to have a look and break up the SRC Movando Corsa 1-2 up on the front row for race number 1, and just about now we're going to see that clock expire. And this will now officially be the final lap of the race. Up in front, Brandon Hawken has just pulled away with this one. 1.2 seconds the gap over his teammate Marcelo Pagnon just in behind. So coming around through the final few corners, and Brandon Hawken just has to negotiate these two corners, and he is going to be smooth sailing in this one. So out of the final corner, Brandon Hawken will win here in the qualifying race. He'll be on pole for race number 1.
Yeah, great one for Brandon there. He pretty much took the lead from his teammate, pulled away and built a bit of a gap, and Marcel takes second place to make it a 1-2 for the team.
Just waiting on the last couple of drivers across the line, but there will be no changes in position. So it is Brandon Hawken to win the qualifying race after a 6-lap sprint race for the qualifying race. Marcelo Pagnon is in second place with Chapman third, Herman fourth, Tech now fifth, Correa sixth, Hills Pine 7th, Middleton 8th, Adrian LeBauer in 9th, Florian Hohen in 10th. And then, of course, you have also got the likes of Bruno Almeida, Eric Intilly, Nick Martin, Simon Erpelding, and Rachel Williams to round out the field. And as it turns out, Ryan, that will also be how it is going to be lining up here for race number 1. So it's Hohen and LeBauer up on a pole position here for race number 1. It is going to be Neil Middleton in third place with, of course, the inverse grid, and then you've got Niels Pine down in fourth place. Jorge Correa in fifth. Linus Tech now going to be in sixth place with Matteo Herman in 7th. Dave Chapman will be in 8th. Marcelo Pagnon in 9th, with Brandon Hawken qualifying race winner going to be rounding out of the top 10.
Yep, and starting in 11th is going to be Bruno Almeida. In 12th is going to be Eric Intilly, with 13th Nick Martin, Simon Elford in 14th, and Rachel Williams rounding out the grid in 15th.
And already all these drivers gridded on up and ready to go racing, and it should be a rather interesting race for us here today. The last time by, it was just a 10-minute race. This time around, it will be a 30-minute race, and we'll expect this clock to be started a little bit earlier here as the field is going to be set to try and, I would imagine, restart on that back straightaway just like we saw in the qualifying race. And I would honestly expect to see similar over in the ClubSport race later today as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Race 1, race 2, the main race, it seems to be where all the action kicks off, because everyone's scrapping for position, and it's pretty much no holds barred sort of thing. So I wouldn't expect any less in this race.
So while the green flag shows to have dropped, it is in fact not going to be the green flag. This will be weighted up until that back straight about halfway down, as we mentioned, where the Indy cars make their green flag start whenever they come on out here to Mid-Ohio. And it will be, of course, in the hands of Florian Hohen to decide when he wants to get this race underway.
Yeah, absolutely. As they head up to this fast chicane here, and I think Florian Horn, I wouldn't be surprised if as soon as you get onto this back section and they come up to the line, I wouldn't be surprised if he just floors it and tries to catch out the drivers behind him. So yeah, he might be one to keep an eye on, but also the likes of Adrian Lebauer and Neil Middleton as well are drivers that are always worth keeping an eye on in these reverse grids.
Coming up to the restart zone in just a moment here, and Florian Owen going to be starting on the left side, not where you want to be starting if you want to be able to kind of take the lead away into turn number 1, but he launches early and is already well and clear. And we are now officially underway here in race number 1, and already Nils Pye looking to cut across Adrian Lebauer up into turn number 1, which will soon fade out into turn 5. Will there be any contact? 3 wide just behind them up into China Beach, and you see Dave Chapman trying to make up some speed, and both Movado cars currently stuck in traffic throughout all the midst of things. There's still double file through turns 4 and 5, and it is a good getaway though for Florian Hohen up in the lead, and contact between Middleton and Lebauer in the mid pack in the battle for 4th.
Yeah, I had a feeling that was going to happen with the pack being also unstopped, but his ride on board with Matteo Hermann, he's just keeping an eye on what these guys are up to and wants to try and get through the field as quickly as possible. But on the other hand, with Mid-Ohio, you can't really take any risks, otherwise it can all go wrong. But his ride on board with Linus Techno heading into the final corner, he'll try and get through the field as quickly as possible. But like I said at the start of the broadcast, getting a move done around Mid-Ohio is so tricky.
Look further in the back, Brandon Hawken trying to make the dive up into turn number 1. That would be in the battle for 8th place, but it doesn't go anywhere. That 98 car, unlike a Phillip Island, has just been stuck in traffic. Both him and Payton have not been able to work their way up from 9th and 10th on the grid. It's not been a good start for both SRC Movado Corsa drivers here in the mid-pack as they continue to struggle to make up spots. The challenge of passing at Mid-Ohio definitely playing in big time, and you can tell they are going to have a rough time trying to get back up and take away the race leader. They continue to get stuck behind drivers like Jorge Correa.
Absolutely. There's a ride on board with Florian Horn as well, heading up to China Beach, and still in the lead of the race at the moment, but he's under attack from a second place driver Adrian Lebauer, who tries to go to the outside but decides against it and tries to do it. Oh, someone's run wide in the background.
That's Dave Chapman going off. He was in a big fight with Nils Pine for 4th place, and you can see Linus Tech now also in a scrap with Matteo Hermann just up in front of them now as they rejoin, and more smoke flies as contact is made to the 221 and 13 car. That puts Jorge Correa under fire. Here goes Brandon Hawken, still trying to work his way through in that number 98 car. He's going to give the bumper to Matteo Hermann's 221, and it is starting to get physical in Mid-Ohio as Hermann squeezed out the left side of more contact between himself and Jorge Correa. It is not a nice fight at the moment here for spots just on the bottom half of the top 10.
Yeah, it's like I said at the start of the race, before we went green, these races, the main races always seem to be a bit of an argy-bargy affair, and we're just seeing that right now. And I thought Correa and Hermann were going to have contact there for a second, but luckily they both managed to survive as yeah, it looks like Niels Pine is putting the fastest lap of the race so far, but riding on board with the leader at the moment, still under attack.
Still under fire up in front, and we'll have to see if this is going to get any kind of single file out at all for the time being. I'm still watching out for Pagnon and Brandon Hawken further in behind, because it is not a clean fight going on back here for spots just outside of the top 10. Pagnon had a bad run. He's lost a lot of time with the Brandon Hawken as we ride on board with the 75 car now, and just behind him, Chapman and Almeida looking to do battle, which will be for 10th and 11th place on the grid, which would be for a higher up starting spot in race number 2, but of course not a high paying point spot here in race number 1. And smoke flies as some brakes lock up down into China Beach, but so far there's been nobody really daring, I would say, to make any kind of major moves.
Yeah, they all seem to be, they're all being sensible at the moment, and no one's doing anything too silly. As again, we're riding on board with Hermann, currently in 7th place, and just in front of him is Jorge Correa, and it must be so frustrating for some of these drivers coming through the field. You know you can get by, you know you're quicker, but it's just trying to make a move, and you want to make a move, but at the same time you don't want to make a move in case it goes horribly wrong.
Of course, the post-race penalties in the Club Cup can be very, very severe. We've seen drivers having sometimes up to 40-second, 60-second penalties even, which can basically neutralize any kind of spots you would have been able to get that would have been competitive, because everybody outside of that most likely has already spun or crashed out. So it definitely is not something you want to try to chance. You can still see Brandon Hawken looking to do good work here, riding on board with him. Looking to counter steer the car through turn 3, through the chicane, and up to the keyhole. Turn 4 here for the IVRA Club Cup. It will be turn 2 later on today when the chicane is removed for the ClubSport Series. And just look at the trade of cars thundering down this back straightaway for what is going to be the 4th time here in race number 1. The top 3 have managed to break away well, but you can see it is still a fierce fight up in here. Linus Tech now looking to the inside line of Neil Middleton up into turn number 6. And will this be a completed pass of 13 car? Looks like he'll just pull that off. Neil Middleton drops back to 5th place, and Jorge Correa tried to look up the inside. That didn't go anywhere, and still see Mateo Herman and Brandon Hawken both looking feisty further in the back.
They are indeed, and right on board with Herman again, and everyone's starting to make moves now, because they know basically if you want to try and get to the front, you've got to try and make moves as quickly as possible. But it's not like Philip Island, unlike Marcelo Pagnan and Brandon Hawken. They were pretty much getting through the field quickly, but around Mid-Ohio that's not proven to be the case.
Kind of makes you think it would be probably a better idea to sandbag a little bit in that qualifying race at a track like this, just so you can find yourself further up in the grid and you have less work to do later on. It's not a points-paying race, of course, so you would wonder if that would be something they might consider next time we come around to a track similar to this.
Yeah, that's what I thought as well. The qualifying races kind of basically, like, it's one of those races, but someone's off. A couple of cars are off in the background.
Both Shipsky Racing cars are off into the grass. Erpolding and Dave Chapman having major problems in the battle for 12th and 11th, I believe that was. Did they have contact with each other? I don't think they did, though. They were so far apart from each other. Take a look at the replay of this one now, and you'll see is that Chapman getting up and over the curbs, and Erpolding made the same mistake. 2 self-spins, same team, same mistake, same corner, same lap. What are the odds of that?
That was a bit of that'll be an embarrassing moment on the team Discord or TeamSpeak or whatever they use to communicate. But yeah, that's pretty much one of those moments to send into the iRacing not top 10 highlights.
And there was a fierce send from Niels Pine up to take the race lead from Florian Hohen. That went all sorts of wrong for him, though, up as well. So you got all sorts of action kicking off in the battle, not just for the race lead, but even further down the order. Niels Pine had a huge send, went from 3rd to 1st, and gave the spot back to his teammate Florian Hohen for the global sim racing, or for the German sim racing machine. So makes you wonder if some more team orders having to play on that one. He definitely been able to hold that lead, but swung wide in the next corner just to let him through. That all happened down at China Beach, further in the back. Watch Brandon Hawken. Oh, contact around the outside of Mateo Herman, and now that puts the Movado drivers side by side through the final corner as well. It's getting physical deeper in the field. Brandon Hawken and Marcelo Vagnon going at it as Theo Herman kind of got caught in the middle of things here. This is all just going to be an interesting one here. We take another look back. I believe this might have just been that contact we saw coming up into this final corner. Watch as Hawken tries to go around the outside here of Bruno Almeida. Right there's the touch.
Yeah, I think I don't know if Hawken was trying to go around the outside. Maybe he was trying to do a bit of a switchback. But yeah, I think they might have just got caught out by the Herman braking. But back live, looking at on board Niels Pine at the moment, currently in 2nd, it's still putting the German sim racing driver Florian Hohen under massive pressure as they head into China Beach, as I thought Pine was going to dive in there.
He really thought about looking for the sand. You see going side by side behind them as well. And this time, a driver goes off the track, and Brandon Hawken having it off deeper in the field. And that's going to put him side by side with Pagnon, but this time forced to back out. The 98 car just doesn't have the space to really get that spot back. I'll tell you what, it has not been a pleasant ride from Movado trying to get past Mateo Herman. I mean, at 221, whenever they get close and try to make an overtake, he just kind of pushes them wide off the track.
Yeah, Herman's not having any of it. He wants to try and keep these guys behind as long as possible and try and stop them getting through the field, but his ride on board with 10th place Bruno Almeida heading into the final corners.
kind of the caboose on the back of this train here. Bruno Almeida just kind of watching things and hoping they will take each other out further up in front. And the way this battle has been developing for P7, I would say that's probably not too far away from happening at the moment, especially if Brandon Hawken finds his way back up to Matteo Herman. It's not been very pleasant for the Movado drivers trying to work their way through the field. We saw them get up to the front within the first 2 laps over Phillip Island just a couple of weeks ago. Not been the case here today. Still lap 7, and both drivers still running 8th and 9th in the reverse grid. So they're just being trapped there from the pace of the drivers further in behind. It has not been nice for them. And now, will Hawken make the swap? He is going to go for the swap. I thought he might bump draft with Pagnon. I thought that might have been a wiser move, but instead Pagnon is going to go for the switchback. And how about Jorge Correa trying to find the outside of Middleton? Middleton squeezed him over to the left. Contact is made further into China Beach. That opens up the door for Matteo Herman to work his way through. And is the gap over Hawken to try to follow through? It's not, because Correa backs off through turn 7. And that might give up the spot here if Hawken can try to work his way up the inside, though. He's still working with the 29 car of Correa, who manages to somehow maintain the place of the Movado driver.
Yeah, absolutely. Most of this pack has pretty much been stuck behind Neil Middleton at the moment, and Neil Middleton's causing a bit of a train. It may be taking lessons from Jarno Trulli, who was a bit famous for causing the trains in when he raced in Formula 1.
Look up front to Linus Tech now, kind of riding at the rear of this second train for the top 4. Definitely not as, aggressive as we've been seeing the fights further behind me, but it has certainly been an interesting one to watch nonetheless. And you wonder, these guys just looking to be a little bit more patient here before they opt to really start the battle. They've been doing a good job of trying to build this gap so far, which is definitely what you want to do. You want to make sure you have some time to make some mistakes, so you're not going to be losing 5-6 spots later on down the line, should this get a little bit more physical.
Absolutely, as they head onto the exit of the keyhole now, and it's still Hohen leading the race at the moment, and Hohen actually starting to build a bit of a gap at the moment. It's around about half a second as they head down to China Beach, or just under half a second now, but at the moment it looks like the top 4 just pulling away ever so slightly from the rest of the field behind, but that's down to Middleton holding everyone up behind.
Speaking of Neil Middleton, look at the battle for Matteo Herman around the outside line of turn 6. Oh, contact! That was for P3. Neil's flying off the track, and that's big damage. 3 wide for a brief moment up through 7. Tech now getting into this big time as well, so some major troubles. I think that was a battle for P2, actually, that Niels Pine found himself in, so that's going to put the German Series machine a long way back. We'll take another look at this here, and what in the world happened up here? Coming around through turn number 6, and did third place potentially get into him? And he did. Third place tipping Niels Pine around, and that sends him into Tech now, who had nowhere to go.
Yeah, unfortunately I had a feeling that something was going to happen at some point. He's looking at the replay and Techno just had nowhere to go.
Such a tight track, you just have nowhere to go if the battle goes wrong. I was just talking about how they were trying to be patient in case things got physical. Well, it got real physical in a hurry there, and you can see Brandon Hawken trying to find the inside of Jorge Correa through turn 1, and this time going to make that one work. This first pass is really seen up into turn 1. Be successful. And Jorge Correa going to be able to stick with it, but he is not able to go back on that position into turn number 2. So Hawken is going to hang on through the keyhole. And we'll now try to get the over-under here on Neil Middleton down the backstretch.
Yeah, he's got the run heading down the back straight, but Middleton's trying to hold him off just ever so slightly, but I think it's just going to be a matter of time before Hawken gets by, and I think as they head down to China Beach, I think it's pretty much going to be a done deal.
Deeper on the brakes from Middleton around the outside line. They're still going to be dead even through the apex. Middleton's looking to fight this one back. Can Hawken carry the momentum around the outside line up over the hill? Still looking to be side by side. Hawken's not backing out now. Oh, more contact, and that pushes Middleton wide. Jorge Correa is going to go through, and Brandon Hawken finally picks up 4th place now. 2 in 1 lap, 1 into turn 1, 1 up into turn 7. Niels Pine further behind is in a battle with Bruno Almeida. You watch this battle on board with the German sim racing machine trying to regain lost ground, has been tipped around by P3. Oh, but pushing too wide to the second to last corner, going to lose a boatload of time with the Bruno Almeida. That puts him under fire from Linus Tech now. and a 13 car. Another driver that was caught up in that battle. They were running second and fourth before the what is now the second place driver of Hadrian LeBauer ended up trying to make the pass up on Niels Pine and ended up spinning him around. Having a look further up front as well, this is going to be the battle for second place. Mateo Herman has caught up now to Hadrian LeBauer, and we get to see how will this battle play on out. We've seen LeBauer already get physical today for a P2 spot. You wonder how this battle might go with Mateo Herman, who has, let's say, not necessarily had a clean race himself.
Yeah, absolutely not. And it looks like Herman's got the run now, heading down to China Beats, and he's going to try and go to the inside. It looks like he's got the run on the inside, and I think LeBauer might be about to lose another position. Yeah, it looks like Herman's got the move done.
Great overtake there for the 221. Hadrian LeBauer kind of let him have that one. That puts Brendan Hawken now back in the fight here for a podium finish in race number 1. You can see the 98 car trying the inside line. Is he going to go for it here through the middle section of the racetrack? Maybe a bit surprised if he did. Oh, he's going to go for it. Oh, gets it to LeBauer once, maybe twice. LeBauer swings by. That might be a slowdown penalty for the 84 car, who's going to lose all the time in the world. And I'll put Brendan Hawken up into an easy P3, and Jorge Correa, you see in a thick of a battle of his own with Neil Middleton and Marcelo Pagnon trying to reel in the gap just in behind in 4th, 5th, and 6th.
Yeah, it was so unfortunate for LeBauer there. He was having a good race and just got tagged, but it looks like we're just about to have a look at the replay.
And this is what happened in this battle. I think LeBauer partially did that to himself. It was a little bit of help, I would think, from Brendan Hawken, but he kind of pushed a bit wide onto the gravel as it is. Let's take a ride on board with Hawken. This will tell the story. Was there contact? I think it might have been a little bit of a kiss there, but honestly, it wasn't enough that it would have really had too much of an impact on him.
Yeah, not too much. I think it was just a little kiss, like you mentioned, and I think LeBauer might have just been losing it a little bit before that happened. So lost it the first time, got tagged a little bit the second time, and just unfortunately lost a few positions. But fastest left the race so far as well from Jorge Correa. So yeah, these guys up at the front still pretty much pushing. But as I look back at the battle for 7 between LeBauer, Amedia, Pine, and Techno.
Marcelo Pagnon finding the inside line, and Neil Middleton as well in the battle for 5th and 6th. Right on board, Linus Techno's got a face full of Niels Pine and Bruno Almeida going side by side, and they're beating and banging back and forth for 8th and 9th place as well in the thick of this thing. And Niels Pine, it's worth noting, was pulling away with P2 from these guys right in the behind, so he wants to get through and work his way back to potentially contend for a podium. He has got 11.5 minutes left to do so. I don't think he's going to work his way up quite that much, but he wants to definitely be finishing higher than where he would be at the moment.
He does indeed, as these guys come into the final quarter now, and riding on board with Pine at the moment. He's under attack from Techno right behind it. You can see in the mirrors. So he's trying to go on the offensive, but he's also having to go on the defensive as well.
Linus Tech now doing what he needs to do, fill the mirrors of the 14, really harass the German sim racing driver if he wants to try to find his way up there. Sooner or later, the 14 car will make a mistake, and that mistake might come in the form of running wide through turn 1. Look at how much Tech now closes in, but it's not close enough to have a realistic dive up into turn number 2. Bruno Almeida going to stick with it, deep on the brakes again, and almost tagging the rear end there of Niels Pine. Manages to kind of hang tough with it, and the 14 car will be looking to try to potentially run down Bruno Almeida, and you can see Brendan Hawken also trying to close on up to Mateo Herman up in P2, and Hawken steadily starting to close in the gap in the battle for 2nd and 3rd place. Hasn't really been able to close a whole bunch in a little while, but we know that he is obviously one of the fastest drivers in this series, so he has got some serious potential to try to maybe take away P2 finish for the 221.
Yeah, I think he's got a good chance of taking P2. He's closing the gap down to Herman at a rapid rate of knots, but I don't think Herman won't let him go by that easy. I think he'll put up a good fight, because Herman will want to try and close down the gap to Horn in front of him, but I have to say Florian Horn is actually doing a good job of maintaining this gap up at the front.
You talk about like a 1 second gap, a little bit wide to the final corner is certainly not going to be helping Florian Horn's attempts to go for a race win here. And there you can still see this battle picking on up for 9th, 8th, 7th, and 10th place further down behind. This is on board with Niels Pine, the wounded German.
Yeah, absolutely. As these guys come through the fast chicane now, and these guys are starting to close down on Neil Middleton as well, just in front of him. So Middleton's been having a good race as well, currently in 6th, and Middleton's just holding these guys up, but I think he's been having a good race nevertheless. I believe, Nolan, you're back.
A bit of solid race here so far. Apologies for the minor technical issues. Something did happen to come unplugged a little bit. Hopefully that'll all be sorted now. And this battle for first place definitely looking to close on in. The gap now well under 1 second. Chalk it down to just half a second now between Herman and Florian Hohen, and Brandon Hawken in the mix of things as well. An estimated 5 laps left on the clock when we come around to the line. Hawken definitely going to be contending for a race win, as the top 3 are now all under a blanket.
Yeah, the top 3 all together now, and Florian Hohen, I was saying the previous lap he was doing a good job of maintaining that gap, but it's come down massively now, and it looks like Herman is trying to make a move already, but Brandon Hawkins right behind these two, and I thought Brandon Hawkins would only manage to get P2, but he's in contention for a race win now in this race, but as he tries everything to get by Herman in front of him. Herman's doing a good job of defending, but also he's trying to get by the leader in front of him at the same time.
I find it interesting that Hawken has been able to work his way up through every driver since 10th place, except for Matteo Herman. Matteo Herman has been dicing through the field just with them. It has always been that 221 car that he's been struggling to get past. He is going to continue to struggle with this one all the way towards the end of this race, I imagine, but out of the keyhole and down the front straightaway. There will almost certainly be a look for the lead here down into China Beach, and you see Florian Hohen going defensive. Matteo Herman looking for the outside line up into turn number 6. Hawken thinking about 3 wide as well, but he's going to back out of that one and just tuck it into 3rd. So go side by side for the lead up into turn 6. So close to call, but there is still no contact. Hohen loses on the lead officially, and now Hawken going to try to capitalize, but here comes Hohen trying to go back for the race lead up into turn 8. Hawken trying to make a run around the outside line. So close between them, almost no distance, and they managed to somehow pull that off clean.
Wow, that was fantastic. That was an awesome move from Brandon Hawken there. How he pulled it off, I'll never know. But fair play to him. That was I don't know if that was pure bravery or just determination.
An unbelievable send from Brandon Hawken. Was not going to be backing out of that one, to say the very least. And this battle for the lead is far from over. Brandon Hawken out of the final corner, going for the switchback into turn 1. Has the run on Matteo Herman into turn 1. Is he going to send this one up the inside? He is done. Waited around behind the 221 up onto the curves. Got to be careful. We've seen a few drivers already spin out off of those earlier today, but that is a clean pass for Hawken up into the lead of this race for the first time with just 6 minutes left. But he's not safe yet. Watch for that 221. I would imagine we will be seeing potentially another send up in the turn 6 at China Beach.
Yeah, he needs to try and get a good exit on the exit of the keyhole there. He gets a decent exit, but it looks like Hawkins managing to pull away ever so slightly. But I was unsure if Hawkins would be able to come through from the back of the field in either of these races to take a race win. But I'm happy to see that I'm being proven wrong.
You saw Herman look for the pass, but there was just no space to do so. Brandon Hawken still looking to hold tough for this one, but that's not going to stop Matteo Herman from being able to try to kind of throw him back down the inside. But it does look like this battle will be firmly in the hands of Brandon Hawken for now, at least through this middle section of the racetrack bar. And he makes any errors. Yeah, what a pass. And we'll take a look now at the amazing pass that eventually worked up Brandon Hawken into a race-winning position here. And this was coming through that final corner, just went for the over-under coming through the final corner. And up into turn 1, it was almost no contest as Hawken easily took that race lead away.
Yeah, that all started from the exit of that left-hander heading across the start-finish line. He managed to get the move set up and managed to pull it off, and I'm surprised that Herman didn't go more defensive, but still, it was a great move nevertheless.
fantastic move and one that Brandon Hawken desperately needed. But you can still see Theo Herman looking to really howl in the mirrors here, trying to force your race leader into a mistake. And how about this battle further down the order? This is on board Bruno Almeida for 6th place, and he has got 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th all under a blanket just in behind it. It is still a hornet's nest here for spots just in the bottom half of the top 10. Bruno Almeida is going to be the driver that might make the first look here to go for a pass on Neil Middleton down into turn number 6. And you can still see Linus Tech now way in the back trying to regain on lost ground. Same story with Niels Pine on board with Middleton here, looking in back. Bruno Almeida looking for the send, but just can't throw it in enough. Niels Pine is going to hold on. Big crash for Niels Pine, potentially let him by Hadrian LeBauer and Bruno Almeida. And I think it was an over-aggressive move for Niels Pine, and he actually forced the 84 car out wide and then gave the spot back.
Yeah, a bit of a forceful move, but as I going to look at the replay now, and yeah, as I head up to China Beats now, it all looks fine, but then it looks like he tries to make a move, and yeah, that was pretty much that was pretty much a Daniel Ricciardo setting.
Made it work though, but there's still Condit up in front. Line of tech now. Bruno Almeida getting all sorts of physical. And Almeida goes off the course in the second to last corner. And the 85 car going to lose a boatload of time. There's more time there between Pine and Hadrian LeBauer. It's all kicking off with 3 minutes to go. This is just getting all sorts of crazy, but you can see that is really split on this entire train. The events that have happened over this last lap, it finally, I think, boiled over. A lot of these drivers done waiting with under 3 minutes to go. And it is going to be, not long at all. We'll take another look at the replay. This is what happened in the second last corner. Watch as it will be. Looks like one of those cars getting pushed a bit wide and comes back on, and that just muscles out Bruno Almeida. It was Linus Tech now to go off first, and then, well, I have to say it, Almeida kind of repaid the favor.
Yeah, pretty much. It was pretty much karma, if you like, but what rider above the Florian Horn as well. They doing well to keep up with Hawken and Herman in front of him. All going well, and hopefully they'll jinx him. He's on course for a good result in the top 3.
And just 3.5 tenths separating first and second place at the moment. And this battle for the race lead still far from overestimated. Could be the last lap this next time by at the line. We'll see where the clock is at though by the time they get around to start finish. The lap times have been about 1 minute 38 recently, with how much these guys have been stepping the back end out, just losing time that way on these now very worn tires. And I think this will just be the final lap this next time by at the line. But Theo Herman, he's out of time. If he's going to make a move, it's got to be on this next lap.
Yeah, as he comes across the line to start the final lap, as Herman needs to try and get close enough. He needs to try and get a good exit in the keyhole to try and make a move into China Beats, but I don't think he's going to be close enough, unfortunately.
Up into the chicane for the final time here in race number 1, but certainly not the final time on the day, as race number 2 getting set for us in just a little while here with a full reverse grid. Brandon Hawken looking to be started in the race, starting at the very rear of that pack, which would be ideal for him. That means he would have won race number 1. Take a look at the battle for 6th and 7th, with Linus Tech now still looking to apply pressure to Neil Middleton throughout the middle portion of this racetrack as well. And there will not be a move for the race lead. Nobody is nearly close enough. So the battle for P6 looks to pick on up, and I think the even closer battle is this one right here on board with David Chapman for P10, trying to run down Bruno Almeida. Gonna be looking for the outside line for turn number 6. The Shipski Racing Machine deeper on the brakes, trying to carry the momentum through. Bruno Almeida gonna be pulling across to the left side through turn 7 and up and over the rise. I think Bruno Almeida might just be able to hold on to this position if he can get a good run through 8 here. We've seen a lot of drivers push wide through this corner, and it's still going to be side by side in the battle for 9th and 10th. No driver willing to lift up for the race lead, though. You can still see they are trying so hard to be able to get that good finish. Herman wants to get up one more, but he has no time to work with. Brandon Hawken wins race number 1, and David Chapman still in a fight with Bruno Almeida for P9, just in behind, but Chapman finally managed to break through coming up to the second to last corner. And watch out for Niels Pine trying to have the overrunner, try to pick up one more spot, but there's no time for the 14 car either. Almeida will have to settle for 10th. So what an unbelievable race we saw in race number 1, but certainly not the last race we'll be seeing yet on the day. Brandon Hawken wins this race. He'll be starting race 2 from the very back of the field. Mateo Herman is in second place with Florian Hohen in third. Marcelo Pagnan is in fourth with Jorge Correa in fifth. Neil Middleton 6th. Linus Tech now 7th. Hadrian Lebauer in 8th. Dave Chapman 9th with Bruno Almeida down in P10. That leaves Niels Pine, Eric Intilli, Simon Erpolding, and Rachel Williams with 11th through 14th. Nick Martin having a bit of an incident. He will finish 3 laps down in 15th place. And that, of course, will mean that it'll be Nick Martin up on pole position alongside Rachel Williams, which will be for the front row of this grid. You will have Simon Erpolding and Eric Intilli on row number 2. And then, of course, you would have Niels Pine and Bruno Almeida in 5th and 6th place. It'll be an interesting one, to say the very least. But what a race we saw, here in this one. I mean, so much excited action here, Ryan, and so much time left as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think this next race rather, I think it's going to be absolutely interesting with all the top guys starting right at the very back of the field, and the slow, well, not the slower drivers, but the drivers that you don't normally see at the front. I think it'll be interesting to see how they get on, but this is a race I always look forward to.
It's a race that we always look forward to, and if the second race of Phillip Islands is going to go by, it could be an absolutely wild one. I mean, heck, you look at Brandon Hawken in this last race. I mean, he had such a struggle in an effort to attempt to work his way up into the front of this field. He ended up finally winning the race, but it was a close one. I mean, in race 2 at race 1 at Phillip Island, he was up in the lead by the end of lap 2. In this one, from just 10th place, it took him all the way until just 5 minutes to go before he finally took the race lead, and he's going to be starting all the way down, which will be in 15th place here. He might have his work cut out for him.
Yeah, I think he will. He will too, and I think also the likes of Marcel Pagnan will have their work cut out as well. So I think they might work together to try and get to the front. But Mid-Ohio is not like Phillip Island. It's not a wider track. It's pretty much once you get to that middle and final sector, you're pretty much stuck behind the car in front of you, so getting by is going to be tricky. But Watson, Brandon in the middle of the warm up at the moment, doing a bit of sliding and drifting, which is always good to see.
And of course, don't forget as well, it is not just the IVRA Club Cup today. As we take a look at the track conditions, currently looking to be 28 degrees Celsius out there on the course, 26 in the air. As we look at Brandon Hawken trying to go for a Formula Drift license, it would seem, while he's at it. And why not? Have a little bit of fun while you're out there on the racing surface as well. And winds you saw about 16 kilometers an hour. That is just blowing off towards the south here at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course here in Lexington, Ohio. But don't forget, it is not just the IVRA Club Cup today. You got the ClubSport Series for the 400 kilometers of Mid-Ohio coming up here just after race number 2, which will be a few minutes after the conclusion of that second race, where we'll be watching a much larger field of cars, including Porsche 911 GT3 992s, along with those, don't forget, the ever-famous now GT4 class, the McLaren 570S GT4, the BMW M4, and the Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 Club Sport. And then, of course, everybody's favorite class, the Audi R3 LMS, is rounded out with the touring car class coming up here for a 400-kilometer race in just a little while. So it'll be an entertainer, to say the least. And you and me were kind of discussing this before this race as well, Brian, that the ClubSport Series, they went caution-free at Twin Motegi for race number 1. But with how tight Mid-Ohio is, along with how sketchy it is trying to pass anybody here, let alone lap traffic when you're battling somebody else, and the little runoff areas you have here, I think we'll be seeing that safety come out a few times throughout this race.
It's a good possibility. With also with how tight the Mid-Ohio is, just the nature of the track, there's not really anywhere to go, especially when it comes to lapping the slower class cars. It's going to be pretty difficult, and I think the faster class drivers are going to have to be very, very careful. As again, Brandon Hawken putting on a bit of a drift as well. So Brandon Hawken's feeling in a bit of a drifterino mood.
I find it funny that Brandon Hawkins seems to be in such a good mood, just kind of, having a little bit of fun out there on the racetrack. You got a 5-minute warm-up session, you may as well, use it to have a little bit of fun. And how about another little slide through the penultimate corner? No tire smoke this time around, but still doing his best here to put on a little bit of a show in this final minute here. And looks like he's burned those rear tires up. He's going to pull himself down to the side. Marcelo Pagnon here had a bit of an interesting run, didn't he? He did not finish near where I thought he would. I mean, over at Phillip Island, it was a 1-2 for the Movano cars in the qualifying race 1 and race 2. Down in 4th place though for Marcelo Pagnon, just never managed to get past Florian Hone.
Yeah, it took Marcelo longer than expected, or I thought longer than expected to get through the field, but he still managed to finish in 4th place, I think it was. So it was still a good drive by him, but I think maybe he just didn't feel as confident enough getting through the traffic or through the field like Brandon was.
And with this 5-minute warm-up session now concluded, why don't we take a look now at what will be your starting grid here coming on up for race number 2. Another 30 minutes of racing action getting set to pick on up here from Mid-Ohio, and it is going to be Nick Martin. Well, it's going to say Catherine DeCourt, but as we know, the race controller is not going to be racing here tonight. So it's actually going to be Nick Martin on pole with Rachel Williams in 2nd place. Simon Erpolding will be in 3rd with Eric Italy in 4th. Niels Pine will be down in 5th place. That means you will have yourself Bruno Almeida in 6th, Dave Chapman 7th, Angela LeBauer in 8th, Linus Tech down 9th, and it'll be Neil Middleton down in 10th place, Ryan.
Yep, starting in 11th is Neil Middleton's in 10th place. Yeah, 11th place is going to be... Sorry, I'm getting mixed up here. Neil Middleton in 11th, it says in my game. So Jorge Carrera, Marcel Pagnon, Florian Hone, Theo Herman and Brandon Hawkins round out the grid.
So another 15 drivers getting set to kick off what should be an entertaining race, to say the very least, here from Mid-Ohio. There's 30 minutes of racing action left, and who knows, we might find ourselves with a very interesting race coming up here in just a few moments time. Of course, the opening race that we had here tonight had a total of a 14 lap race. I would expect to see something similar here for race 2.
Yeah, I think this race is going to have it all. You'll have people battling from the back to get through the field, and then you also have people up at the front that you don't see up at the front battling to try and maybe take a good result, maybe try and take a win or a podium finish. But I think it's going to be a great race nevertheless, and it's boy, I'm looking forward to it.
And just like the last time, the green flag will not be dropping. As it says, we'll be going on the back straightaway between turns 4 and 5. So Simon Erpolding going to be behind Nick Martin, who is up on pole. Rachel Williams will pull alongside. Both Shipsky racing machines of Erpolding and Rachel Williams definitely looking to have better races today. We, had the synchronized self-spin, both drivers making the same mistake on the same lap at almost the same time through turn number 1, just getting up onto those curbs and taking a bit too much curbing, which saw them go off. Hopefully they'll be able to have a better race here today. They're starting 2nd and 3rd respectively through the chicane for the final time though here, Ryan, and you reckon we'll be seeing some calamity over in turn 1?
I think it's a good possibility, especially with some drivers maybe just battling for position and maybe wanting to try and hold on to the track position as long as they can. And I think don't be surprised if you see any incidents in turn 1 or the halfway round lap 1 anyway, especially in that middle sector.
And it will be in the hands of Nick Martin, your pole sitter. Green flag drops, and we are back underway here from Mid-Ohio officially this time around, with just under 30 minutes of racing left in the IVRA Club Cup for round number 3. Already Niels Pine having to go defensive from Dave Chapman up into turn number 1. The field's going to accordion on up here. The top 2 have broken away, but it's still side by side for 4th place. On back caught into the middle of the pack, and already Rachel Williams getting into a big time with a good portion of the field further in the back. Marcelo Pagnon with a great start. He's already up well into the top 10. For Brandon Hawkins, though, still way deep in the field, only made his way up 2 positions, one on the German Series machine and another on Eric Intilly further down the order. And for the race lead as well, side by side, crash for the lead. Nick Martin getting into a big time with Simon Erpolding, so Shipsky Racing not off to a great start. Martin just pushed too wide, got loose, and then doored the 111 as he came back on course.
Yeah, just about to look at the replay now, and I think Marden might have just been caught out by being on cold tyres and just pushing too much, and I think it looks like, judging by the impact, he might have got a bit of suspension damage.
Oh, big time. Completely collapsed. It collapsed the right rear suspension. Take a look at it here. Up and over the hill. That's a huge hit. You can see right there, the whole right rear suspension has completely collapsed in on itself. Couldn't even make it back to the pits. Had to take the tow. So your pull sitter in race 2 out of it before it really even gets underway. The battle is still going to be on, though, for the race with Dave Chapman trying to fight back around Niels Pine now. So it was Niels Pine to lead the opening lap, but not for long. Dave Chapman with the crossover going to go up and underneath the German Series machine and down the back straightaway through the keyhole. And so far, Chapman looks to potentially take the lead away.
Yeah, he's got the run hit. Oh, I thought he was by there for a minute, but I think he tucked back in for the slipstream, and it looks like he's going to try and make a move into China Beach. He's going to dive up the inside. Pine goes to the inside to defend, and it looks like Chapman might try and go on the outside. Actually, that's very bold.
A bold move that doesn't pay off. Chapman's got to tuck back into P number 2. So Niels Pine going to be having to hold off a little bit longer. The top 5 are having a bit of a run. You talk about how bad of a run Hawken had in race 1, trying to work through the field. Race 2, not the story. Already up to P number 6, deeper in the field, just broke to the front of the second train, which is still going side by side all the way. And we're going to go side by side for the race lead as well. Dave Chapman not wasting any time here in race number 2. Up the inside into turn 10 and around the outside of 11 for Niels Pine, who's trying to force him out. And Chapman, though, looking to assert dominance of the 4 machine, and through the second to last corner, just manages to get the pass complete.
Yeah, it was a fantastic move by Chapman. He pretty much held on to it, and he wasn't going to let Niels Pine try and intimidate him. He managed to get the move done, and fair play, he managed to pull it off.
And Niels Pine, the German Series machine that was looking up at a P2 last time by, not going to waste time on trying to cut back through the chicane for the 3rd time in race 2. But this time is not able to really pull the outside line, and is going to swing wide a little bit as well through turn 4. That allows Dave Chapman to retain that first place for the time being, but watch out for Niels Pine, who is going to have a long draft all the way down the straightaway, and I can imagine he is going to be looking to have a huge send up here into China Beach, and Chapman is going to pull over to the left, but goes defensive back on the right-hand side, and Niels Pine will try to take the race lead away around the outside line. Bit too deep, though, loses some time on the exit. Chapman going to look to defend over the top of turn 7. And it looks like Chapman might have just managed to hold on to that place. He has, and there's a bumper for Niels Pine trying to get back past.
Yeah, that was a very, very clever tactic from Chapman. He parked it right in the middle of the corner. Oh, I thought there was going to be contact there between the both of them. It might have been a slight touch, but nothing major as Chapman back into the lead.
And still being bumped by Niels Pine as well. Dave Chapman being put under some major pressure for the 14 car, who is looking to follow him in the line and harass the mirrors. He right on board Linus Tech now, who has a front row seat of all the action going on up in front of him. And it wouldn't surprise me if he was hoping to maybe have some hope for some misfortune to befall with your race leaders. Marcelo Payne in the mix of things as well. Brandon Hawken has slowly been reeling this grouping in as well. So both SRC Movado cars are going to be grouped up again here in just a little while. And we could be seeing a fierce fight here for the race lead, as we're used to seeing by now in the IVRA Club Cup.
Yeah, absolutely. He's riding on board with Hawk in 6th position at the moment, and he's closing on to the back of this lead pack now by the looks of it. So this leading pack is starting to get bigger and bigger, and Chapman and Pine is just allowing these guys for the back just to close in and join in this fun battle.
Pagny given the bumper by Technath in the middle of the keyhole, and that is going to cause him to potentially lose out on a spot to the 13 car on corner exit. Couldn't get the hammer down as much as he would have liked, so it's going to be a drag race and a battle of the late breakers. Technath trying to find the outside of 6. No room, though. Marcelo Pagnon is going to tuck back in line. Look out for his teammate Brandon Hawk. Will be looking to muscle that 13 car out of the way as quick as possible. Wants to link up with his SRC teammates so they can work together to get to the front of this train potentially. Brandon Hawken, no doubt, wants to be aggressive here. He just about got race 1 with just 5 minutes to go. He does not want to waste any time here in race 2.
Yeah, absolutely not. If he gets a chance, you'll see him go for it. And same with Brandon Hawken as well, who we're riding on board with now. He's right behind Techno at the moment, and I think you'll probably see him try to make a move on Techno on the back straight heading down to China Beats, but as they come round there, this pack comes around the final couple of corners. Just look at the swarm of cars in this pack.
I mean, you see the sun already started to set. It is, of course, winter months here at the moment, or well, late fall months at the moment here at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. And of course, that means here in North America that the sun sets early. Sunset is typically, just around 6 o'clock or so p.m. It is currently 4:30 at the time being in the sim time. So that means for the ClubSport race, we might find ourselves racing in the darkness as Hawken finds his way down the inside the line of Tech now through the keyhole. Tech now pushes way to try to hang on to the race lead, and Brandon Hawken is going to be looking to potentially fight back here. And Tech now can actually take away the spot back, though. It will hold on to a P5 through turn number 5, and still no move up for the race lead. This is all where it's at here in these battles further down the train.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Hawken never tried to float up the outside there, but I think he was probably just thinking he was being sensible and just thinking of the long game, because they've still got quite a bit to go in this race yet. As it looks like Hawken again is trying everything to get by Techno. He goes to the outside and maybe tries to do a bit of a switchback, but I think don't be surprised if you see him try to make a move heading down to turn 1 if he gets a run.
Look up front, Pagnon up the inside of LeBauer through turn 10, but that puts him well offline. So even Pagnon is wanting to make some moves now, and that's allowed Hawken to go right on up with Linus Tech now. This is going to be an intense battle, I can imagine, as both SRC drivers looking to be fighting their own little battles, and that's allowing the top two to start to break away ever so slightly. But if Hawken gets clear, we've seen it before, we saw it in race 1, we'll like to see it again in race 2, he'll be running them right back down within a couple laps.
Yeah, absolutely. As they head down to this fast chicane now, and Chapman at the moment is still holding the lead from Pine, but he's not pulled away from Pine as much as I thought he would. But it's come round there, the keyhole now, and it's still, Hawken's made the move.
Huge according effect as Marcelo Pagnon went into LeBauer and Tech now went into Pagnon. That muscle painted wide, and Hawken said thank you very much, took the spot right away. So now SRC Bovana will be linked up, and we could be seeing them work together to try to pull each other up towards the race leaders. And already 10 minutes down here in race number 2. Linus Tech now and Matteo Herman looking to potentially fight with each other deeper in the field of this one, as there you see Dave Chapman up in the race lead trying to keep Niels Pine in the German series machine at bay. Now Niels Pine was looking for a P2 finish in race number 1. It would have been such a good finish for him, but just got tipped around by Hadrian LeBauer just behind for 3rd place. And luckily for him though, won't have to worry about LeBauer this race, as Marcelo Pagnon looking antsy, gonna look down the inside of turns, and again it's a risky place trying to complete a pass. He's gonna try to, I think, maybe force a four car to back out. Oh, big contact, and that's gonna force Pagnon well off the track. And I tell you what, a pass at that corner almost never works out.
Yeah, I had a feeling that was going to end up in disaster for Pagnon, and unfortunately it did. It's a brave move to try to attempt on the outside heading into that corner, but it looks like yeah, it just got shoved off ever so slightly. Not intentional, but it's just one of those things.
And you watch this one here as LeBauer is going to push a little bit too wide through the curves, trying to carry speed, and Pagnon was trying to pinch him in to force him to back out for the apex, and thankfully it didn't go all the way around. It didn't go into a wall, so Pagnon is going to be able to reset and try it again, but it's not going to be a pleasant drive for Marcelo Pagnon to work his way back up through the order. You see Matteo Herman right on board now, trying to close up to Linus Tech now, thought about the outside line of the keyhole. Tech now, meanwhile, also trying to run down Hadrian LeBauer up there in 3rd.
Absolutely. Excuse me. Yeah, so they're heading down to China Beats now, and this battle's still going on. It looks like there might be a change of position by the looks of it, as it looks like Herman's getting involved in the battle now, and it looks like Techno's going to have the outside, but he'll be in the inside for the next corner. And yeah, LeBauer's not giving up by any means.
Oh, that's going to be caught for sure between LeBauer and Tech now, getting physical through turn 8 and 9. And LeBauer going to be able to take that one away. Look out for Marcelo Pagno trying to throw his hat back into the ring. Up the inside of LeBauer. This didn't go well the last 3 times he's tried it. It's not going to stop him trying it again, though. You don't succeed. Try again. And this time, it does work out. Marcelo Pagno and up in front. Look at the battle for 5th and 6th. Linus Tech and Mateo Herman looking to tango here. They got a little bit physical to the second to last corner, and Herman trying to find the inside line on Linus Tech now.
Absolutely, as they head down to turn 1, and Brandon Hopkins as well puts in the first start of the race so far, so he's not hanging around by any means, and he's come through turn 1 now. It looks like Herman's getting closer and closer to Tech now, and if he can get a good exit on in the keyhole, he might be able to get a run, but I don't think he's going to be close enough, unfortunately.
Oh, and a bit of a touch that time by for Linus Tech now as Mateo Herman getting all sorts of physical once again, and that's going to force Herman a little bit wide as well, just as a result of that contact. Kind of unsettles your own car as well. That's one of the beauties about these cars. You can never really get away with a bit of con without kind of messing yourself up as well. Does Herman look for the inside? He does, down to the turn number 6. Linus Tech now cannot hold on, and this time I think just kind of let Herman have it.
Yeah, I think he probably just decided that he was fighting a losing battle, and he just decided to let Herman go if he got a run, and it's good heads-up driving there, and Marcelo Pagno in the background there waiting in the wings just to try and make a move, and I think if he sniffs an opportunity, he'll go for it.
That 75 car, how many times he attempted an overtake up here into this corner? Oh, this time he's going to be back to the inside. He's tried the outside plenty of times. Thought about sending one in, but Tech now didn't leave the door open. I saw the move coming, did a great job of covering that one off. Forces Pagno to kind of back out. So the battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th will continue again as meanwhile, Brandon Hawkins, you can see just exit stage left, has started to reel in the top 2, and looks like we might have a battle for P2 here in just a few moments.
Indeed, there's a ride on board for Hawkins as well at the moment, and it's been a great drive through the field from Brandon. He's kept his nose clean, unlike his teammate who's been caught up on some not incidents, but just been kind of just like pushed wide off track and lost a few positions. So Brandon Hawkins again taking advantage of any opportunity that he gets, because he's in the running for the championship at the moment, and if he finishes ahead of his teammate, it means at the moment championship advantage to him.
No move is made for him up into turn number 6. There's a move further behind though as Pagno finds the inside of Linus Tech now, and textbook overtake there for Marcelo Pagno to take that one around the inside line at turn 6. Tech now not able to fight back, so make up another spot for the SRC and Movano crew and a bigger points haul for them overall, as Mateo Herman no doubt going to be Pagno's next target. Take a look back on board here though with Brandon Hawkins in the 98 machine. All over the back end of Niels Pine. The German sim racing machine along with Movano have gotten a bit close in race 1 a few times, and they're getting set to do battle for round 2.
Yep, and this is the place we saw in the previous race where Hawkins made a move into the the exit of the final corner, I should say, when he done that switch back and he got the run, and it looks like he's got the run heading down to turn 1, but he's going to try and make a move. I don't think he is. I think he's deciding against it and decides to just back off ever so slightly, so I think Hawkins is going to make a move on the back straight.
I think that's a wise move. Back off and wait for the back straightaway. Otherwise, he knows he's going to be vulnerable because Niels Pine is so evenly matched with him so far throughout the course of this race. No point in kind of putting yourself in a position where you could be compromised into the next corner, or could try the over-under. Thought Niels Pine would run wide. You saw trying to find the inside of the keyhole, but looks like Niels Pine got to stop in time and managed to cut it back into the inside before Brandon Hawkins could have a proper look down to the inside, and you can see that 98 car starting to close up on Niels Pine. We'll look for the left, we'll look for the right. Pine has the left covered. Hawkins going to go down his inside, but backs out early into turn 6.
Yeah, good heads up driving again from Brandon there. He knew, I think he realised he wasn't going to pull the move off, or if he did try and send it up the inside, he would probably run wide, and he's just been sensible, and we've still got about 13 minutes and 35 seconds in this race, so he's still got a bit of time to plan what he's going to do, but it looks like he's harrying at the back of the Pine at the moment. He's trying everything to get by, and if he can get a good exit on the final couple of quarters heading onto the home straight, he might be able to make a move into turn 1, but it's a bit risky.
A bit risky is a little bit of an understatement. Try the outside line through the second to last corner. Out of turn 13, though, there is still no dice for himself, and he'll be able to hold this one down the front straightaway and might have it into turn number 1 unless he backs out early. Doesn't back out early this time, though. Up the inside of Niels Pine. Oh, sideways. Oh, they're both going to go around. Pine gets tipped around, and Pine saves it, but that is the second time now today that Niels Pine has been dumped out of a second place.
Absolutely. As I look at the replay now, and Brandon Hawkin was so close to being clipped there when Pine spun. He was so quick, he was just inches away from being tagged, but as I look back at the replay, coming across the line, heading into turn 1, it looks like Hawkin was, I think he might have just bounced, that inside curve might have just bounced him out, and yeah, it did, and unfortunately, and Hawkin was just lucky to avoid being clipped.
Completely unintentionally, you could tell from Brandon Hawkin right aboard with him. I mean, already a little bit unsettled, but gets up onto the curb, and oh yeah, definitely did not mean to do that at all, but I mean, Niels Pine, obviously, I don't think we'll know that, but I tell you what, Pine has got to be livid. I mean, he was in a second place finish earlier today in race number 1 and found himself being tipped around by 3rd place. And it has just happened again in race number 2 on the opposite end of the racetrack. Talk about a bad day for the German sim racing crew, and it's usually nothing of their own doing either.
Yeah, it was just unfortunate for him. It's just a case of bad luck, but I'm sure it'll come together at some point during the season. But as I look back at the battle for third place at the moment between Herman, Pagnan and Tekno and Lebauer as well, so these guys all close together from that battle for P3, but Hawkin as well, currently in second, and it'll be interesting to see if he can close down the gap to Dave Chapman.
There's a few different battles we got going on at the moment. You've got this one for P4 between Pagnan and Linus Tech. Now you've also got one a little bit further behind between two teammates with Bruno Almeida and Jorge Correa looking to kind of work with each other here. This is down into the chicane over at turn 2, and for Bruno Almeida, it's been a bit of an interesting day for himself, hasn't it? I mean, he has not had, I would say, the best of days so far. The Ingersoll ran by Enosis drivers. I think it's safe to say they could have had better days, but that being said, they're at a decent points haul where they're sitting at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely, and I have to say that I was a bit hesitant about this layout with these cars as well, but I have to say that with the layout with these MX5 cars has been absolutely fantastic, and the race has been really good and really close. And yeah, we've had some incidents from time to time, but it's just the nature of this track. But with these MX5 cars, they're absolutely fantastic to watch.
There are some tracks where there are some cars where different layouts work, and there are others where it doesn't. I mean, this layout obviously with the chicane would never work in the ClubSport Series. It would just be way too chaotic. Not to mention, takes away from one of the only pass opportunities that's going to be present in the ClubSport race later on today. But for the MX5 cars, I mean, the lower powered cars, I would say it does work quite nicely. It's kind of produced some, honestly, a bit of exciting moments. Seen as some people even run wide through the keyhole, which has definitely opened up some moves. And Brandon Hawkin can definitely attest to that one. And Marcelo Pagnan, though, he's had a bit of an interesting story about that keyhole. He tends to be on the side of running a little bit wide himself consistently. That has not stopped him, though, from being able to mount a charge for 3rd place on Matteo Herman up there for P number 3. And speaking of that chicane, watch as he closes up. Still not close enough to have that look up into the keyhole. Back straightaway, though, I'd say it's not out of the question.
Yeah, if you can get a good exit here, he might be able to get a run as he goes wide, but to try and take a tight exit. It looks like he's got a great run in the exit. He's going to try and get close enough in the slipstream, head down to the China Beach to try and get the move done. As I think Herman's going to go to the inside to defend. I think Pagnan rather might try and go to the outside. Actually, Herman decides to leave the gap open. Pagnan's going to go for it. Can he get the move done? He might just get it done, and yes, he does.
Oy. Almost didn't, though. Kind of cut across the nose and made a little bit of contact with the right front of Matteo Herman's machine. Managed to keep with it, though. So a risky pass from Pagnan puts him up into the podium now. So it is two SRC Movado Corsa drivers now up on the podium, exactly where they wanted to be. They just need to get that into 1-2, and then they'll be back in form, just like they were over at Phillip Island. And now look out behind for Linus Tech now, who's going to be looking to potentially make a move up at a P4 if Herman steps the back end out even more like he is doing consistently here. Able to hold with it for the time being, but I wouldn't say we should count Tech out of this battle for a podium just yet.
Absolutely not. He's still doing well to keep in contact with this battle as well, because I think he might just be waiting there to see what happens. I think if I was Tech though, I wouldn't try and make a move straight away. Maybe just stay there and plan what you're going to do, and maybe watch what these guys are up to. And if they get caught up with each other, just be there to pick up a couple of positions.
And you see Dave Chapman as well starting to lose a little bit of time back to Brandon Hawken. That gap is under a second now, so you never know when the gaps could just close on in. Dave Chapman can no doubt see a charge of Brandon Hawken in his mirrors and is going to be looking a little bit more nervous. For third place, though, Marcelo Pagna looking antsy as well, and a bit of a nudge from behind for Mateo Herman. A bit of a bump draft up into turn number 6. And Linus Tech now doesn't decide to go up the inside, and Mateo Herman is going to hold with it for fourth place at the time. He thought he might have a look back to go for the podium, especially since you've only got 7 minutes to go in this race, but gonna opt to kind of be a little bit more conservative, I would think, with this battle.
Yeah, quite possibly. I mean, Tech, I think he's just losing a little bit of touch ever so slightly, but still keeping in contact with his battle for P3. I think if he does get a run in Herman in the final couple of laps, he'll go for it, I think, because it looks like Herman's trying to, I thought he was going to show his nose up the inside there, but maybe just trying to intimidate Pagnan as they head into the final couple of corners. But riding on board with Tech though, he's just watching what these guys are up to, and I think he's maybe waiting until the final couple of laps to try and start making moves.
And sometimes that's what you got to do. You got to just kind of, wait, bide your time, be patient. You still have time to make these moves. You just got to kind of pick when you're going to make them. You don't want to throw your race away, especially when you have no time to reel it back in. So you got to be decisive with when you want to make these moves. Sooner or later, though, I can almost guarantee you we're going to be seeing Brandon Hawken back up into the race lead. And wouldn't that be something for him? Winning the qualifying race, winning the heat race, and winning, of course, race number 2 as well. This would be crucial here for Brandon Hawken to win both points races and the qualifying race all in one go. So we'll have to see here if he'll be able to make that pass for the race lead. Not going to have it here into turn number 6. There will be a pass behind, though, for P number 3. This time, Herman's going to look around the outside line of Pagna coming into turn number 6. But the SS Movano driver able to pull the momentum around the outside or the inside line. Pushed a bit wide, but he's able to cover off Herman up into turn 7.
Yeah, Herman's getting really racy now, and back up at the front as well. Now the two leaders are close together, and Hawken has managed to close that gap down to Dave Chapman. So it looks like these guys are going to have a battle for the win. That'll go right down to the wire in the last lap. And Brandon Hawken, again, I wasn't sure if he was going to get through the field as much as I thought he would, like he did in race 2, because it was I thought it would be a lot harder. But fair play to him, he's managed to get back up through the field rather, up into second place, and is in contention for another possible win.
I would imagine not going to make the move on Dave Chapman up into turn 1. Back straightaway for sure is probably what the 98 car is thinking at the moment. Just have to be careful not to unsettle the car before he gets there. You got 5 minutes to go. You still have time. You don't need to, kind of get all your knickers into twist just yet. You have the time to be able to work your way up to the end of this race. Brandon Hawken trying the outside and looks to maybe go for the over-under through the keyhole down the backstretch for the 16th time today.
Yeah, it looks like he's got a decent exit as well. He might be able to close up on Chapman in the slipstream. I don't think he's going to be close enough, but I'll take that back. As a clip of cones, what did they ever do to you? But as he comes down to China Beach, it looks like Hawkman's going to try and go around the outside, but he decides against it. He might try and do a switch back, but at the moment he's getting really, really close to Chapman.
Almost pushed wide into the gravel at turn 7, had to back off to avoid kind of running over the grass there, which would definitely have been a race killer for Brandon Hawken, his attempt to try to go for the race lead. There's also a battle further down the field as well. You got 6th and 7th, along with 8th place that's looking to be heated up as well. We haven't really checked in with this battle too much yet, but Jorge Correa, Florian Hohen, and Adrian LeBauer, they have been kind of going at it in the last little while as well. So you got a lot of various battles looking to pick on up here in the closing minutes. as all three drivers in this train go off. And that's going to cause LeBauer to lose out a spot to Florian Hohen. The German Sim Racing driver cuts across. He's going to put himself up in another position. How about Jorge Correa up the inside? Oh, and he's going to force LeBauer off wide in the third and final corner, turn 13. And Bruno Almeida now trying to be on the outside line of the 84 car and will take away the spots. So LeBauer going to be losing 3 spots in just one corner. And the battle now back on for the race lead.
Yeah, these guys are heading through the keyhole now, and again, Hawken goes to the wide line, tries to tuck back in and get a good exit, but this time around, it looks like Chapman's got a good exit as well, so Random might not be as close as it was the previous lap and trying to make a move, but heading down now, Hawken's closing in the slipstream ever so slightly, but I don't think he's going to try and make a move, but Chapman goes to the inside, he tries to defend, and it looks like Hawken's going to try and, ooh, I thought he was going to try and float up that side there.
He certainly thought about it. One driver that was also thinking about a move to the inside was, of course, Linus Tech now in the battle for 5th and 4th, which is looking to pick on up just a little ways behind these guys. So we're going to be coming up to what will be the final lap of this race here, this next lap. And this could be a very crucial fight as well for these drivers here, especially if it gets a little bit more physical. If something happens here for these two guys with the race lead, if they crash each other out, this battle, which is being headed up by Marcelo Pagnan, has potential to become the battle for the race win.
It could indeed. There's a rider on board with Chapman as well, right, looking at the Hawken as well, coming through the final couple of corners now as they come across the line.
Minute 32 on the clock. Don't think we're going to be getting another lap into this one. I think lap 18 will be the last one. Hawken looked for the inside of turn 1. Opted not to go for it, though. Dave Chapman going to have to be on defense here. Hawken is going to try to go for it into the chicane. Thought about the outside again for 2. But Brandon Hawken has to step that one back in line as Dave Chapman throws his car in. Oh, there's the bump and run. But Brandon Hawken trying to get to the bumper, and it almost worked. Unsettled Chapman, but it wasn't enough to go for the race win. But the battle for the lead is not done yet. Brandon Hawken looking to close on up, and this time much closer than the last time by. Looking to the outside line. Chapman's going to go defensive, trying to cut across the Movado driver side by side in the drag race. Up into turn number 6. Hawken looking to pinch in Dave Chapman at the apex of turn 6. Back to number 7. Contact is made door to door. Chapman goes wide, and Hawken to the lead.
Oh, that was a fantastic move by from Hawken to manage to get it done. He absolutely threw it on the outside, braked as late as possible, and I'm surprised he never ran wide. But fair play, he managed to hold it on the outside, and I think there might have been a bit of contact there, but yeah, just a slight nudge there, and but both of them managing to keep going. But that was a fantastic move from Hawken.
And that nudge was all he needed. Brandon Hawken coming around to the final few quarters. Dave Chapman is going to have nothing for him. Hawken won the qualifying race. Won race 1. He will sweep the weekend and win race number 2 in the IVRA Club Cup.
Yeah, and fair play is going to go to Marcelo Pagnan, holding on from Herman and Techno. So a great battle between those 3 as well for the final podium position.
What an unbelievable battle that we saw here today from Mid-Ohio, and a couple of drivers looking to have a little bit of fun after the checkered flag. Let's take a look now at your official post-race results here from race number 2. Brandon Hawken taking victory by 0.8 of a second over Dave Chapman. Marcelo Pagnan rounding out the podium for SRC Movado Corsa 1 and 3. Mateo Herman is in 4th place with Linus Tech now 5th. Floyd Hohen is 6th with Jorge Correa 7th. Bruno Almeida in 8th. Adrian LeBauer in 9th. Niels Pine rounds out of the top 10 of this race. For 11th place, that will of course leave Neil Middleton with Rachel Williams as the last driver on the lead lap, with of course Simon Erpolding in 13th place, 1 lap down. Eric Intilly in 14th, not finishing the race. Same story for Nick Martin to round out the 15-car field. So what a drive for Brandon Hawken. Pole position for the qualifying race, won the qualifying race, won race 1, won race 2. Your weekend cannot be more perfect than that.
Yeah, it was an absolutely perfect weekend for Brandon. He done everything that he needed to do. He pretty much, like race 1 and race 2, pretty much just drove like a champion.
drove that one as he absolutely needed to, and we'll see if a couple of these drivers are going to be looking to potentially give us a bit of a conversation, and I don't think that's going to be the case here today, and we'll be no doubt going on over towards the ClubSport race in just short order. But what an absolutely thrilling run that we have been able to see here from the IVRA Club Cup race today for round number 3, and it's not going to be the last race either. Don't forget, you of course have got race number 4, which is coming up at the Virginia International Raceway for round 3 of the ClubSport Series, which we'll be seeing for the 400 kilometers of Mid-Ohio coming up in just a little while. So it is no doubt going to be a thrilling race as we watch Brandon Hawken burning that thing down on the front straightaway in the infield grass, doing donuts like he was driving a stock car. And you know what? Why not? You can do it in these cars. He is having a lot of fun doing this, so you may as well have some fun out there on the front straightaway. But for now, that will be all the time we got for the IVRA Club Cup here from Mid-Ohio. But don't go away. The IVRA ClubSport Series is coming up in just a little while. Stick with us. so we return here to the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, this time not for the IVRA Club Cup, but the IVRA ClubSport Series, here for round number 2 on the fall season, the 400 kilometers of the Mid-Ohio. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you missed the Club Cup broadcast, my name is Nola Rempel. I got Ryan Walker, the broadcast with me, and Jonathan Burke, I think, just getting himself set on up here, and then we'll be ready to bring Mr. Burke in here in just a little while. Ryan Bauer working as technical director down behind the cameras for tonight's race. So as we enter what is going to be the longest event on the night, 111 laps here, Ryan, getting set to kick us off here at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, and it should be a fun night of racing with 3 different classes: the 911 GT Cup, of course, the new one, the 992. You got your sport class with the GT4 class, then finally the TCR class to be rounding out the field.
Yeah, absolutely. 3 classes around this tight Mid-Ohio track, and I think it's going to be an interesting race. It's going to be an exciting race, but for the faster class cars like the cup class, for example, they're going to have to have loads of paces getting through the traffic and not do anything too silly.
And of course, before we actually get into the ClubSport Series proper, there are still a couple of guys over from the Club Cup Series that, of course, have decided to come up, and we'll be able to talk to them here during this Club Sport qualifying. And we'll kick things off here with David Chapman. And Chapman, what an up and down ride for Shipsky Racing here at Mid-Ohio, but you ended up flying the flag for the mountain front, and you ended up coming away with a P2 finish, of course, in race number 2, and just about managed to keep Brandon Hawker behind you. What a race.
Well, for most of the way I did, yeah. I think netcode had its way at the end there, but it was okay.
Well, how was the race from your perspective? Obviously, it's a very different track compared to Phillip Island. A lot more technical, a lot more difficult to pass overall.
Yeah, tell me about it. I like the place. It was really good in practice. The setup was working great. And then today I just put in a full shift at the understeer factory and it sucked. So, yeah. Getting pushed off in race 1 didn't help either, because then I was back in the pack, and yeah, it was rough. But it was decent racing, just frustrating.
And of course, you look into how, of course, this could play into your championship hopes going into Virginia International Raceway when we come around there for the next round of the ClubSport Series as well. Do you have any goals you want to be opening up for the championship at the moment?
Yeah, I just want to not drive myself off the track next time. That's happened 2 rounds in a row now, and I've forgotten how to race cars, I think.
Well, here's to hoping then that you'll find yourself with a good race. You found yourself with a very solid finish here in Mid-Ohio for round number 3 on the Club Cup, and best of luck for you going forward in, of course, the Club Cup Series coming to the Virginia International Raceway. Before I let you go, though, who'd you like to shout out for your Shipsky Racing 444?
I'm going to shout out my teammate, Rachel Williams, who I think she is now leading the AM Championship, if we've done our maths properly. So it was a good day for one of the teammates.
Well, then here's to hoping that you'll be able to find yourself with some good momentum coming on forward into Virginia International Raceway. Congrats on a P2 finish and an overall good performance of you today, David, and best of luck, in a few weeks here at Virginia.
Thanks very much. Love you, bye.
That was David Chapman in the 444 machine, bringing it home with the P2 in race number 2 for Shipsky Racing. And of course, we still have some drivers that are looking to give us a little bit of chat, and we'll see if we can maybe get a hold of Hadrian LeBauer, who was kind of in the thick of all the fighting going on earlier today in the race. And Hadrian, for you, it was an intense race for you. You were right in the thick of about the fiercest fighting we've seen all day so far.
Yeah, hello. It was a quite intense race, close racing here at Mid-Ohio, and very difficult to keep the pace during the race, especially when you start from the front of the grid.
You look, of course, how you performed overall this week, and of course, it is a very rough track. What do you think for you some of the challenges were, but also where do you think you were strongest today?
I like this track. It's a very fun track, very technical, so I really like it. The more difficult things, I think, was to manage the traffics and the fastest driver that are coming back from the rear. Like the past race, I start from the front, and to let the fastest driver pass without losing too much time, it's very, very difficult.
And overall, you managed to find yourself with a decent run here overall. And Virginia International Raceway comes up next. It's a bit of a technical track, just like Mid-Ohio is here today. Do you have any thoughts coming on up to the next race?
For VIR, I think it will be quite difficult. I don't race a lot on this track, so I will have to train more than before, I think, to be competitive on it.
And well, I have to thank you again, Hadrian, for being able to come on up here and give us a bit of a chat here tonight. But before we let you go, who helps you to get it done in the 84?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the interview. Thank you for the broadcast. Thank you too.
That was Hadrian LeBauer bringing it home in the number 84 machine for us here tonight. Looking for some good performances here tonight. There's still one more individual, though, who's looking to come up and give us a bit of a chat here tonight. And it is not necessarily a driver. It is series organizer Julian Bell bringing us up here in the broadcast booth. Julian, a pleasure to finally be able to talk to you again. It has been a while since we've been able to last speak. But overall, how would you say the series overall has been so far this season?
Oh man, hey guys, and yeah, nice to talk again. It's been amazing, I think. Club Cup has just been, bumper to bumper battles almost the entire season, and you kind of see breakaway packs here and there, but for the most part, I think every single race has been something that you really look forward to tuning into, because you're gonna have a lot of really great battling and clean racing. So far so good. It's been great.
Of course, you look forward to, of course, how this season could go. As I understand it, you have been, I think, partner up here with Red Bull Canada, as it would seem. And, tell us a little bit more about all of that in your ventures, because I understand you've been making some big strides in that department.
Yeah, so they're running right now the Red Bull Ring Masters, which is a Canada-wide competition, or what they're calling, the premier competition to find Canada's top sim racers. So it's kind of over 3 weeks, kind of classic what you'd see with time trials. Over three different weeks. It started at Montreal, and now it's at Mosports. And FAF Motorsport is actually one of their partners as well. So it's kind of cool. They're doing Mosport with just the Porsche, and it's all GT3 cars. So this is just the 911 GT3R, and then it'll finish up next week at the Red Bull Ring, and then they fly the top 8 top drivers out to Toronto after another kind of knockout round for the finale in November. So definitely, if you're in Canada, it's very definitely something you should look into. And I think the winner gets a $5,000 voucher for a sim upgrade. There's coaching from Sebastian Job included with that, as well as a FAF Motorsport track experience. So definitely something for everybody in Canada to look into. I don't think I'm up to par in my racing anymore, in my speed for that, but it's fun, that's for sure.
Well, you heard it here first. Definitely go and take a look at the Red Bull Ring Masters competition. It definitely sounds like something that I might even try to get into that later on if I end up finding the time for myself. So that is definitely good to know. And well, thank you for being able to shout that out for us here today, Julian. Before we go, though, obviously warm-up is presently underway, and it does look like it might be an early morning race here, racing further into the afternoon. Do you have anything that you might want to be looking out for tonight?
Interesting. I think last year we had the endurance series here, and one of the big things, the big takeaways from it was just how mentally exhausting it was for a lot of the drivers in all classes. Just it's a very narrow circuit for this many cars in a multi-class type race. So I think that maybe later in the race we might see that start to kick in, and there's certainly sections, turn 1, turn 2, where we can see cars trying to dive. It definitely lends itself to that. So I think that's something that we as spectators can watch out for, and the drivers are gonna have to watch out for too. But I think this is going to be an interesting one. I'm very excited to see how it plays out.
And no doubt we are excited to see how this could play out as well. And Julian, it has been a pleasure being able to have you up with us in the broadcast booth again. But before I let you go, is there anybody you'd like to thank overall?
You guys always love watching the broadcast back. You guys do a great job every time. All of everybody in race control with us right now, all the teams and drivers, everybody's doing a great job. Just keep it up.
Thank you, Julian, for taking the time out of your evening to come up here and join us in the broadcast booth. Once again, go and check out that Red Bull Ring Masters competition. Definitely sounds like something that you would not want to miss. Lots of, it would seem, prizes and such to be earned in that one. And, well, Julian, thank you for joining us up here in the broadcast booth once again. And hopefully this will be a good race tonight.
Yeah, thanks guys. Enjoy. See ya.
And that was Julian Bell, one of the IVRA series organizers here for the ClubSport Series, and this is going to be no doubt an entertaining race so far on the night. And well, Ryan, we've already been able to get your thoughts on things, so why don't we get Jonathan Burke's thoughts on things? And Jonathan, you joined us up. You missed the Club Cup, but you are just in time for the ClubSport Series. Join us up here in the broadcast booth, and it's been a good morning so far. Lots of exciting racing. Multi-class racing, though, obviously a whole different beast.
Yeah, multi-class racing is played at a place like Mid-Ohio where it can get very, very tight. And I think, like Julian mentioned it, like multi-class racing here can get very, very chaotic. We had the endurance series here, and it was a much shorter race. It was more like an endurance sprint race, and there was 2 and 3 wide every which way. At least with these cars, the pace is a little bit better, but it's going to still be a little chaotic.
Should be a very chaotic race indeed, especially in the early goings, and everybody is still nice and tightly packed up, especially if they, have that restart halfway down the back straightaway like we were seeing over in race number 1. So you never quite know what you can expect from Race Mid-Ohio. It can go both ways, I'm going to be honest with you. And in fact, it will be, that backstretch restart zone like we've been seeing in the ClubSport Series, which would make it a rather interesting race, I think, to say the very least. You got 111 laps, 400 kilometers getting set for us here. So with all of that said, now why don't we take a look at some of the point standings coming into today's race? Why not? Of course, we haven't been able to talk about that too much so far, and so far, of course, the points have not been changing a whole lot. Only one race has been underway, and you got Impulse Racing for the TCR guys up there, first place in what has only been a 10-car TCR grid so far in the season, so they're definitely hoping for some good things. 15 points back is, of course, Team Points-Fell with a good showing. Second place, of course, in that opening race. And a similar story for point standings all the way throughout the grid, right? I mean, you got the Sport guys, the GT4 class, where Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing is, in fact, up in the points lead with 150. You've got FSR X Project Alien down in second place. And up in the top, I think it's no surprise to say this, Ryan, that once again, Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing up on top.
Yeah, absolutely. The Geodesic are one of those teams that they always seem to do well. They're always up there, and like you say, it's no surprise to see them up there and doing well at the moment. And they've done well at the first round at Motegi, taking the win in the Cup class and also taking the win in the Sport class, I believe it was.
So it then finds it a bit interesting, isn't it, that you find them so far down the order in the TCR class, Jonathan? I mean, first place in Sport, and of course first place up in the Cup class, with those two classes being race wings at Twin Motegi. But then P7 in the TCRs, it makes you wonder they're more suited for GT racing more than touring car racing.
I mean, generally, what we've seen kind of at the IVRA level is that their top teams tend to be doing very, very well, and the bottom teams in some of these slower classes tend to just be hit or miss. It's no surprise to see them up top in the Cup category. It's no surprise to see them competing in the Sport category. It's a little bit of a surprise that they are struggling a little bit.
It'll be a bit of a surprise, and no doubt we are looking forward to see what they'll be able to make for us here today. It was only a 10-car field over, in race number 1 for your touring car class, and it looks it'll be about a similar field size here today. I think it's an 11-car field in the TCRs today, which, as we were talking about earlier, Ryan, it's a bit of a surprise because the TCRs are typically such a popular class, but it seems to be a much more of a kind of a split grid here so far. I mean, you've got, we're talking about maybe about 18 guys up in the Cup class for the Porsches. You've got then, of course, your GT4 class that has about 13 drivers, the second smallest class out there. The TCRs are the smallest ones, which, again, we were a bit curious about seeing that before this race.
I'm surprised there's not much more entries in the TCR class, because I find, anyway, from my experience, it's a fun car to drive, and you don't really, it doesn't really take that much to jump in and get to grips with it. It's a fun car to race, but nevertheless, it's still a good turnout.
I mean, and then you take a look, of course, that these little cars can be so fun to drive up here, in the Cup class. Though, I mean, the brand new Porsche 911 GT3 Cup, the 992s, as opposed to the 991s that we have, which is now, of course, a legacy car in the service. They are a fun car to drive. They got a little more downforce. They have more traction. They're a bit easier to drive. I think that is kind of what has pulled a lot more people over to the Cup class now, as opposed to before, because the old Porsche car. I mean, we even saw some people in the ClubSport Series throughout the winter season, I think it was either 1 or 2 years ago, it was like ice throughout a good half of the stint.
Yeah, pretty much. It's it's one of those cars that pretty much one of those cars you have to be really careful on your toes with. But I think now with the updates as well, it's made it a lot more comfortable, if you like.
So Jonathan, with 2 minutes left now in practice, of course, you got 3 classes getting set to do battle for 111 laps. And unlike Twin Ring Motegi, there's a lot fewer longer straights. It is a lot more of a technical track. I have a feeling here we're going to be seeing these guys racing more against the lap traffic, just trying to make positions there, than they will be able to race against each other here.
I mean, that was the case in the endurance race last season. It was kind of a game of where you can hit the traffic and where you can really, really make good moves. And I think especially for that Porsche group, especially for that top group, it's going to be key on when you can get around traffic and when you can hit it.
It could be a very crucial race indeed, and we'll have to see here with just under a minute or 2 minutes now left here in practice. Of course, qualifying is complete already. They are in the middle of a 10-minute warm-up session. And 111 laps, of course, time limit set to 4 hours for this race, but hopefully we'll be seeing this race finishing on the lap counter. Safety cars, though, they're never necessarily a far away reality here from the ClubSport Series, especially, at tracks like this where it can be a little bit tighter. Twin Motegi, we were, it was a pleasant surprise to see no safety cars out at that first race all the way over in Japan. But Ryan, we've already talked about it before, the possibility of it here, just with how this track layout is, it's a lot higher.
Yeah, Motegi, there was a wider track and there was a lot more room, so there was less chances of a safety car. But around Mid-Ohio, like we were discussing, like you mentioned, I think it's a good possibility of it happening today. You might see something happening when the slower class cars are getting lapped, and maybe a big incident could happen, and that'll bring in the safety car. And these teams, they'll probably have a strategy set in stone, or maybe in mind. But if there's a safety car, that strategy just goes out the window.
So just a few seconds remaining now here in this final warm-up session, and we are set now to go racing for 111 laps, 400 kilometers here from the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course in Lexington, Ohio. And warm-up is now officially complete, so let's take a look now at your official starting grid coming over into today's race. We'll start things off with the Cup class, and on pole position, it is Impulse Racing's number 15 entry, driven up by Alexander Hetmank after getting that car on pole position. It is, of course, Pure Sims Esports down in P number 2 with Valente Racing IVRA in the 3rd. Hell Racers Tershine is going to be in 4th place. Medici Racing is going to be in 5th place with Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing in 6th. Trick Esports is going to be in 7th place with Orion Race Team down in 8th. Fox Gaming is 9th with Fiercely Forward down in P number 10. My Days Erleb This Work is in 11th place, Medici Racing in 12th. Tabula Rasa Esports is in 13th place with Phoenix Racing Esport Ivor in 14th. Vulcan Sim Racing in 15th with Samsold Kanan in 16th place. 49 Motorsports in 17th with Tabula Rasa Esports down in 18th place to round out the Cup grid. Moving on over to the Sport class, and Jonathan Burke, you have got our GT4 category.
And no surprise, Alpine Stars Geodesic Black is on pole position and Fiercely Forward with Michael Janney right next to him in 2nd. FSR Project Alien, Fraser Smith in P3. SRN Motorsports Black, a contender last season, in P4. Simpa Racing in P5 and Simsa Esports currently in P6. The other Alpine Stars Geodesic car, the 164, is in P7. Huge Ass White is in P8. Vector by RSR in P9. SRN Motorsports Orange is in P10. Huge Ass Gold by Jeff Tyler is in P11, and the Samsung GT4 down in P12. Then rounding out the field of your sport class, the F-Star Motorsport AM car, the 13 or the 105 in 13th. The 14th position by Numic Motorsports, and then Huge Ass rounding out the rest of the grid.
Yep, and in the TCR you've got the Impulse Racing 233 taking the pole position with the 258 FSR Majors Garage car starting at second place alongside them in the front row, and then on the second row we've got Fiercely Forward and then the Project Dynamic with FSR Majors Garage, the 285 car, and Impulse Racing, Liper Esports, Alpine's Geodesic Racing Gold, Team Huskenveld 248, Swiftway Racing TCR, and round out the grid is Elementium Carbon.
So that is a look top to bottom at your starting grid, and now you look up to the Cup class. Of course, it is the backstretch starting zone today, so it'll be all in the hands here of the Impulse Racing number 15 entry, headed up by Headbank to put that thing on pole position. And what a good race it was for the Club Cup. We can start to do it all again here for the ClubSport Series. 111 laps getting set to get underway from Mid-Ohio, and it is a good launch as we go. Green flag race from Mid-Ohio. Headbank and Impulse Racing already covers off against Pure Sims. Pure Sims under fire from Volante Racing down to the turn number 1 for the first time today. You've got Hellraisers under fire from Pizza Racing. Double filing. It's a high-speed pace lap coming around through the first couple of corners and pushing out wide is Jonas Boat, the Hellraisers Turshine machine on the exit of turn number 2. And going to be ducking back through. It's a great getaway from Impulse Racing, who is well and truly clear out in front. Jonathan, you've got our GT4 grid.
And they're going to be pulling down into this tight chicane section. And right now, that's a great jump by the Alpine Stars Geodesic car. They might go through wide as the Fiercely Forward car has to get defensive. They're going to lose out right here to FSR Project Alien if they're not careful.
Yeah, the TCR, it's the Impulse Racing 233 car is off to a great start. It manages to get jump on the 258 FSR Majors Garage car as they head down into the turn 5 and their turn 4 and turn 5, and it looks like Fiercely Forward has managed to gain a position off the start up into second place.
So a great launch overall from all three classes here. Very, very clean start so far. Nobody swinging out wide. So definitely the best pop start you could have wanted here. Though that being said, ET Racing has lost a few spots, and it looks like the 79 car has got a little bit of damage on their machine. So Keanu Bushman in the number 79 entry, not having the start he would have wanted. So to lead the opening lap, you've got Impulse, followed by Volante, followed by Pure Sims, and of course now the start-finish line moves over to that front straightaway. 111 laps is underway. So, as this race is now fully underway, and it should be an interesting race so far. So far, the Cup class is all clean and green. It's all up in the GT4s at the moment where you see the battles, as Simsa Esports trying to get a spot up on SRM Motorsports Black. That pass doesn't go anywhere. You got Semper Racing as well, Jonathan, trying to defend against the 174.
Yeah, this is going to be a time to get as much passing done as possible down this long straight with the draft in your hand. Full Send Racing not going to send it right there, but this battle back here in the thick of things from fourth on back, it's just kind of chaotic. Semper's holding on right now, but that SRM car can be an aggressive mover.
Managed to work his way up now into another position. So Carlos Villa having a good launch of the 164 machine. The Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Echelon machine finds himself in another place in that Porsche. Came in 718. It is a primarily dominated Porsche field here today in your GT4 category, with a single McLaren further in the order. No BMWs present at the track. And you look back at your TCR field at the moment. How about the battle for P2 between the FSR, the full set race machine of James Corpa, trying to put Isaac James and the Fierce 4 machine under fire. The 234 runs wide. So does the other Project Dynamic car further in the back as you ride on board with the 217 as he ran wide. Up front, Fiercely Forward is wide, and that allows full set racing through into P2 in the GCR class here, Ryan.
Yeah, that was a great move there. The Fiercely Forward car, full set racing car managed to gain a position and pouncing the opportunity, gains a position up into second place now. Can he chase it down the leader as we're just about to look at the replay? But it looks like the Fiercely Forward car just ran wide ever so slightly, and they lost the position.
Just that little bit too far wide, and that is what caused him to lose all of that time. You now right on board with Isaac Jane and the Fiercely Forward machine, who is trying to close on up. Back to James Corpa in the Full Send Racing 258. So far been a really good start overall. Take a look though at your Cup class, tugging around through turn number 1, and it is starting to be a good run for your Cup class overall. Apart from the 79 crew who had that minor spin on lap number 2, It has not been, too much dramas over here in the Cup class. Everybody so far been single file. Nobody has been able to make any kind of move so far, Jonathan.
No, I think this is going to be the stage where everyone kind of takes a moment, calms down, realizes they're looking at that lap counter and going, oh, there's 111, not 11. So everyone is just going to probably stay in line, and now the gaps are going to start widening out. The more chaotic part is when they're going to first hit lap traffic, especially when they're going to hit that TCR group, because that TCR group tends to stay very, very bunched up early on.
And take a look up now to your GT4 category as well, the sport category, so to speak. And they're coming on up to the keyhole this time by bypassing the chicane that we saw in use for the IVRA Club Cup races earlier today. The Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing looking to keep fiercely forward at bay. Michael Janey trying to run it down. How about we'll look back, though, to your TCR field, the club class. And Michael Polasek in the Full Send Racing Times Major Garage, number 285, looking to run down Martin Escher in the Impulse Race 222. Up front, though, Project Dynamic trying to go the inside of fiercely forward, and they make contact through the apex of the keyhole. That pushes fiercely forward out wide on the exit of turn number 2. And I have a feeling Isaac J might not be too happy about that one. Might try to come back here on Project Dynamic unless Impulse Racing wants to have a say about it. And Impulse Racing does have something to say about it. The 222 here, Ryan, can make it that dive bomb up into turn 4 at China Beach.
Yeah, he's going for the move with 222 of Martin Escher, and they made the move. He got the run, he got the move done, and yeah, that fiercely forward car driver might not be too happy about that move because he pretty much just got barged out the way.
Pass is a pass, though, and you got to make these moves early on before you get yourself split up, and before you have the lap traffic definitely start to play a huge factor in how these battles could play out. Those blue flags. Oh, got trouble further in the background. Phoenix Racing seen dropping down the timing screens. The number 5 car having big issues with the Trade Motorsports GC hit them just rejoining the racetrack. That is actually right at, I believe that is turn 4 here, Jonathan. So looks like the number 5 car having an issue. That would be our second car going for a full spin this race, and both of them in the Cup class.
Yeah, well, we're looking at it right here. Going into the beach and just... Is there going to be a slight touch? Ooh, I think that's more than a slight touch, honestly. And they're able to get going and not have a lot of contact and make sure they rejoin safely, too. That's the key, but they're going to be set back a ways, and then the furthest down in that order.
And definitely not the move that I think they would have wanted to see. And now you can see the club class guys have caught the back of your TCR field, and this is where it gets wild. These first opening laps, when you start to catch these TCRs, when it gets hectic, you see Shane Cameron in the huge-ass blue machine to the 137, well down the order into GT4 car, into McLaren, further down than a lot of the TCRs. So that's an interesting sight to see. That is 4th position, by the way, on the course. And you see now your overall race leader of Impulse Racing down the inside of the McLaren up into turn number 4 at China Beach. And how about we look a bit further up in front to you saw for Brebo the Samsung GT4 machine. This is a little bit further behind them. Went up and over the hill. I believe this is your TCR leader. The Impulse Racing driver has been doing a great job so far. Nathan Ames has been putting in the work thus far, and they have got some GT4 cars closing in behind them.
Yeah, pretty much. The TCR class cars are going to have to be very careful and on their toes because just one rider on board with one of the cars now, Vince Peters, coming through the field. And this is a section with when you're lapping the slower class cars that you're going to have to be very, very careful. But if you get caught behind them, it's pretty much one of those situations that it's better to lose time rather than take any risks.
You don't want to take those risks early on. I can tell you right now that Hentmek is being definitely a very patient man so far when he's trying to get around this lap traffic here. Doesn't want to take any unnecessary risks. How about you look up front, though? This is the battle for the GT4 race lead, the sport class race lead. Fiercely forward, still trying to run down that Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing machine, and it has been a good fight so far for Tristan Iglesias, who has been trying to keep Michael Janey at bay, but Janey has been slowly closing the gap, but you wonder how much stuff he's burning up here early on here, Jonathan.
Yeah, we've already seen the other car down the order in the TCR class struggle a little bit early on, so I'm wondering if Fiercely Forward is set up for a later run, and you also don't want to burn up your tires so quickly, especially against a competitor that you know you're going to be racing all 114 laps. As we get a look on Project Dynamic, and whew, it is it's a hornet's nest right here.
It certainly is. It is definitely not a very pleasant thing so far to be caught and cut them in these hornets, especially when you got so much lap traffic around you and you're trying to battle for guys in your own class as well. Just absolute pandemonium. So the battle for second place in the TCR field very much on the 217 machine of the full send racing machine driven by James Corpa, trying to keep Project Dynamic at bay as the Hell Racers by Jonas Bowden is going to be blitzing through around their left-hand side up into turn 1, and look at all the Porsches behind them. They're impatiently waiting to get away through.
Yeah, just watching this, just looking at that picture of the swarm of cars, like mix of multi-class cars, man, that looks absolutely terrifying.
It is a terrifying sight to see. You got all these Porsches just breathing down your neck, and you can tell they are not going to be wanting to stick around there for long. They're going to be there 1 second and gone the next. And already we are almost 10% of the way through this race. Just absolutely flies by. Of course, this race 300 kilometers shorter than the race at the Twin Bottega to start this race off. Right on board with the Project Dynamic machine in the TCR category, running P3 at the moment, still trying to close up to the full send racing driver. And you can take a look at all this Porsche traffic just in behind. Looks at the battle for 9th and 10th. Might get underway here as well here in just a moment here, Jonathan.
Yeah, but then we go back to this chaos in that QGS TCR, or not TCR, the GT4, like in the thick of things with the Shipsky racing machine, with the Porsches. Like it is hard, and like kudos to everyone so far for being very, very well behaved. No pushing and shoving off the track just yet.
An epic battle for 9th place in the club class underway. Medici Racing in a fierce fight with Tabula Rosa Esports, splitting the TCRs in the middle portion of the racetrack. Gonna go free wide again, and Medici gets held up behind the full send racing driver, James Corpa. And Bushman loses out in that battle up to Carter Kundinger, the Tabula Rosa Esports machine. Almost went wrong as they went splitting the TCRs with one in the grass all the way through 9 and 10. Doesn't take long to get these battles to kick off, especially on the Porsches. Oh, Duenberg way down the inside. That is a lunge from way far back, Ryan.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not even going to deny it. When I was watching that move, I had to take a deep breath because I thought I was going to end up in disaster. But amazingly, they managed to get through without any issues. As again, looking at the swarm of cars coming down to China Beach, it's just frantic.
And this is going to be a battle this is the side that we're going to be able to see throughout most of this race. One car is off the track. Looks like Carter Kundinger in the Tabula Rasa machine has just had it off in the 99 machine. So once again, some of the only drivers that have gone off so far have been in that Cup class. And one of this is to owe to the technical nature of this track as we take another look back here on what has happened to the 99 machine of Carter Kundinger. This is coming up and over the hill of turn 5 here, Jonathan. I think might have just lost it. Did lose it by himself.
Yeah, sometimes the back end on these GT3 cars just wants to kick out a little bit. There's one reason why these Porsches are so good in the technical corners is because they're really, really easy to drive through some of these corners, but you get the power down and sometimes that rear end can come out on you.
On board with Braden Werner here at the moment. This is battle for P3 overall here in the Cup class at the moment. Dicing down the back straightaway, and take a look at how some of these battles play out throughout the course of this race, and it is just absolutely intense to watch. And this is before we see everybody get, really kind of a bit more stagnated out throughout the race. You never quite know what could happen in a race like this one. It can just go so wrong so quickly. And you can see the Orion race team trying to run down fiercely forward in 34 entry in the battle for 6th place as well in the Cup class. And how about this battle for the race lead, Ryan, in your sport class? Still looking to pick on up.
Yeah, so these two have pretty much been close together since the start of the race, and Michael Jani, if I was him, I wouldn't want to try and get by as quickly as possible. But if you're stuck behind a car and you can't get by, it's not always a bad thing, because as much as it sounds cliche to say all the time, you can do some fuel saving using that slipstream.
And it's worth noting as well that the overall race leaders have still yet to catch up to this GT4 battle for the race lead, which I think is why it is still looking so close as it is. There's been nothing to really split these guys up. And the problem for Michael Janney at the moment is the fact that he is just not able to get close enough up into China Beach to be able to make a proper look for the position. I think he might have to honestly try something, Jonathan, in the middle portion of the racetrack here.
Yeah, I might have to try something in the middle of the racetrack or maybe wait down the front straightaway going into turn 1. I mean, the other thing also is he can try and stay behind it, draft a little bit on the straightaway, save fuel, and maybe do an overcut. But you can see like how hard these two are driving. They're built off the track coming in to some of these later sections here through Thunder Valley.
And of course, you are able to do that, at Mid-Ohio if you have the right car to do so. And these Porsches, they do allow you to kind of, flaunt with the track limits a little bit, but you don't want to push out there too wide. You don't want to get too, I guess, cocky with the track limits, or they are going to bite, and they're going to bite hard, to say the very least. And look how close Michael Janey is coming around through turn number 1. It kind of makes me wonder why there hasn't been able to be a look for the position, just losing so much time in the middle of these corners at the moment. And you look back now to 8th place overall. This is in the Cup class, I believe, on board with the My Days crew currently. This is the battle for 8th and 7th place, trying to reel drivers in steadily. And now they have a bit of cleaner air as the GT4 pack is a bit more split up here, Ryan. So they have a bit of space to try to properly close these gaps without the influence of traffic around them.
Indeed, and they have a chance to settle down now and just get back into a rhythm. After the mayhem of being lapped by the faster class cars, and it's pretty much just spread out like you mentioned, and just just get your head down, don't worry about it, just do your thing. But I'm surprised at yourself that Gianni's not managed to make a move already. But this battle for 6th place in the Cup class is still going at the moment with VC Forward, our Iron Race team, and My Days at the moment. So these cars are still close together, and this is the thing I like about these Cup cars as well, but it's, you don't really pull away from anyone that much. It's always close all the time, and it's always close racing.
And the battle still looks to pick on up as well, as we are now about 10% of the way through this race. Only 100 laps left to go, so totally not a very long distance at all, but it is going to be a long race for sure that these drivers are going to have to contend with, and you wonder how long it'll be before something breaks in these battles here. 7th and 8th, though, looking really close as Orion Race Team having a bit of a moment through the second last corner of turn 12. That kind of allows for the drivers of My Days, Herbalsworth, to kind of close on in, as there's some contact potential between Fiercely Forward and, oh boy, heads up here as the 34 car slows way up and lets Orion Racing right through, and now puts itself in the battle with the My Days crew up into turn number 2, and there is going to be door-to-door contact, and you wonder what Fiercely Forward is doing here. This is getting physical already here, Jonathan.
Yeah, very, very physical and very, very elbows out right now, and I think there's going to be a little bit more chaos before this race is over. Ooh, I think there's a crash further back in turn 5 and 4.
There is. It looks like Pure Sims Esports is off the track. 3rd place has gone off in the Cup class. This is potentially a big story here, and it was content big time with the 164, the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Machine. So a lot of content all started up in the battle, I believe, for 3rd in the GT4 category. Going to watch this here with the Alpine Stars Geodesic Machine. This is going to be coming around through the corner. There you see the 164 gets pushed off. Pure Sims on the right, comes back on. There's nothing that Pure Sims can do about it.
Yeah, sorry.
I think you were going to say the same thing I was. Just traffic going through a tight spot, and that Alpine Stars Geodesic car is going to have a
Well, and you saw the brake lights as well there, Ryan. I mean, he was trying to stop, but there was just nothing he could do.
Yeah, it's you had the brakes on, and you could tell he had the brakes on with the brake lights being on, and he was just pretty much a passenger when he was on the grass. And it wasn't intentional. It's just one of those things, being pushed off onto the grass, and on the grass like that, when it's really slidey, you're just pretty much a passenger. And unfortunately, the Pure Sims car was pretty much just used as a pinball.
It's a big unfortunate moment for a lot of those drivers. That Alpine Star Geodesic Racing car is in pit road at the moment. And you look back now to Tristan Iglesias at the moment, the P2 driver in the GT4 category, the sport category. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, the other machine in the 162, still looking strong to run up to the Fiercely Forward driver. And they're just about to be caught here now by the Cup class leaders. You see the battle for 1st and 2nd place overall just in behind this grouping. It's worth noting as well that so far, Volante Racing, they have been steadily closing in your race leaders here, Jonathan.
Kept slow and steady tends to win the race, and obviously with traffic coming into play right now, this 96 machine looking very fast. You can see Impulse right ahead of him and knows what he needs to do to kind of manage his way through traffic. And he's got 2 fast GT4 cars in front of that impulse machine, so this is a good opportunity right now to make up some time.
And going to make it past one, trying to make it past the other one, up into the keyhole. Does not want to waste time fighting these guys. Both GT4 machines swing wide, and Fierce 4 cuts across Volante before they can get the hammer down on the exit here of turn number 2 through the keyhole. And there you can see your GT4 class leader being lapped in the sport category, making them all 1 lap down. As well as this, you got Vince Peters now in the Volante Racing Machine trying to close on up to Impulse Racing. How about the battle for 3rd place as well? Here in P number 3 at the moment in your TCR category here, Ryan. Still looking nice and tight in these battles.
Yeah, absolutely. And the 233 Impulse Racing cars is pretty much pulled away already and got a bit of a massive gap. And so it's pretty much the battle for 2nd place at the moment between the FSR 258 car and Project Dynamic and the 222 Impulse Racing car. So still all close together in the TCR class at the moment, and it seems most of these teams, I'm guessing, in the first stint, if they can't make a move, they're pretty much just going to do the usual game of fuel saving in the first stint and try and stretch out the field as long as possible.
And sometimes that's all you need to do. You need to just be able to kind of work your way up and kind of play this race safe, especially if you're in these slower classes and you know you're going to be lapping, really frequently. And for guys like Alexander at Hedbank, they're trying to work through the lap traffic as quickly as they can because they're wanting to use it as a pick to kind of break away from Vince Peters just in behind. The Volante Racing Machine has still been able to close in a little bit more, just 0.005 of a second separating them at the line. That was, of course, in their lap times, not, of course, overall times. You still got Impulse Racing trying to kind of keep that gap built up, but at the moment, Vince Peters is looking to kind of give Impulse a run for their money here if they make a mistake.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Vince Peters is a name I recognise. He's been around in iRacing for quite a while, and a quick driver. He can be not aggressive, but he can be eager at times to make moves. But at the moment, doing his thing, sitting in 2nd place and just sitting behind the leader at the moment. I think he's more than happy to sit there at the moment, as it looks like they're coming round to lap one of the TCR class cars.
And Jonathan, that was not good news at all for Alexander Hedbank, as he was forced to take the long way around the 2nd last corner. That allows for Vince Peters to close in just that little bit more, but it was not enough for Peters to be able to properly capitalize because he himself got held by the same touring car through the final corner.
And the good news for Impulse is that right now that track is very, very clear in front of it, so no mistakes. The bad news is Volante Racing's pace has been just a tad faster these past few laps. So I'm wondering if it's just, putting that little bit of pressure on it, hoping to get a mistake here before we get into another round of lap traffic.
You can still see the battle for the sport class lead on the left-hand side of the screen, still close about within half a second. You can see the gap for the overall race lead is also looking tight, just 0.75 of a second. So these gaps, are still relatively close together here, Ryan, but you think they're not going to stay that way for long, especially when we get around to that first round of pit stops.
Yeah, absolutely not. I think the first round of pit stops is where you'll see probably the gaps in each class starting to get bigger a little bit. And that was something I wanted to bring up as well. It'll be interesting to see what sort of strategies some of these cars go with. So in the TCR class, TCR class, I'm guessing that most teams will probably take fuel and maybe fuel only, or maybe take fuel and just front tyres, because the front tyres of this TCR car are the ones that take a beating the most.
A lot of the sport class battles have kind of split apart. Same with the Cup class battles. That is because currently they're all working their way around through lap traffic. So how about we look back to this TCR battle here for the moment, coming down the back straightaway here, Jonathan. This is the battle for, I believe this will actually probably be for 2nd place in the TCRs. Project Dynamic still trying to make a run on Full Send Racing. You saw probably close enough to have the look that time by into China Beach, but still opting against it. I think they're just trying to play this race a bit more conservative here in the early running.
Yeah, they're more conservative, and again, the problem a lot of times with these TCR groups, especially in IVRA, they are so evenly matched and get so grouped up. It's very, very hard to make moves, especially without the long straightaways in the draft here to help really break up this group.
Oh, absolutely. It makes it that much more difficult. You can see that was the flashing headlights from one driver just a little ways in behind. Try to potentially work their way through this GT4 field. You can in fact see Impulse Racing is starting to just close up with the overall race lead, trying to get through this battle. That'll be interesting to see how the battle for the overall race lead stacks up when they get to this long train of TCRs. You ride on board with Michael Polasek in the Full Send Racing 285 engine, who's already had a little bit of contact earlier today, but they've been able to so far get away with that relatively unscathed, and they're trying to, I think, link up with the 258 machine just up the road so they can see if they can work with their teammate here a bit.
Sometimes you need that teammate as well to help, make sure you're on the right strategy, make sure you're saving fuel, and kind of keep you in check. And especially for the Full Send boys that have been very, very strong in this TCR category, it's important for them to be at a even-ish level.
And you can see, Ryan, there is your overall race leader, the Impulse Racing machine, driven by Hetbank, dicing its way through the long train of TCRs, and just 2 cars behind is Volante Racing. So it is looking tight here for the overall sport class leaders as they start to once again negotiate lap traffic. Oh, in contact with P2 overall, and that almost sent the 96 car into the grass.
Yeah, that was so close, and it was like I was talking about before, in that middle section with it being so tight, you've got really nowhere to go, and you can't get by as the overall leaders making his way through the TCR class cars, and so is P2 overall. So just about to look back at the replay, and it looks like Peters might have tried to go for maybe just being a bit too eager to try and get by, and might have just got tagged ever so slightly. He got tagged by one of the Full Send Racing cars. That was the 285.
And that tends to happen on tracks that are this tight, Jonathan, especially in these TCRs. They go up and over the hill, and being front-wheel drive, it is so easy for them to lose out on so much speed, and they just want to push as wide as physically possible. Let's take a look at it from Polasek's view. That is just a hazard of being around touring cars when you're going up and over crests like that.
Yeah, it's hard for them really to kind of get out of the way, especially in these big groups where they're all trying to fight each other, all trying to stay in the draft and really follow each other's lines. There's really nothing much they could have done, and unfortunately because of that gap for the lead has now grown to about 1.7 seconds. The 96 car looks pretty clean, so no damage, no harm, no foul, but now they're going to have some work to do to get that gap down again.
Gonna have to hope that lap trap gets up in the way. Here's the battle for P5 in the sport category. December Racing making up a pass on sorry, excuse me, that is definitely not that. That is Vector by RSR trying to make a pass up on Simsa Esports. They were also in the battle here with the 49 car is going to go 3 wide up the middle into Porsche. So the sport class just going to dice its way through, not really giving a whole lot of regard to being able to take consideration of the sport class battle taking in place just in behind them. But that is going to allow Vector by RSR, driven by Mark McCormack here, Ryan, to be able to easily pick up now a P4 here in the sport class over Simsa Esports.
Absolutely, and I thought that was going to end up in disaster with the 49 motorsport car coming through. It was so close to ended up being contact. He was just, that was a little bit too aggressive for my liking, and that could have ended up being a big accident.
It could have been tremendous. How many times have we seen high-speed crashes caused by that sort of thing earlier on in the series and even in seasons past? Too many, I would say, to count, but thankfully this time it went a little bit better. You can still see McCormack trying to fend off now Peter Klowitter in the Simsa Esports machine just in behind here, Jonathan. They're working their way past some TCR traffic of their own, and this is when it really starts to get hairy, is when you have this sport class of the GT4s lapping the touring cars while they themselves are being lapped by the Cup class guys just up the road.
And the GT4s are in like this weird middle zone in terms of times. Like they're only about 3 to 4 seconds faster than the TCR cars, and they're 3 or 4 seconds slower than the Cup cars. So it really is difficult for them to make this passing work and let some of this faster traffic by. It's this really, really hard issue.
And sooner or later, one of those moves is going to boil over. Here is a hornet's nest of cars, and this is headed up by, I believe, current overall, never mind, that is P6 driver Pure Sims Esports, driven by Braden Werner, and overall headed up by the TCR driver of James Corpa in the Full Send Racing 258, still in that battle for P2 in the TCR category. Project Dynamic has not been able to close them the gap as much as they would have liked with all these the Cup traffic ducking its way through. this is meaning that this battle is starting to kind of split apart. You can see the 5-car train that we saw earlier, Ryan, is no longer present. It's honestly barely even a 2-car train anymore.
Yeah, it's just starting to break off ever so slightly now with the sport class cars starting to come through, and like the TCR cars and the Cup cars as well. So it's just starting to split the TCR pack off ever so slightly, and I think once we get to the first set of pit stops, it'll start breaking up even more. But at the moment, it's still really close. But that 2-3-3 car is pretty much just taking off as it's taking off at the moment in TCR. It's pretty much left these guys behind.
But as time goes along here, Jonathan, and as the sport guys work their way through, these TCRs will eventually be able to kind of stack themselves back up, and we'll be able to go back at it. As you see it getting a little bit hairy further in the back, you're right on board with the Fiercely Ford machine. This is the battle for 12th place overall in the Cup category. Oh, Fiercely Ford trying to find the inside of the Vulcan Sim Racing 69 entry. They're all trying to get around the Leopard Esports TCR, and that's all going to go through, but not before they lose a big chunk of time. Here, Jonathan, to Phoenix Racing just behind them in 14th.
Yeah, I was watching that Hornet's Nest ahead, and then I've noticed this developing Hornet's Nest behind. Like, it's very tight. And the TCR cars, the problem is, since they're in this big grouping, it's very hard for these Cup cars to really make up time and then make moves in places that they think they can get moves done. Right now, the 34, it's in an okay spot, but they're trying to chase down the Vulcan Sim Racing machine and lost so much time. And now they have to pass their team car going into the keyhole and then be very late in the brakes. And now they're catching that TCR group that we've been watching for the past few minutes.
And this is where it could get tight. We've been seeing already how these battles have been able to kind of work their way up. You see this battle also going on. This is for P8 in the GT4 category in the sport class. So you got all these various battles that are looking to kind of pick on up here as the race goes along. And it won't be too long before, again, we get something that could just boil over. And I think it's honestly amazing, Ryan, that we haven't seen these great battles taking place as long as they have with such a competitive field, all trying to work their way around each other.
Yeah, absolutely. It's considering that some of these guys have been getting lapped by the cup cars as well. It's still great to see that they're close together, but this battle as well has been close together for quite some time, even before they got lapped. So at the moment, it's both cars are still close together. It's been a great battle between these two at the moment.
And developing news for the Trek Esports number 33 entry, currently running 17th place here. It is a drive-through penalty that they have just found themselves falling upon. So the 33 car going to have to come down and serve a drive-through penalty. This was for an incident just 8 minutes into this race. It happened all the way back well early in this race, and that was when I think this was actually probably with one of those lap cars that was earlier on, but whatever the case, it has earned them a drive-through penalty. So already Trek Esports having a bad day as it is, it's going to go even further wrong for them.
It was with the 5 car, the Phoenix Racing Esports machine that we saw sideways coming out of turn 4 and 5 earlier on.
That would be that one spin that we had seen. I believe this was actually on the second lap of the race, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was not very far into it.
Yeah, that's going to see them definitely having a bad run. They'll be having that drive-through penalty that they'll have to serve in short order here, so not good news at all for them. And meanwhile, we've been watching this battle here with a 5 car, the Phoenix Racing Machine, who's been doing good to kind of pick up the pieces since that incident, Ryan. Trying to run down the Vulcan Sim Racing Machine, driven by Frederick van Ekhoven, just up the road in that 69 machine. And so far, doing good work despite having that setback early in the race.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like we've got a replay from lap 1 of the Phoenix car as well.
And this is, of course, the incident, I believe, that we were going to be debated about with this taking place on the opening lap of this race. This is with the Phoenix Racing driver. We'll see this further in the back. Again, this was 8 minutes into this race, but that was, of course, after the clock had already started. So we'll take a look at this one here. We're right on board with Phoenix Esports, and you can be watching for the 33 engine, which I believe is just in behind. I don't know if this is, I think this might just be the engine that we were thinking about. It looked like it could have been a clean start overall. Down into turn number 1 here, Jonathan, and a 5 car. Still trying to find that 33. I think it's just coming up and over the rise, though. It was an interesting start for that number 5 car, but it looks like, this might just be that incident that we were looking for.
Yeah, it was definitely, I think lap 3 or 4, like a little bit further down in the replay route, but we know that that 5 machine just really nowhere to go, and unfortunately they've been set back a ways. They're all the way down to 14th in class, trying to pick off through traffic, and it's just kind of holding them up at the moment.
And as well as that, they're also having to work with some guys further up the road. I mean, you look up to 10th place, but they've been steadily closing down. Headed up this train now, the Samsung Kanan Esports machine driven by Veeman in the 88 car is headed up this battle, and it is a fierce fight between themselves and Carter Kundinger. Of course, Carter Kundinger in the Tabula Rasa Esports machine has had some struggles earlier in this race, went for a slide out the exit of turn number 5, and you see Kundinger here, Ryan, trying to run down and pick up a 10th place finish. And Kundinger is one of those drivers that we've seen before, very much capable of getting top 10 finishes in this class.
He's a very capable driver. He's very capable of getting good results, and he's just sitting outside the top 10 at the moment, and he's trying to try and pick up the 10th position, but at the moment he's not close enough to make a move heading down to China Beach. But it's still early stages in this race. We're only on lap 26 at the moment, so still a long way to go. So he can maybe use pit stops and try a strategy to try and get by if he can't get by on track.
And sometimes you gotta wait until these battles come around to that pit window, and sooner or later I think that might just be the case. There's another fierce fight in the GT4 category though, and it is all going on for P number 4 at the moment. SR Motorsports Black is side by side with Vector by RSR. Coming up towards China Beach here, the 172 and the 174 looking to tango here. It looks as though Vector will be able to make up a place as you see some sport traffic and GCR traffic just up the road, Jonathan, they're trying to work through.
Yeah, once they hit this traffic, then it's going to be, I think, game on, side by side, going through Thunder Alley right now. Don't run into each other, you two. Stay nice, stay pretty. Okay, that's that's a little bit scary right now, going in through some of these tighter sections, especially some of the technical bits, and not being able to just make that corner and like get a clean run out of it and make a pass. You're side by side with so many other cars.
You're side by side with so many other drivers, and it is so hairy when you're around this grouping as well, and that is all allowed for SRM Motorsports Black to lose a lot of time up to Vector by RSR, driven by Mark McCormick. And heads up, just ahead of this sport battle, this cup battle, you saw a Porsche off and into the grass. That was just coming around through, I believe, I want to say that's turn 7 that was over where that was at. So an interesting run out there, as actually it was the Orion race team getting collected from the GT4 cars, actually. Taking a look at that one now, it was by the Orion race team and the Pneumatic Motorsports, driven by Jason Lundy. Take a look at this one here. This is a classic case, Ryan, of lap cars trying to lead lap guys through, and it just goes all sorts of wrong. Martineau in the 44 car down the hill, sends one on the inside, just gets turned in on.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying before. If you try and make a move in that tricky section, even lapping a slower class car, it can go hard wrong. And I don't think the 104 car done anything wrong there. I think he was maybe taking his line there and just didn't see the cup class car coming up the inside of the Orion racing team. But it's just the nature of multi-class racing. Sometimes it can go hard or wrong, and unfortunately that's what we saw.
And the good news is both cars got themselves rolling. It doesn't seem to be too much damage, so that of course means no safety car. We're going to keep this one green for the time being on lap number on the run here on I believe this will actually be now lap 28, as he took a look up to the sport battle for the lead, and this is for that GT4s, and it is still looking nice and close here, Jonathan. I mean, all throughout this race, these two have not been able to break away from each other, even with all the fierce lap traffic trying to get through them.
And as we get closer and closer to pit stops, it's going to be like who blinks first. Is it going to be an undercut or an overcut from the 134, or is it just going to be a straight up move for position? As you can see, Janny looking, thinking, lets that, I believe that was the Samsung car go, or the Manizzi racing machine go. And now maybe go back on the attack. It's really hard, especially in this GT4 class where you're so evenly matched, to make up a move, especially in this track where it's very, very technical, very, very quick.
And Fiercely 4 losing a little bit of time through the middle portion there as they kind of got a bit offline for 7 and 8. Alpine Stars GDS Racing still holding on to the race lead. Tristan Iglesias has been doing a great work in the 162 entry to be able to hold on to the lead over Michael Janey. Here's another battle that has been going on for some time now. This battle, I believe, for P6 in the Cup class. You got Orion Racing, who was collected in that spin with the lap car just earlier on, along with Medici Racing's IVRA machine, along with My Day's Herbal Work just in behind, driven by Kristen Jung in the number 13 entry. So you got these 3 Porsches all under a blanket. They got a little bit of clean air to work with. The next car up is going to be that low McLaren in the sport class, but it's about 4 corners away still.
Yeah, a little bit of clean air doesn't always hurt. And actually, sometimes it helps battles get much more intense. And I think we're seeing some of these cup battles really kick off now as lap traffic is out of the way for the moment. It's a good opportunity to make some moves and use all the track you have available.
And so this battle for P6 is going to continue to pick on up here in the Cup class, Ryan. And this could get interesting here as Orion Racing looks to continue to hold Medici Racing at bay. But we've seen before, Medici is not necessarily afraid to make some bold moves if they have to.
Absolutely not. As Cameron Martin comes into the keyhole now, and that Medici Racing car, don't be surprised if they try to make a move into China Beach, because it looks like at the moment, just watching the language of the car, it looks like that Medici Racing car, they look real racing. They want to try and get by as quickly as possible, and I don't think they're close enough this time around to make a move.
But the problem is that the keel is such a slow corner for these cars that they spend most of the straight just trying to get back up to speed at the point where draft could even be a factor, let alone trying to actually run the draft in. It closes it a lot more throughout this middle portion of the racetrack. And just as we see with some GT4 battles earlier on here, Jonathan, it might be a similar situation of, you have to wait to kind of make those moves in the middle section of the racetrack when the door opens up for you.
And you also have to make some mistakes, I think, is one of the keys. And it's going to be a big key in this race. Like, how mistake-free can you get? That was a big key in the endurance race last season here. Alpine Stars Geodesic took that endurance win because they nailed the pit strategy right, they nailed the track line right. Like, it's capitalizing on other people's mistakes that is going to be key, especially in these battles like this where everyone is so close together and you have dealing with a lot of lap traffic. It's going to be who catches it in the wrong place, who passes the car at the wrong time, who accidentally bumps a GT4 car off and has to get a penalty.
You see them working by the low McLaren in this field quite nicely. My Day's Ebernisberg trying to locks up big time, and the 13 car goes off, and all of this while apparent struggles in the TCR field, but that is going to cause Chris Jung to lose a lot of time. Keeps it out of the wall, so good news for him, but bad news in that effort to try to pick up P7. I thought he was going in there a little bit too hot, Ryan.
That's an easy mistake to make in the keyhole. You get tempted to carry a little bit more speed, but because of the nature of the corner, if you carry too much speed ever so slightly in corner entry, it just goes horribly wrong. And unfortunately, that team found out the hard way. Christian Young found out the hard way, and I thought he was going to spin around there, but luckily he manages to get back on the track and get going again.
A lucky escape, I would certainly say, to say the very least, as here is Keanu Bushman for the Medici Racing crew, still trying to run down P6. They got away with that one scot-free, and Semper Racing
Spinner down Thunder Alley.
Yeah, that was a 179 car, and it looks like they have some serious suspension there. Something's gone horribly wrong for Semper Racing. That actually was coming on up here. That was down. Yeah, you can see it already has damage. This actually happened well back on the back straightaway, Jonathan, on this replay. So this all happened, I believe, it's Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, the third place driver, just put the 179 car hard into the wall. And you can see one car goes off there. A lot of issues it would seem around this moment on the track.
Yeah, and simultaneously there was a moment, and I think Fiercely Forward is going to be reprimanded for this. They were trying to pass a GT4 car, their 34 machine, and there has been
Here we go.
Contact back here. Yeah, so this might be the answer that we're looking for.
Yeah, this is what happened to the Semper Racing crew, and it was a bit of a moment to find it, but we found it here coming through, and that's the hit. And oh, that's a huge hit into the concrete barrier. Talk about a move that probably did not need to happen. Semper Racing just getting run over by the Cup car just in behind them, and I wonder if maybe he kind of cut off the Cup car. We'll take a look at it here. The Porsche's coming up, and oh, come on. I mean, it's a little bit silly, isn't it?
Yeah, that was just I don't know what that Alpine geodesic car cup car was doing there, but that was just a silly move, and pretty much the GT4 car was just an unfortunate victim in that accident.
And throughout all of this, another driver has been handed down penalties. And it looks like the 172 has had a drive-through penalty handed on out, and that was for squeezing 164 out onto the grass all the way back on lap 12 of this race. And that was for that incident we saw earlier on where the GT4 got squeezed out and caused it to come right back on and take out the Impulse Racing crew from the third place position, you guys. So that's the judge for that penalty ruling there. That's for that, what that would have been for, no doubt. So we watch these battles. They'll continue to pick on up, and looks like now we're able to relax a little bit more and get this race back underway as you take a look up at the Vector Racing driver who has been doing a good job so far, coming around through turn 7. That's Mark McCormick trying to run down the Samsoid GT4 machine on the same lap. So you can see McCormick has lost a couple of spots on just the lap alone. But that being said, I do believe McCormick might have actually had it off on the last lap. I thought it might have come down pit road as well. And in fact, he was down pit road this last time by Jonathan for a pit stop.
16.7. I'm wondering if he was serving that drive-through penalty.
It was,
as quickly as possible. And you have to, I think. It's a very shorter pit road than some of the other pit roads we are going to see the rest of the season. This is going to be a track where, like, if you get a penalty, you need to serve it now, especially as pit stops get closer and closer and closer. It's going to be much, much harder to determine where you are on track in terms of others. And even if strategy starts differentiating, too.
Oh, absolutely. You're going to have to, kind of make a run on that one for sure. And you can see as well, this is the fifth place driver, the Pure Sims Esports machine, who was taken out in that earlier incident in this race that the penalty was just given for. It's been an interesting run so far. You see the Fox Gaming crew as well. They're doing a good job up in P number 9 in, I believe this is going to be the Cup class category. They've been doing a good job so far, trying to run down the Maida's Diswork machine up in 13th, number 13 car, up in 8th place here, Ryan. Just kind of ducking their way through some more lap traffic, and it's going to be a very common sight we're going to be seeing throughout the course of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like they're just doing their thing at the moment, just getting through the field, but they're not doing anything too silly. Getting through the field is, I thought it was about to be a little bit of contact there, but yeah, just I think they're trying to get through the traffic, but they don't want to do anything too rash or too silly. They're just kind of making the move through the traffic when it's safe to do so, which is good heads-up driving. But back up at the front in the sport class, we've still got his battle for the lead going on, and Michael Jani's just lost contact ever so slightly.
Take a look back here at the sport battle for the race lead, Jonathan. Still within half a second.
Yeah, I've been watching the onboards of these two for a little bit, and both are very, very smooth, very, very calm. It's kind of like they're not even racing each other for the lead. They're just going out on a, Saturday afternoon stroll. There's no big moments or anything yet from these two. So it's very, very good heads-up driving from the 162 and 134. And we should really give them a round of applause for how well they're going at the rest of the field, because they had like an 8-second gap to third place in that full send racing machine. So they're sitting very, very comfortable right now.
Excited comfortably indeed for these two drivers, which is definitely the best possible news for them. They've been doing a great job so far, being able to keep this battle nice and close, even despite having been lapped by the entirety of the Cup class field. We're talking about 2. It will be 3 times here in just a few minutes, and that is one that we're gonna have to watch through the pit stop window as well. Take a look back to the battle for P2 in the TCRs though, Ryan, and you can still see Full Send Racing still very much has their hands full.
Yeah, they're pretty much doing Full Send Racing. They were a little bit comfortable and did have a bit of a gap to that Project Dynamic TCR car, but at the moment that Full Send Racing car in second place in TCR, James Corp, is definitely feeling the pressure from the Project Dynamic driver, I should say, of Jordan Buckner.
You can see the 217 looking to reel in the 258, and Dynamics to be doing a great job of just kind of making this one steady here. Here comes a Porsche. That's the Fox Gaming machine driven by Roger Fustad Christensen up the inside of Project Dynamic. Look out for Mark McCormick as well. The Vector by RSR machine wanting to find a way through as well. This is giving a little bit of breathing room for James Corbin to work with here, as Project Dynamic falling back a bit as a result of that Porsche going down his inside up at the keyhole. And this is good news as well for Project Dynamic, though, if this GT4 can potentially unsettle Full Send Racing and cause it to slip back into his own clutches. There, that might do it right there, Jonathan. Contact made, getting around lap traffic.
And that's the type of contact you don't need at the moment. And almost again, the 172 being a little bit impatient at the moment. And then here's the tail end of this train. I don't think I want to be the 222 in this situation. This is a little bit get chaotic, because if something happens up front, a little bit more contact with the TCR machine, all 5 of these cars could be going around.
And yeah, also don't forget that 172 car has just recently had a drive-through penalty, as again it's been in another bit of contact.
There's like elbows out there.
You don't want to get yourself in these, fierce battles, especially if you've already had a penalty once this race. It's a risky thing getting in these physical battles, throughout the course of this race. And side by side in the TCR field, this is for position. Impulse Racing trying to inside of Project Dynamic up in a turn number 1. The 217 trying to keep the 222 at bay. Asher trying to assert himself from the inside line of turn 1, but look at the drive that Project Dynamic can hold around the outside of turn 1 down the front stretch. And they're going to maintain the position just barely up into the keyhole, and just in time too, because here comes Carter Kundinger, the 99 car, who will blitz past both of them down this straightaway. You can see Simpson Esports driver driven by Peter Klewitter trying to find a way through as well.
Yeah, I think if we, there's something I was going to mention. There's the problem. The hornet's nest of cars as they're battling for a podium position sitting right behind this TCR battle. There's just nowhere for these guys to go, especially if it's Cup and GT4 traffic trying to pass each other and then trying to pass these TCR guys.
And this is the battle for P11th, 10th, and 12th, just in behind this group as well. So you got a Cup class battle trying to work his way through here as well. So this is about one of the worst possible situations you have for an overall battle. You got Simpson Esports going to try to look through on the right-hand side, coming up towards the final few corners on the racetrack. And this is going to get tight here, side by side with the Cup car just in behind. Almost 3 wide, as a matter of fact. Vulcan Sim Racing under some serious fire from Samsoid. And here comes Phoenix Racing as well, trying to work their way up through the order. Meanwhile, Samsung wants nothing of this ride, and they're going to dive to pit road for their first pit stop on the day.
Yeah, no, it's not a bad day, not a bad decision. Come to think of it, if you're stuck in traffic and you're coming towards the end of your the end of your stint, it's maybe worth pitting maybe 2 or 3 laps early and just trying to get out of the sequence, try and get some clear air, and just maybe do a driver change as well if you're while you're at it, if that's the plan.
And Jonathan, as you pointed out, the Impulse Racing number 15 car from second place is also down to the lane as well. So that's going to promote Valente Racing up to the race lead, as Impulse came down for their first stop of the day for the first time. Some smoke as well. See coming around to the final corner, and battle for 10th and 11th here in the Cup class, still looking hot, trying to go side by side as they approach TCR traffic. Vulcan under fire from Phoenix Racing around the outside of turn 7, the 5 car trying to hold time. They're both being held up equally here by the Full Send Racing driver, and finally Phoenix completes the pass.
I want to know that Full Send Racing driver's feelings right now. He's got to be sweating or something, because the poor chap has been in the middle of the thick of it.
And talk about having a rough run. I mean, some drivers would have just bailed out to the grass just to let these guys all through. And just like that, after taking the spot away, Phoenix Racing had the spot on track, and they're going to come down to pit road now. A lot of drivers looking to come down pit road for their first time, and this is something that we kind of expected to see here, of course, Ryan. We're coming to the end of the first hour of this race here. And this is around the time we're going to be seeing pretty much everybody come on in here in the next few moments.
Yeah, absolutely. I had a feeling that some people, if they were stuck in battles or stuck in traffic, they would maybe try and pit early and just to try and get out of it, not to lose too much time. But yeah, I think it's a good decision to come down to pit road. And yeah, I have to say, Jonathan's comment as well. There's a phrase we normally use in the UK for people when they're stuck in a battle or something's intense, and I think he was probably clenching.
And you have pointed out as well here, Jonathan, that the 15 and the 16 car have both opted to take tires on their pit stops, which is definitely interesting when a lot of guys in longer races like these would sometimes prefer to just go to double stint tires. It's obviously a lot less time you're in pit road, but that just goes to show that sometimes you want to take a little bit of extra time. The question is, can they reel in that fast? Can they reel in that extra time now with the fresh rubber?
Yeah, I've been watching the 15 as soon as they got out of pit road because I was wondering, like, all right, when is this machine going to make a move? And unfortunately, they got caught up in a little bit of TCR traffic right away. But right now, their pace very, very strong, about 0.2 faster than their personal best. So it looks like the 15 is going to have a really good lap this time around. But the problem is there's going to be some quick cars that did not take tires. The Hell Racers Church Train, we haven't really talked about the Hell Racers car at all in the Cup class, is going to be in front of them, not too far ahead. And Alpine Star's Geodesic now is effectively the net race leader because they have already come out of pit road, fuel only.
It'll be an interesting one to say the very least. You just got to wait, I believe, for the top two yet to come on down to the lane. That is the case. Fox Gaming and Valente Racing have both yet to come in. And as I say that, Valente Racing in the 96 entry is down to pit road. They'll be dropping down to second place now as a result. Just have to wait on that Fox Gaming machine now to come on down, and then we'll be smooth sailing. And you can see the pit stop times over on the left-hand side of your screen for some of the drivers up here in this field. It's very, very split here, Ryan, between about 30 to 60 seconds, depending on if guys take tires or not.
Yeah, so it's pretty much telling us what sort of strategy some of these teams are going with. Some are going with no tires and just take fuel only. Some other teams are not even changing drivers either. So that's yeah, most teams most teams are taking just fuel only by the looks of it. As Peter's just heads off out of pit road.
And just like that, the Fox Gaming machine for second place is also going to come down. That's, I believe, one of the last drivers that needs to make him a move now. That's going to put Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing up into second place, and they're not going to be in the race lead here, Jonathan. And that is because Valente Racing, I believe, did not take tires, and they are now going to be in the lead. Only 21 seconds in the box. They definitely did not take tires. So Valente Racing is going to take the lead away from Alpine Stars Geodesic.
But yeah, didn't take tires. Probably didn't take a lot of fuel either, if I'm honest. I think Brian's pointed it out already in our chat. Like, yeah, that's a quick stop even for no fuel, because the quickest we've normally seen has been 26, 27 seconds, somewhere around that mark. So Valente Racing, this has to be some sort of strategy play, and they have to be looking at that 15 machine and trying to get off strategy with the Impulse machine. Now, we had, like, Impulse is a little bit down the order, and they're the first one on fresh rubber. Lap time-wise, about 3-4 seconds faster than some of the guys ahead of them. I think the 33 still has to pit, and I believe the 44 as well is a damaged machine, so that's going to help them trying to claw their way back to the field. But they still have the Hell Racers and Alpine Stars Geodesic to deal with as well.
You still got a good running going so far throughout a lot of these guys up here in the field. So you got the sixth place here, which is looking strong, of the Orion race team, where we are. You see just up in front here of the Impulse Racing, who we ride on board. The 15 car trying to run down the 44. This is the battle for 6th and 7th on the track. And as you can see here, Ryan, optimal conditions for them at the moment. Almost nobody up front that they have to contend with.
Yeah, absolutely. They've pretty much got a clear track in front of them at the moment. And yeah, Alexander at the moment is currently 6th, and yeah, I think he's close enough to try and make a move, I think, but like we were talking about earlier, I think he's maybe just sitting there using that slipstream and just saving a little bit of fuel at the moment.
You see Hetmank, the current driver that was up in the race team for so much at the start of this race, going to look to the right-hand side and goes down the inside of the Orion race team, up into the keyhole, and I thought there might have been contact. Orion started to turn in, but Impulse Racing up in place now, put them up to 6th place here, Jonathan, which is great news for them. They continue to go on the charge, but does Orion try to cut back into China Beach? They're going to make the look over to the left, and they're not going to go back to the right.
Yeah, I think in this case, if you're that 44 machine, you're a little bit slightly damaged from earlier. You're on a different strategy as well in terms of tires than that 15. I just say let him go for now, run your race, don't get too aggressive. And here's the 16, that's going to make a dive down the inside of the 22, not today, or the 33, excuse me.
They're still going to try it, though, but just couldn't get the power down. That was the battle for 8th and 7th place between the Fox Gaming machine to the 31, and by the Pure Sims Esports driver just behind of Braden Werner in the 16 car. Going to try it again, maybe, for turn 8. But he's up and over the hill. He just can't get the speed down, Ryan, so he's forced to kind of tuck this one back in line.
Yep, pretty much. Can't really make a move around here, and Pearson's Pearson's driver of Braden Werner. I think he's maybe trying to get by as quickly as possible, but at the moment it seems to be we can't really make a move at the moment. So yeah, still doing well in the top 10, but probably not where he expected to be, or where the Pearson's team wants to be.
So still holding tough in this battle for 8th and 7th, and you can see elsewhere on the track, battle still looking to pick up as well. So far, it has been a relatively calm race so far. Everything, I think, has kind of settled into its nice, neat little rhythm of things that we can expect to see throughout the majority of this race. Everybody's now kind of split apart in their own little battles. You don't have these long trains that we're so used to seeing in the early runs of these races. You can just kind of have a little bit of a run, elsewhere throughout this thing, and have a bit of, some time to take a breather at this point in time and just find your rhythm.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a rider on board with Braden again, and still he just can't get by this car in front of him. As they're going by one of the sport class cars heading into the final few corners. That was the fiercely forward car, and yeah, covered around the final couple of corners, and I thought both of these cars were going to dive into pit road there, but I think it was just the line they were taking.
I know the optimal line for that second last corner is kind of take it a little bit wide of the edge and then cut it in tight for the apex so you can get the best run possible out of the final corner. And that was a bit of a lunge up into the second last corner. Oh, and contact! My days goes around! Tipped by the GT4. No, that was another Cup class. That was a battle for position there that you had just seen as well. And Jonathan, it all goes wrong for 11th and 12th place. And I imagine that might be one that the stewards are going to be able to take a little look at.
Yeah, last corner, not a very optimal place to pass at all, as we're on board with the My Days Urban Works machine here. So we're going to get a huge lunge down the inside. This is a good move. Gets elbows out, unfortunately, gets into that 98, and then I need to see another angle, because I'm not sure if he turned back down or if the 98 just didn't let up enough.
I gotta be honest, I think it was a thing where you could have given it taken a little bit more. The 13 wasn't quite clear, but the 88 car was nowhere near being able to actually make a run to get that position back. We'll take a look at it now here. Swinging wide goes the 88. 13 cuts into the inside. All looks good, but then he just never backs out. Tries to go back to it, and unfortunately, that just leaves them both with nowhere to go and sends both drivers off into the grab hole.
Yeah, I think Danny Giese was probably told he was clear, and I don't think he just was clear at all. So unfortunately, that broke up that fight. And I've been watching this fight still on my other screen, and they did go back and forth in the keyhole. They did trade positions, but this 31 machine, I'm impressed with the pace right there. Dropping about 2 or 3 tenths every lap and keeping a very skilled team in that Pearson's team behind. So well done to this 31 so far for holding out very, very well.
And that leaves, a few more battles that have yet to be decided. You take a look at this fight here now between the Fox Gaming crew and the Pure Sim Esports crew, looking for the inside line. Pure Sims thought about it, but still not close enough, Ryan, to go for a proper send up the inside line. But they have been getting closer and closer. Look at how close they are over the top of turn 5. It's only a matter of time, I would think, before Warner finds a way through.
I think it will be, and Braden just needs to just keep cool, keep his head, and just not do anything too silly. I thought he was going to throttle the inside there. That would have been optimistic, but Braden, I think he just needs to try and get a good run on the exit of the keyhole. I think that's his best opportunity. Get a good exit there, try and get the run heading down to China Beach, and see if he can just basically just throttle up the inside and try and pull the move off.
And they are catching more lap traffic. That is the pneumatic motorsports machine driven by Jason Lundy just up the road in the 104 machine. And Lundy still into the car from the start of this race. They're going to go around to the left-hand side. And Pure Sims thinking about the inside again. Jonathan up the inside. He's going to go for it this time. Really committed to the 16 car. And that's a place gain.
Good respectful racing from that 31 machine to give him enough space through that keyhole and kind of understand where he needs to be. Now, can he make a dive down through 4 and 5? TCR is in the way, so that's going to block the track. Can he be the last of the late breakers? Thought about it, but just wasn't able to get enough of the power down. But that was this has been a fantastic battle, I think. Great scrap between these two.
It's been a great race overall throughout the field. I mean, everywhere you look, you've still got battles taking place everywhere, and you never quite know what's going to happen next. It is an absolutely thrilling race to watch, and it's a true spectacle to watch all these drivers, do battling around each other in such close proximity, here at Mid-Ohio. And it's been a phenomenal race, and no doubt we have a lot more yet to come as well, with 65 laps still to go, Ryan.
Yeah, absolutely. Riding on board the Tristan and Glazers at the moment in third place for Geodesic, and these guys have been pretty much close together for what feels like an eternity. And I think he's just trying to get by that FSL car in front of him in second place. It was like, oh boy, that was and I can understand why. And Glazers is not a happy bunny.
I wouldn't think he is. The Porsche is just trying to dice its way through, and they're just trying to mind their business and battle into peace. And Alpine Geodesic Racing has lost a lot of time. And you can tell that Iglesias, Jonathan, I think that flash in the headlight says it all. He was not a very happy camper about how that whole mess just went down. He has lost so much time now up to Full Send Racing's Project Alien. So Fraser Smith in some clean air at the moment that he can work with, and that battle might be over for the time being for P2 unless Iglesias can really close that in a bit more.
Yeah, he's going to have to close it in a little bit. I'm kind of wondering, where did they lose 11 seconds to that 134? They were so close the entire time, and they even pitted on roughly the same lap. Oh, no. Yeah, no, they pitted on the same lap, so I'm wondering where that 11 seconds came out of. That has caused a difference in the lead and now for the podium, because now the Full Send Racing car is now sitting in second place.
Could have just been that much more speed overall from your sport class leader. Maybe just need to be able to break away. Lap traffic, I would imagine, had something to say in this whole fight as well, as you take a look at the McLaren being lapped by a few of the TCRs, or lapping with the TCRs, excuse me. And right on board with the Team Hoyt-Stufeld 248 in that TCR fight. This is, I believe, for 6th, 5th, and 4th place on the racetrack. Coming down the back straightaway and up towards the China Beach. And will there be a look for the spot? Kabiji thinks about it. Chris Shorter, though, able to fend him off in the 222 for the Impulse Racing crew.
Yeah, and they've been in the thick of things in a group for a while, so I think they're in a good, comfortable spot. We're not too far behind. They're sitting 5th, which is probably not where they wanted to be or thought they'd be after pit stops. They were probably aiming for the podium, because that's what they were fighting for, but going to be interesting to see how they kind of react to this traffic too, because that Horsingfeld machine, that's a tough customer to keep behind you.
And Ryan, more news out there on the racetrack. The number 44 car has just been given a drive-through penalty. Attempted for a late brake move, trying to lap car 104, and caused a collision. And I believe that would be the incident between the GT4 and the Cup class guys we saw earlier on, where the GT4 and the Cup class kind of out of the way. Then they had that bit of a ding over at the bottom of turn 7 at the bottom of the hill.
Yeah, pretty much, and let's say. Yeah, it's pretty much just got picked up on, and unfortunately they've been punished with, like you say, a drive-through penalty. So, or as they've got a bit of a gamble going on at the moment, and into the final couple of corners, we've got the Cup cars, sport class cars, and a TCR involved in. I thought it was a TCR. My bad.
Got a lot of cars all in the mix of things here, and those two Cup class cars are not on the same lap. That is part of your overall race leaders as well. Valente racing away with it. Tristan Iglesias, the Alpine Geodesic Racing crew. Oh my gosh, that's a huge launch down the inside, trying to make a run on Full Send Racing. Almost gets to him as well. Iglesias, Jonathan, was done waiting, then all of a sudden Ivy was shot with his other car, shoot to the inside, and actually try to dive off up into turn 2 from that far back.
Yeah, you always want to make sure if you see an Alpine Geodesic car behind you, then you know they're going to attack and make a lunge. And I think he thought that Cup traffic was the perfect opportunity to unsettle that Full Send Racing machine. But they're probably getting frustrated now, because the Full Send Racing machine just does not have the pace of Fiercely Forward at the moment to really warrant losing that gap. They've lost him to 4 seconds in the past 5 laps. Like, it's not ideal, and they're getting a little bit impatient now.
And more troubles for the 172. Mark McCormack from Vector by RSR has been tipped around in turn 2. This was a few seconds ago where we took a look at that other replay. They got bumped by Jonas Bowden in the Hell Races Tershine machine while they were being lapped. They have gotten away without any damage and continue to observe this battle here just a little ways further up the road from them. This is a huge battle for position at the moment. This is for P2 in the class. And Iglesias, you can see, really hounding the mirrors of the 185, Ryan, and it is only going to be so long before he finds a way back through.
Yeah, he's got a good run on the exit of turn 1, and it looks like he might try and float up the inside again. He's shown the nose, but I thought he was going to float up the inside, but he's just trying to intimidate that full send racing car in front of him. And I think, yeah, like you say, it's just a matter of time before Iglesias gets by, I think. But at the moment, I think that full send racing car of Fraser Smith is just absolutely holding him up at the moment and just doesn't have the pace.
Yeah, last lap they were about 3 tenths behind that Fiercely Forward car. That was with clean air.
And we'll take a look at the replay here on what happened to Warner. This would be on the last lap here. Looks like Warner has also had a bit of a moment somewhere in the Pure Sims Esports machine. So this will be an interesting one to say the very least. This was up into turn number 2. And it looks like he got away from whatever it was, all safe and sound for him. So no struggles thus far. So it'll be an interesting one to see for sure, how these other battles could work their way out throughout the course of this race. We've also got Alpine Stars, Geodesy Racing, and Full Send Racing still in that fierce fight. You got Fraser Smith in the thick of things, and here's another battle. This is Munich Racing on board with the Cup Class number 79 entry, trying to see if he can maybe hold on to a little bit more time, trying to run down that driver just up the road from him. And who's that? That would be none other than the Fiercely Forward number 34 that he's trying to run down in the battle for 9th.
And I think both of these teams are going to be a little bit frustrated right now with how the race is going. They're sitting 9th and 10th, and these are two that generally, especially in like these Porsche categories, have been top 5 cars. So sitting back here in this position, not okay. Maniti's on a different strategy. Maniti's on getting that tire strategy. Fiercely Forward and Krieger Charret is on the fuel strategy. So right now, just not ideal for these two to be fighting it out for 9th, and they're going to have to think of something to try and close down that gap.
P2 GT4 getting physical. Alpine Stars Geodesy Racing getting into it big time with Full Send Racing's Fraser Smith. It all kicked off at turn 6 this last time by, just as Vulcan Sim Racing's Brandon Blakesley Ryan starts to close in the gap.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got the Vulcan Sim Racing Cup car closing them down to the lap end, but looking back at the replay heading down to China Beach, these two are pretty much going at it. It looks like Iglesias might have just got. It looked like he got the move done. He threw it up the inside, but fair play to Fraser Smith. He managed to hold it on the outside, but still, Iglesias must be getting so frustrated because he knows he's quicker, but he just can't get by.
And he just lost a ton of time as well to his guy in front because of Vulcan Sim Racing. Take a look at there. That was the hip check from Vulcan Sim Racing to kind of push Alpine Stars Geodesy Racing back out wide for turn number 7. The 162 machine is going to have to reset and try it all again. You see the GT4 entry being lapped by the Cup entry, and you saw right there, Iglesias brake well early to let his Alpine Stars teammate through into Porsche 911, and then nearly runs him back over in the very next corner. I mean, he right on board with the Team Hoysenfeld 248 machine here, Jonathan. This is the battle for 5th place in your TCR field. Trying to run down Impulse Racing's Chris Shorter.
Yeah, something I think I've really picked up on so far this race is it is very, very difficult not in traffic to really get moves done, even if you have the pace. Like, for example, that GT4 battle we've been watching, that Alpine Stars Geodesy car has had the pace of Fiercely Forward that is leading this race, but they've been stuck for like 3 to 4 tenths a lap behind that Full Send Racing car. And even this battle, Hoysenfeld has been the faster car than Impulse the past few laps. It's just, they have nowhere to go. They can try and make a dive down in turn 1. That's risky. They're going to probably make a dive down the keyhole this time around.
Look at how close they are getting down this straightaway. And Impulse Race is going to all sorts of defensive. And sure enough, Kabinji in the Team Hoysenfeld 248 lunging around the outside line, trying to carry the momentum through. But Could be advantage Impulse Racing. Push over to the left, and what are you doing? Chris Shorter, there's no other way to put that one, Ryan. Just shoved him off the track. Didn't leave him any space to work with.
Yeah, that was a bit naughty from Shorter there. I don't know what he was doing there. I don't know if he was blind or not, because he should have left enough room in the exit. But you can't really do that if someone's alongside you.
Wow!
Oh, he's turned him. He's turned him.
Just turned him at turn 6. Sorry to cut you off, Ryan, but it just happened. Impulse Racing gets turned by Team Hoysenfeld. They were not playing around that time around, and it all kicks off. We'll take another look at this here. I can almost guarantee you, Ryan, that is retaliation for what happened one corner before.
Yeah, retaliation and a bit naughty there, but I can understand the frustration. If someone's alongside you, you can't just push them off the track. So I think that incident might be getting looked at by the stewards.
Well, to try and make good with the stewards, he has given the place back. He let up immediately after that incident, but that was a lunge. It was a lunge, definitely, that shouldn't have been taken.
I have a feeling that was to send a message. You know, I think they're saying, you know, don't mess around. I mean, they really don't play. Team Hoysenfeld, they are the guys, you know, they don't really play around, do they? I mean, they take this stuff seriously. And they're willing to get their hands dirty as well, so they might have just been kind of might have been the warning shot. It was like saying, let's try to have a clean race from now on. You've had your hit, we've had our hit, and we'll race clean from here on out. And we'll have to see how this will develop. I have a feeling, though, that it's going to be no love lost between those two teams at the moment, Jonathan.
Well, I think the biggest problem is that Fiercely Forward, who just clicked off one of the fastest laps of the race in that group, is closing them down rapidly. They're now under a second, so that's going to become a 3-car battle if they're not careful. So we're going to have to keep an eye on it. And then down here in the thick of things in the Cup, the 33, the 5, the 69, the 98, these are guys that have been through the wars a little bit so far, and they're all trying to fight and get off on a, you know, recovery drive. But right now, like, just looking at the lap times, we're at a point in the stint where you're seeing like personal best being flown around. I've seen 2 or 3 purples in several classes. It's really, really fast-paced racing right now.
You're right aboard Kabinji as well, Ryan. Still trying to close in the gap.
Yeah, absolutely. He's right behind the Shorter now. So if he gets close enough, heading into the keyhole. Sorry. He might be able to make a move, or if he gets a good exit, he gets sideways into turn 1. That was a good save. That's the one thing with these TCR cars as well. If you get sideways with them, you can save it by applying some throttle. But Team Huskenveld car is getting really close now, and as the Fiercely Forward, the Sport Class car tries to get around them.
And the Fiercely Forward car is going to go through on both drivers, and we're going to keep our eyes on this battle, but there was also another penalty handed out, and Jonathan, you'll have the details on this one more than I will, but a drive-through penalty for the 34.
Yeah, it was when that 179 went into the wall, and simultaneously to that, the 34 machine was trying to get around the 104 a few corners ahead, and unfortunately turned the 104 around. So the Pneumatic Motorsports car is down at 12th in class, hasn't really recovered, and so now the 34 Fiercely Ford machine that's already had a meh day now has to come down pit road and serve a drive-through penalty. So not good for the 34 Cup car. On the bright side, the 134 GT car that just passed the battle we were watching, their lead's now 17 seconds. So things are going swimmingly in that class for them.
Bad news, by the way, for the battle for P2 in that TCR category between Impulse Racing and Team Hoysenfeld. Excuse me, P5. In the DCR category, they've got a lot of lap traffic coming up behind them, and we take a look at some of the guys trying to run about this gap. Oh, big hit there for Tristan Iglesias. That was all over the back end of the full send race machine around the outside of the Alpine Stars Geodesic TCR, and that was not a very pretty sight, to say the very least. That is the battle for P2 in the GT4s. Getting a little bit more physical as third place overall is going to dice its way through, and Impulse Racing kind of getting blocked off by Full Send Racing. That's going to open the door wide over Alpine Star Geodesic. And as Fraser Smith almost gets hit by Impulse, here we go. The dragger's down to the keyhole. Alpine Star Geodesic around the outside line, but Full Send holds them off from the bottom.
Yeah, this is getting really close and really physical now. It's so obvious that Iglesias is quicker than Smith at the moment, but Smith is doing a great defensive job, no doubt about it. He's trying to keep him behind, but he goes to the inside, like tries to defend. Iglesias tries to go to the inside as well, but can't do anything about it. Tries to go on the outside. Can he try and hold it on the outside? Oh, there's contact!
And around goes Tristan Iglesias in the 162. The contact is finally made. And it was hip check after hip check, and this time the GT4 of Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing goes all the way around Jonathan and down into turn number 5. A big hit for him, and oh, there's been more trouble. Keep with this replay here, actually, to our producer Bauer, because he got into big con just one corner later on rejoin with the 174, and well, you'll see it right here in a minute, Jonathan.
Yeah, so he gets back going. There's the 174 SCS in our black machine, who already is having a bad day with penalties. And then, oh! That was... I think it was the 162 just gets loose, and the SRN black machine just has nowhere to go. Here we are. We're riding on board. They're arriving at the scene. A TCR very early on the brakes. You know, they're seeing the clouds and clouds of smoke, able to dive down the geodesic machine. And he just gets loose, and the SRN machine just nowhere to go. And, oh, that's a... heavy hit.
The problem is he didn't get loose. I mean, that's the big problem at the moment for the Alpine Star Geodesic machine. I mean, that wheel was perfectly straight when he was turning in. I mean, that was just unfortunate that it happened to be right there. He was trying to take his line, didn't expect to see another car on his left side. It's a clumsy mistake, really. So bad news for the Alpine Star Geodesic machine. They'll almost certainly, I would imagine, get a penalty for that hit. That sent Simsa up into the outside wall. And here is the battle for P8 in the Cup class, Ryan. My days, Earl Biswork trying to run down the Freezer Ford machine, and it is close coming up to the keyhole.
Yeah, he's got the run heading into the keyhole. He's up the inside just about. Can he get the move done? It looks like Danny Geese has got the move done.
Great overtake, to say the very least, and that allows Vince Peters to close up from behind. Overall race leader trying to lap the P9 driver, and will get past Hugo Zuret, trying to see if he can maybe get down the inside of Danny Glusa, but not able to just yet. We'll have to wait a little bit later in the lap to do that. So as these battles continue to pick on up, it is worth noting that we actually this time by are now going to be exactly halfway through this 111 lap, 400 kilometer race, 200 kilometers down, 200 to go. We'll take a quick run through the top 5 in each of your classes coming into this race. In the Cup class, you got, of course, the Valletta Racing machine still up there in first place. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing 15 seconds down the road over in second place. Impulse Racing is third, with Hell Racers Tershine down in fourth, and it is, of course, Pure Sims IVRA down in P number 5 as well at the moment. And Jonathan, you got the top 5 from our GT4 class.
Yeah, we have that 134 that's been so dominant right now on this stint. They have a 17-second lead over Fraser Smith in the Full Send Racing machine of that Alpine Stars Geodesic car. Now with the threat of a possible penalty and maybe damage to that machine, is still in third place. Huge Ass Gold, they're closing in rapidly. We haven't talked about much of the Huge Ass machines, and then there's the Vector by RSR, the 172 now sitting in the top 5.
Yep, in the TCR class, it's the 233 Impulse Racing car currently leading TCR, and they've pretty much just been in a class of their own at the moment, not really being challenged. And in second place, you've got the 258 FSR Majors Garage car in second, with the top 3 being rounded out by the 285 FSR Majors Garage car. And then fourth, we've got the 217 Project Dynamic car, and round out the top 5 is the 222 Impulse Racing car. So the top 5 still really close at the moment, but 233 is pretty much just putting in a fantastic display at the moment.
It certainly has. So that was a look at the top 5 from all classes on the day so far. As we look back up to this P5 in the GT4 battle, it is also worth noting, I would imagine here, Jonathan, that remember the incident with Team Hoystenfeld, how they ended up, having that bit of a moment there. They got pushed off the track, and they kind of sent their opponents for a ride in the next corner. They've been warned. Oh, and more trouble in the GT4. The battle for P5 goes wrong. SR Motorsports Black getting dumped by Simsa Esports. And that was at the apex of turn number 2. Not good news in 174. Take another look at this one here. We'll come back to the warning in just a second, and there you see it right there. Quarter panel to quarter panel.
Yeah, I was on board with that 174, just trying to see like how it was driving after that big hit in the tires, and it seemed okay, but they were definitely down on getting out of the corners. It definitely didn't drive correctly under acceleration, so I think that was the issue here. Like, under acceleration, that car is just not getting the power down, and this 166, that's a little bit of an ambitious move on their part.
Goes a little bit wrong, I'm afraid, and that is not going to be good news for them. As well as that team points about TCR from earlier in that incident has been warned by race control, but they have not been given a penalty. I imagine the redress they did to give the spot back, that probably saved them from a drive-through or worse.
There was actually two separate things that were reported by Impulse Racing on that one. So they allowed the first one to go, position was given back, and then the second one was just a warning. But that has all been resolved as the 248 now sits in 5th place and is now a second ahead of the Impulse machine. But yeah, here we go. You said, oh, here we go. The 99, the 34, and the 49 are having a little bit of a scrap here and going into the keyhole.
And there was a swap for P9 as well. You saw it take place up in the second to the last corner. Fiercely Forward ran really wide, and Carter Kundinger took all the advantage of that in the Tabula Rasa Esports Cup car and blitzed right through to take away 9th place up into turn number 13. So good news for the for the Tabula Rasa Esports crew as they get set to see if they can run away with the 9th place here, Ryan.
Yeah, pretty much. There's a ride on board with the 49 Motorsports car at the moment, currently in 10th position, but yeah, it's just trying to pick up another position at the moment. But around the section, like we've mentioned many times today so far, it's difficult to make a move, and you can't really. You've pretty much just got to stay behind the car in front of you and hope for the best. I thought I was going to be contact there.
You have to always give a little and take a little bit when you get into these tight little battles. It's an interesting run, to say the very least. And you can see here's another send up the inside of the second to last corner. And again, Fiercely Forward losing out. And in fact, Fiercely Forward taking that thing to pit road. So Hugo Joret in the number 34 machine is down to the lane. He has been in that car for so far all of this race. Is he going to be out of the car and putting the new driver in? That's going to be the big ticket question. Still sitting in the lane. It looks like he might be going out for another stint of his own as we look back up to the 234 machine of Isaac Jane in the Fiercely Forward machine. He's in a battle of his own. I believe down in the TCR category, trying to run down Impulse Racing up in 6th place here. Jonathan, we've seen before that these TCR battles can be physical, and you wonder how long it'll be before this one turns out the same way.
Yeah, and I think Impulse is going to be a little bit worried. And that 234, I think wishes that the Hoysenville car was still back here, because that was the whole reason that he's been able to close up so quickly as Isaac Jen. Is just those two were fighting so hard, and he was able to shave off about 5-6 seconds on this stint. So really good stint, at least for them. They're still down, I think, a little bit from where they expect to be. They expect to be fighting that Full Send Racing duo up front in 2nd and 3rd. I think fighting Team Hoysenville and Team Impulse Racing. Not that they're not bad teams, it's just that Fiercely Forward and FSR were two of the favorites from the Club Sport last season. So probably not where they want to be, but still a good stint so far for them.
Very late shift there for Isaac Jane. That was an interesting one. I wonder, just a lapse of concentration. This is an interesting one to see. I mean, we're taking a look on board with this one, Ryan, and I mean, I don't know what quite to make of that one, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I think it was just it was probably just a simple mistake, maybe just forgetting to shift up early. And also, it's another point as well. He might have damage possibly, or maybe having a problem with his wheel. Maybe one of his maybe his upshift pad was playing up.
This is going to be an interesting one. We'll have to, take a look here and see. Maybe if something happened earlier on. I'm not quite sure, what will be taking place here. And this is going to be a bit of an interesting one here, as looks like another drive-through penalty. The number 19 car has been penalized, and that'll be a drive-through penalty for the number 19 car as well. The Hell Races Tershine machine having a moment. I would imagine that would be for the moment with the GT4 car that got spun around several laps ago, Jonathan.
Yeah, it's with the Vector RSR car, and that's And this is actually kind of a big deal kind of penalty because Impulse Racing got by due to that penalty. So now Impulse is sitting in third and doesn't have to pass that 19 now for position. And the 19 also, like, this is very, very close to pit stops. This is not when you want to lose big gaps like that. So and they're also on the separate strategy of they need tires. So now they're going to be kind of in the clutches of Maniti, My Days Urban Works, and the 99 of Tubo Rasa Esports if they don't, if they're not careful enough.
You still see these drivers looking to work with each other here throughout the course of this race. And I mean, we get set to go towards the, we're in that final half now, and so far it has been a relatively, I'm not going to say clean race, all this considered, but it's been an interesting one so far as another drive-through penalty gets handed out, this time for the number 49 car. That is the 49 Motorsports Magenta machine, and this is a bit of an interesting one. I hadn't thought they managed to steer clear of controversy so far throughout the day. Apparently, that has not necessarily been the case. Apparently, this was with car 202 on the exit of turn 4, and that contact ended up losing car 202 a bit of a position there.
Yeah, that would be the Shipsky racing machine, I believe.
Who's in the GCR race lead right now, I want to point out as well. So that is a very interesting one. This must have happened well earlier in the race. In fact, I believe it was. This was back just like an hour or so into the race, and we are now an hour and a half in. So this was about 15, 20 minutes ago that all of this happened on Ryan.
Yeah, pretty much. And as they dive into the pits now to serve that drive-through penalty. So it's it's not been a good day for them so far, and quite a few teams getting penalties and drive-through penalties basically. So, but that's the nature of this track. That's the nature of the series. That sometimes with it being so close and you're trying to lap cars as well, sometimes little incidents can happen.
And we ride on board for the battle for P6 in the GCR. You are looking back towards the what is actually going to be the fiercely forward machine of Isaac Jane, currently trying to get around the Impulse race machine. Chris Short in the 222, once again trying to keep the 234 at bay, and this battle has been going really back and forth. It's been ebbing and flowing for the last, I'm going to say 20 laps or so here, Jonathan. And once again, they find themselves nose to tail with just a couple of feet between them.
Yeah, this Impulse racing machine has had to get its elbows out, and I'm a little curious as to what is the difference between the 233 and 222, at least on setup, because that 233, we haven't mentioned them much, has been up front most of this race, and this 222 has been under attack most of this race. So I'm wondering what the big difference is in terms of setup, in terms of strategy calls for the two of them, because it's really interesting to see these multi-car teams in these classes have some of these cars that are way up the field and way down the field.
A lot of times you can, tend to be more driver preference, and I think that's kind of what we were kind of seeing here. Some guys like the car set up differently, and sometimes that makes it faster, sometimes it makes it slower. But you end up putting a setup with the really fast guy. That doesn't mean it's going to work for the guys that would be your number 2 car. That could end up finding themselves even slower than they already are, which that's obviously not ideal. You have to set it up from car to car, and it's worth noting as well, that might not be the setup for that driver, because when you're in a multi-driver, race like this, nobody can ever have the perfect setup for their car. You got to find the best compromise in the middle.
Yeah, I think that's the key. That's the ticket to getting in. I'm still a little curious on what the difference is between the two, because normally for these TCR multi-team cars, the only one we have to really go off of is Full Send Racing and Impulse Racing comparing the two. With Full Send Racing, they're within tenths of each other. There are 4 seconds separating them on track. And meanwhile, the Impulse Racing machine is sitting about a good 30 seconds off their teammate.
Yeah,
so 45.
I was thinking as well. I think the 222 car, they might have a different. Maybe the 222 and 233 might not be using the same setup, or they might be using the same setup, but they might have changed it slightly for each car. Maybe the leading cars went with a setup to be quick over a stint, but to also look after the cars at the same time. And maybe the 222 has went with a setup that's a little bit more, I wouldn't say cautious, but a little bit more driver friendly.
I would have to kind of say that's going to be the case. You got to kind of, pick your little own fights here about how you want to kind of make this a bit of an interesting one. Why don't we take a ride on board here with your race leader overall? Valente, and we'll give you a bit of an idea here on how this is sliding, kind of work your way through some of the traffic here. You can see a lot of the GT4 traffic just all the ways up in front of him. That is the Alpine Star GS Racing Black Machine, the 162. Trying to get around the Full Send Racing TCR. See how much he's having to back in the corners as a result here. Oh, that's going to be 3 wide to get around the lap traffic, and there is the speed difference as you're able to see here, Jonathan.
Yeah, there's always a car lurking around the corner. There's been very few instances, I think, where this traffic has been clear, and this is unfortunately a key point for this 96 car. We're going to be heading up towards another round of pit stops very, very shortly, and they really need traffic to get out of their way because, well, they've been about a second slower than Impulse Racing has been, and Impulse Racing doesn't need to take tires. It's going to probably take fuel only, and they need that 30-second gap, and right now, it's about 27 seconds, so when they come in for pit stops, Impulse Racing is going to leapfrog the 96 back into the lead, so this traffic is really hurting them.
And there has been a drive-through penalty just recently served by Danny Glusa in the My Days Earl Benisworth machine in the number 13. So a drive-through penalty for an incident regarding a 3-wide incident with lap traffic where he pushed across the track and caused the 88 machine to take a little bit of a spin. That was the Samsel Kanan IVRA machine. This was probably well earlier in the race as well. We're getting around through some lap traffic, even in your own class as well. So not good news for Danny Glusa at all. But he took that drive penalty instantly, so it's done and dusted. You don't have to worry about it throughout the rest of this race, at least unless you were, of course, to get another one. And I can just kind of focus on running your own race, especially since in the way this 13 car is the moment, there really isn't any traffic around him. That was all that he's got to worry about battling with.
No, I think the nice thing right now, guys, is that everyone's kind of like, in terms of position-wise, spaced out a little bit, and we've reached a calm. But I think this traffic is just coming in a lot of waves right now. Everyone's kind of grouped up in their own little pods, and then they all come together for about 3 or 4 laps time, and we're all on the edge of our seat, and then we calm down and take another breath again.
And here, Ryan, is the battle for P11 at the moment. The 49 Motorsports Magenta machine has been losing a little bit of time back to Vulcan Sim Racing, and Brandon Blakesley has been doing a good job to try to run down Daniel Ariel Munoz. That 49 car going to be under fire here coming up to the keyhole.
Yep, absolutely. It's heading up to the keyhole now, and it looks like a Vulcan Sim Racing car. I thought he was going to pull out and just show his nose there, but yeah, decides to stay behind him at the moment, and to get a good run on the exit of the keyhole, they might be able to make a move into the China Beach, but yeah, the Vulcan Sim Racing car is not close enough in a straight line by the looks of it. So I think Brandon's just going to have to sit and wait for another lap, or wait for an opportunity to arise.
One car off just up the road. Phoenix Racing in P10 is an issue. Oh, he's going to come back on track. He takes out the GT4, and that puts him in a battle for P number 10. And all of a sudden, Munoz is on the attack, trying to get the drive around the number 5 car. So something big has happened to John Atkinson Jr., the Phoenix Racing Esports machine. He has been able to get himself back on track. But what has happened to the 5 car? He's lost a spot, whatever it was because of that. I have a feeling it might have, in fact, it was just locked up. It went way too deep, Jonathan, over into the China Beach runoff. Take a look at it here.
Yeah, he's trying to get around that TCR battle that we've been working at for the past 4 or 5 laps. Gets down the inside, kind of just all by himself. Now remember, this 5 machine, a little bit older, I believe, on the tires. Or no, these are still newer tires. It just sends it into the beach. And then this is where it gets hairy. He comes back out in this battle for 10th. And this GT4 is like, what in the world was that? And then, of course, right behind them, that's our 3rd place of Impulse number 15. And if you, by the way, look at the live picture right now, there's 6 cars under a blanket in the keyhole. This area is not a fun place to be right now.
And all that is all caused accident. In fact, losing another position. He lost out to Brandon Blaze because he got held up behind all of that TCR traffic. Tried to have a huge lunge down the inside of 49 Motorsports up into turn number 1. They went 3 wide with the GT4 as well, but then just got cut off. And Blakesley used the lap traffic as a pick, and Atkinson Jr. has not been able to get back past. So the Phoenix Racing crew is not having a fun time at the moment. The number 5 car trying to regain on lost ground. All of this, that second portion in line there behind the DCR, that is actually a lead lap car. That is P3 trying to cut its way through the traffic. Oh, and he sends 49 Motorsports off the track and into the tire barriers. That was a little bit uncalled for, but P3 in the Cup class sends P10 wide and hard into the barrier, making it a two-car fight now for P10. Take another look at it, Ryan.
Yeah, just look at the rear of Munoz's car now, and he just gets nudged off the track by the Impulse Racing car, and there was just really no need for that. You could have had a little bit more patience, and yeah, I can understand that you want to get by as quickly as possible, but that was just a little bit of a numpty driving.
I'm wondering if he got scared by the Hoisenville car that gets loose on the exit right there as well, because he's paying attention to that and just doesn't realize that he's closing in that quickly on the 49 Motorsports machine.
Man, I mean, that is just unfortunate. I mean, downhill braking zone, locked up all the brakes, and even through the sand trap, just could not slow that car down at all, and barely even slowed down for going into the wall. So the 49 Motorsports crew is definitely going to be having a rough ride because of that, but they did get it out of the very back on course. So again, no caution is going to fly. We keep this race green with 4 laps to go. You see a TCR exiting pit road just in behind. And there's Mikel Garcia in the full send racing machine. Now, this is going to be Mikel Garcia's first lap in this race in the full send racing machine, as that was a driver change. Michael Polasek was in the car for the first 65 laps, and now Garcia takes his ride in the 285, and it's the battle for P4 up here in the TCR field as well here, Jonathan. And you can also see that 52 car trying to, again, keep Isaac Jane at bay. Chris Shorter still holding strong.
Yeah, they're relatively even pace. Unfortunately, they've been slower than Hoisenville. Hoisenville has kind of scampered off into the distance a little bit. 2.3 seconds now is the gap between those two. But this is going to be an interesting fight, especially when they come down pit road, because I think both still need to make driver changes, and both might need tires as well. So they're going to be on relatively the same strategy. Interesting to see where this plays out. And also if Team Hoisenville can get a good in-lap and out-lap. And one of the keys that we saw in that Hornet's Nest of a battle was, that 15 was involved in that contact. Well, that 15 is trying to overtake where are they now? The Volante Racing machine, the 96 that has already been on pit road. So that's going to be interesting to see how that field plays out.
You see the 96 Volante machine of Justin Wren working his way back pass, and I believe that is a new driver in for the number 96 crew as well. So you got a lot of new guys now looking to make their run into the cars, and that battle for P6 in the TCR field just got physical. Chris Shorter and Isaac Jane got into it a little bit coming down into China Beach. And you mentioned, of course, that Isaac Jane needs to make a driver change. That is true. Chris Shorter, though, is actually the second driver in that car already. They made a change on lap 38 on their first pit stop. Partnership was in the car, then it got back out. Take a look at the attempted bump and run here, Ryan, from Isaac Jane. Didn't quite go his way, though, with Chris Shorter.
Yeah, I think it was just Isaac Jane just breaking late ever so slightly and just nudged the back of the back of the Impulse Racing 222 car, and it wasn't intentional. It was just one of those things. But I think it'll be interesting to see. I think when it comes to the pit stops, I wouldn't be surprised if both these cars only have to take front tires, because the rear tires on these cars don't really take much of a punishment.
And this battle is still going to pick on Shorter a bit deep that time by into turn number 2 at the keyhole, but Isaac Jane going to give that time right back to him by running a bit wide on corner exit. It's not the best of runs for him. Close enough attention to have a look into turn 4 at China Beach, looking for the right-hand side. Going to try to go down the inside, step on the back end out, but just can't make it work, Jonathan.
No, not able to make it stick, and I think that 234 is starting to get a little impatient, trying to find a way to get around this 222. And like Chris Shorter, it's just been on the defense this entire race, and now that pit stops are going to be in play and people are coming in and out, this might be a good time for this 222 to try and keep this 234 behind, force him to pit early, force him to make a mistake.
And you see a lot of pit stops underway for drivers throughout this field. The Alpine Stars geodesy machine in the Cup class just came in from P number 2. So you got a lot of guys that are, down to pit road now. And just like that, Chris Shorter and Impulse Racing going to come on in to try to undercut Isaac Jane and the Fiercely Forward crew. Now here's the big question. Does Chris Shorter stay in the car? or are they going to opt to have Asher hop back in for what could be the final stint of this race? This is the last scheduled round of pit stops. So into the pit lane comes the 222. Does Shorter stay in the car? Does Asher hop back in? They're going to actually have Asher hop back in. So Chris Shorter going to be starting and finishing the race with Shorter doing all the work in the middle. And he did a good job, I'm going to be honest with you, Ryan, to keep Fierce 4 behind him as long as he did.
Yeah, he absolutely did. He did a great job keeping them behind for as long as he did. And I think for the Fierce Forward car now, it's pretty much hot lapping time. You've just got to try and build up as much of a gap as possible. But with the GT4 car up the inside of the Fierce Forward car at the moment, that's not really helping his case.
No, certainly not. And at the moment, I can tell you right now that Isaac Jane is no doubt going to be sweating a little bit. He also has to come on down and definitely has to make a driver change with 37 laps to go. You imagine how long this will be before Fiercely Forward eventually comes on down to make this, their final pit stop here on the day. They came in around around lap 38, so with 37 to go, it stands to reason they would be coming in again. Since you can make it to the end of the race, you can make it that far at least. So it wouldn't surprise me if we'd be able to kind of, having a bit of a run of that. It is worth noting that you can't have one driver, stick it in the car throughout the rest of this race. You have to have, drivers come on down. I believe the rule is you cannot have one driver into the car for more than 2 hours and 10 minutes. That is the absolute maximum amount of time that one driver can be in the car, guys. So if you haven't made a driver change, you have to make it in this final pit stop.
Yeah, and I'm just having a quick look through the driver's briefing for this race. Regarding driver time requirements, it says here that each driver is only limited to a maximum of 2 hours, like you mentioned, Nolan, in a 400-kilometer race, and 3 hours in a 700-kilometer race. So if you go over that maximum, that driver time, you're pretty much done.
Oh, and that was a bit of a lunge for Fiercely Forward in the Cup class, trying to look at the inside of the number 13 car. This battle for 14th place at the moment, Jonathan, in the Cup class. And you saw Fiercely Forward getting a little bit desperate trying to make that lunge. They nearly took out their competitors.
Yeah, they're getting a little bit antsy back here. These are two guys that have had penalties and have probably, again, want better days. They're trying to fight their way through the field. They're also a lap behind the Cup leaders, which would currently be Maniti that is yet to pit. But they're still a lap behind, I believe, Impulse and Volante Racing.
Honestly, this is one of those tracks that really kind of stands out to me, that proves why the IVRA ClubSport Series is one of the most exciting road course racing series that you can find out there at the moment. I mean, the racing is always so phenomenal with these guys. I mean, they can race quite literally anywhere. As Fiercely Forward checking up to avoid Christopher Evans, the Impulse Racing 233, but I mean, it is such a hard track to race on, Ryan, and yet they've been able to do it almost flawlessly throughout the course of this race. It has been phenomenal.
Yeah, pretty much. And yeah, this team last season in the Cup class were pretty much one of the teams to be reckoned with. They were right up there, and they won the championship last season. But this season so far, it's not been the best of start, well, not a bad start, but they've not been up at the front like they were last season.
You're right on board with Isaac Jane and the Fiercely Forward machine in the 234, who has been still been trying to work around Impulse Racing. They're trying to go for the overcut, Jonathan. You can definitely tell that here. I imagine they're going to be maybe looking to potentially gap them in the pit stop window, use a bit of clean air to try to build a bit of a gap. Maybe they can come out in front, because they clearly were not able to complete the pass on track throughout the last 30-40 laps or so.
I think one of the concerns is that they're looking at their timing screen, looking back at how many laps are remaining, looking at the timing screen and going, oh, we might not be able to make it to the end on fuel on one more stop. So they I think are trying to play the long game and hoping that they don't have to short pit later on. I think it's the same case with the GT4s as well as the Cup cars. There's a couple of guys that are leaving out there a long time. Like Maniti just came in 38 laps on their stint. They're trying to make it to the end, I think.
And that's absolutely the case. I mean, in most 400-kilometer races, it will be a two-stopper race to get to the end of the race. You came in once at lap 38. May as well come in when you got 38 to go. You know you can make it that far. You made it once before. Why would you be able to make it a second time, right, Ryan?
Yeah, pretty much, and I think that's a good point actually as well regarding the 234 and TCR. I think they're pretty much just trying to stretch the fuel out as long as possible, just basically run the tank dry. And if you do it that way, it means you pretty much you don't have to worry about fuel towards the end or doing anything like a sparks and dash. But maybe one of the strategy people for that car might be able to give us a little clue in the chat. But yeah, they might be keeping that secret close to their chest.
I imagine so, especially, when you have all these guys that are still looking to battle around you, throughout the course of this run. And you still got a couple of guys that come on in. I know the Vector Sim Racing crew is currently in pit road out of P number 3 in the GT4s. And Ted Lowendick is still Lowendick hopping into the machine for the first time all day long. Mark McCormack has been driving the 172 all day so far, and it'll be Lowendick to make the hop in for the third and final stint on the day here, Jonathan.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting to see how some of these GT4 cars kind of play out into the field. The 172 has been a car in a really, really good position on the edge of the top 5 most of the day. So we're going to see maybe if they can try and stretch it to the end. I'm trying to do the math, and I think the TCRs can probably stretch it and probably be okay in some instances. Although those that pitted 6 or 7 laps ago may be a little close. I think some of the guys in the Cup class and some of the guys in the GT4 class are doing the right thing by trying to stretch this just to give that insurance. Because those that pitted, Volante Racing pitted 7 laps ago, I'm not so sure they can make it to the end.
Pascal Costa also came in a little while ago to take his final pit stop on the day for the Impulse Racing crew into overall race lead. Alexander Hetbank, the guy that put that car on pole position, has been leading this race so far, dominated it throughout the course of the day, and now Pascal Costa gets set to finish it all up. You can see this battle also developing in the Cup class as well. This is for 7th and 6th place. You had Trek Esports, driven by Lucas Jiritz, who has been in the car for some time now. You had Niels Van Handel coming on in, but they have been taking a bit of an interesting pit stop strategy, haven't they, Ryan? I mean, they came in at lap 22 and then at 52. They have to make one more stop here. They cannot make it to the end of this race. So the 33 car, they're the only guys out here, I would think, that are actually on a 3-stop strategy at the moment, and I would question why.
Yeah, I was thinking that earlier. Why would you do that? I mean, on one hand, trying to do 3 stops or maybe trying to cut out a pit stop might work, but yeah, I'm a bit confused about that myself.
Well, this basically means that Stellan Lindenberg, driven by driving the Helmers' Turkshine machine, who is again fresh into the car as of 4 laps ago, they are going to be able, he's going to actually be able to just kind of play this one safe. He doesn't have to battle with the 33 car because he knows he has to come in yet. And he's already made his final stop of the day, so he doesn't have to come in yet until this race is over.
Absolutely. So, that strategy they're trying to use, or trying to, basically what their strategy that they've got planned and they're using at the moment, might pay off towards the end. They might be in the box seat and they might be able to gain maybe a few positions towards the end. But that will be interesting to see, so it's worth keeping an eye on as riding on board with the 34 fiercely forward car in the Cup class. It's not been the best of days for them, but they're still going, so fair play to them.
You got a lot of guys looking close at the moment out there on the course as well. I'm taking a look at the likes of the 258, the 285, and the 248. You got full send racing teammates Thomas Benninger and Miguel Garcia running nose to tail, along with Patrick Kabinji in the Team Hoisenfeld machine just in behind these guys at the moment in a 3-car train over in your TCR field. So you see Benninger, another new guy in the car, came in on this last pit stop back on lap 66. We are now on 74, trying to see if we can maybe keep the Hoisenfeld machine at bay, and he's got a full send racing team to help him out with that.
And this is going to be for the net podium because Product Dynamic and Fiercely Ford are still running long. So they're about 15 seconds behind Impulse Racing that is the lead. So this is effectively 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. And we've already seen that Hoisenfeld car get its elbows out. And, well, FSR, they have full send in the name. So I think that's what we need to know about this battle. And they're blocking a GT4 as they're trying to fight. I think they're trying to play Team Wooders here. 3 wide. They're all bumping into each other. It's like bumper cars.
Full Send Racing teammates doing the swap. 3 wide, almost 4 wide with Cup traffic just in behind. Lucas Jarrett's going to find the inside finally, but not before losing the spot to Stella Lindenberg. And you still got 17th place working his way through as well. And is Benninger going to go back on the inside of his team? But he is. Full Send Racing trying to battle with each other. Hoitzenfeld trying to throw their hat in the ring as well. Kavinci up the inside of the 258 car. Benninger, who I think is now trying to fight back and work more about keeping the 248 in behind and keep Miguel Garcia safe.
And they're so close to these technical sections, and then they're heading to Thunder Alley here. And I think Full Send has the line, or Hoisenfeld has the guts.
Oh!
And the bumper.
Around the outside of turn 9 and up to 10, still side by side. It's inevitable, contact is made. Both cars into the grass. Benninger comes back on safely. Kavinci sideways though. Kavinci loses it and almost goes well off into the next corner. So it's still going to be looking to go side by side. And I think it's safe to say Miguel Garcia more than safe for the time being, but this battle might not be over between them.
Garcia is probably looking at this in the mirror going, what on earth is going on with you two back here? And maybe just be happy that he was able to pass his teammate and get up into that net second position, but they're still going to go at it. There's a GT4 car now coming up behind, but look at how close this is in the technical sections. Just not a lot of room, not a lot of give and take. And we've already seen from the Weissenfeld driver, they're going to get their arms out, and I think of the Full Send Racing Machine, this is a team that has been on the top of this TC Armored battle, and just a slight contact.
Even in the Club Cup, we were not able to see a single pass be done cleanly there. You cannot pass in turn 11 anywhere unless you're being let through. That's the only way that is ever going to work. And it amazes me that they still have the guts to continue to try that day in, day out. I'm surprised they managed to stay as close as they were, because as soon as Kavinci came back on, that back end kicked out loose and the Hoitzenfeld machine nearly went around. Oh, trouble up in front! Look out for the Olympian Carbon machine that got sideways up in front of them by a self-spin. Hangs on to that one with a save. Once again, Benninger in the mix. Tried the inside of 11. Couldn't give her the bumper. Trying for the bumper. Up through 11 and down from 12. And Benninger has to keep it in line. There is just no space to make that one work. The 234 car, meanwhile, has come down pit road. So the Fiercely Ford machine is down and into pit road. Big news here for Fiercely Forward. Damian Owen Harris going to be hopping up into the vehicle.
Damien Harris is a driver that I've watched quite a lot in the TCR class, TCR in general, and other leagues, and he's really quick in this car. So don't. Oh.
Hello.
Talking just a moment there.
Just a car chilling in the edge of the keyhole, no big deal.
That was Thomas Knopfs, the Shipsky race machine of the 202, just got into it with the Simpson Esports driver action. He got sent into the hairpin there. So the battle's continuing to kind of develop on up here, and it'll be, I think, entertaining to say the very least. And more trouble for Thomas Knopfs, the Shipsky Racing 202, once again off the track, this time of their own doing, just losing the back end through turn 4. Coming back on track after some minor contact with the wall, and still nothing too bad that would require for a safety car, as everybody has got themselves, fully set and ready to go. And this could very well be an interesting race. And we talked about how Fiercely Forward, guys, was going to be attempting to go for the overcut on Impulse Racing, right? And how they were going to attempt to, stay out longer. Well, I would say the 10-second gap between those two drivers now tells you that Jonathan, hasn't exactly played out to their advantage.
I want to think that has to be about fuel security, though. That has to be the reason they stayed out so long. There's other teams that lost a lot of time by staying out in other classes, too. Maniti Racing, I believe their 78 machine, stayed out a ridiculous amount of laps and is now sitting all the way down in 16th in class. And the Fiercely Forward is now much, much deeper in class than they would like to be. So I think this is strictly about fuel and making that number. Because also, when teams try to do this race out, they know the full safety cars are an option. We didn't have one last time, and we're on pace now. I'm knocking on all the wood around me to not have one this time. So it may have just been a miscalculation, and some of these guys may need to go to splash and dash.
It might be an interesting one, to say the very least. We take a look at the battle for P6 in the Cup now at the moment, which has still been looking to develop. You've got Jarrett in the Trick Esports number 33 trying to run down Stellan Lindenberg in the Hell versus Terschein machine. Now, Lindenberg is the final driver to hop into that machine. He hopped in just under this latest pit stop here. And he is looking to try to drag that number 19 Hell Races machine home to a P6 finish. Meanwhile, the oh boy, a bit of a harsh penalty this time around. This is going to be for the number 5 car. Your current race, never mind, not current race leader, looking at the wrong end of the timing screen, but the Phoenix Racing Esports machine, 10 seconds stop and go this time by the Phoenix Racing. John Atkinson Jr. having some issues here, Ryan.
Yeah, that's a big impact in their race, because yeah, pretty much they're going to have to stop instead of just doing a drive-through. So basically, the time you get through the pit lane, entering the pits, stopping in the pits, and then exiting the pits, that's pretty much you're down about 1 lap or even 2 laps, just about.
And this could prove to be a bit of an interesting one in Canada. I mean, you never quite know what is going to take place in these races, so that'll be big, no doubt, for the number 5 car. They've got a lot of work ahead of them. They haven't yet served that penalty. We'll keep you updated on when they come in to serve that penalty. But for now, Jonathan, we'll look back up to this battle for 6th place, which is definitely far from over. And I find it interesting here that the pass opportunity of choice for all of these Cup cars has actually been up at the keyhole instead of at the end of the longest race down at China Beach, like you might imagine it would be.
I think up in this keyhole, especially that outside line, has been really, really strong for some of these Cup drivers, and they can get the power down and be able to squeeze that driver to the inside of the racetrack. So they are able to get momentum out of the corner and then get that speed down the straightaway. I think when you get into turn 4 and 5, the problem with these GT3 cars especially is that they're just so good in those types of corners. They're just so fun to drive through those tight, twisty bits. And you get 2 of them together, and 2 really talented drivers, you're not making any passes. You're just still side by side again, which might be the case here as the 33 looks on the outside of the Hell Racers machine. And nothing doing there, I think, on this occasion.
Now pushed a little bit too wide out of the apex, and that kind of allowed Terschein to be able to duck back to the inside. Lindenberg doing a fantastic job with the number 19 car to keep them all behind. And you can see just behind the Munich Racing car, which is a lap down, looking to potentially close on up. And wouldn't it be something if we saw a lap car overtaking 2 lead lap cars? But I don't think, Marcel Urey would be necessarily too eager to do that, considering you got a battle for position up ahead of you. The last thing you want to do is break up a battle for position when you are a lap car that is a lap down for the guys you're fighting with, especially in your class, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You don't want to. On one hand, it's tempting to try and unlock yourself because you know you're quicker, but on the other hand, you don't want to try and break up a battle or cause any issues with the cars that are maybe ahead of you or a lap behind. It's one of those things. But most of the time, from my experience, I've always decided just to stick behind because it's good sportsmanship if you do that.
And so with 24 laps now remaining, we are getting set to enter the final stint or so of this race. We will take a look now at the top 5 cars from each of your classes thus far. Pascal Costa for Impulse Racing still out in front, and it is looking to be a solid run for that number 15 machine, who is looking to just dominate from this race over the Volante crew just in behind, driven by Justin Ram. 3rd place is headed up by Alpine Stars Judesic Racing's Miguel Vigo to round out the podium, with Munich Racing down in 4th place. You, of course, have Orion Race Team to round out the top 5 in your Cup class here from Mid-Ohio, Jonathan.
And now we got that Fierce T4 machine. We haven't talked much about that 134, and for good reason. Well, they are out front by 20 seconds. So that's a pure domination race. They've been out front since that first stint. 2nd place, the Full-Sun Racing Project Alien. They're going to have a problem because they're going to have an angry Alpine Stars Geodesic car, only 2 seconds behind. That's much faster in 3rd. They've already gotten into it. Vector by RSR putting together another solid run for that 172 machine in 4th. And the huge-ass gold machines, huge-ass 3 cars in this group. Haven't really talked about them a lot, but they're sitting in that 5th position now, for one of them at least.
Yeah, the TCR, it's currently being led by the 233 car from Impulse Racing. They've pretty much just been the class of the field in that in that field at the moment, and the second place is a 285 FSR Majors Garage car, driven by Michael Garcia. The third place rider at the top 3 is 248 Team Huskenveld car of Patrick Kabunski at the moment, and in fourth place you've got the 258 FSR Majors Garage car currently being driven by Thomas Bingelzinger, and then rounded at the top 5 you've got the Project Dynamic car of Tommy Michael Garcia.
That was a look at the top 5 in all of your 3 classes so far on the day. 23 laps to go from Lexington, Ohio. Thank you for joining us once again here for the IVRA ClubSport Series. It has been an absolutely thrilling race throughout the course of today. I mean, we had those 2 Club Cup races earlier today, Ryan, that were an absolute thrill to watch at the chicane layout. And so far, it has been action start to finish so far here in the ClubSport Series as well. And shockingly, still caution-free. And with 23 laps to go, it is looking like we will not be getting the safety car throughout the course of this race. Battle for 10th and 9th place is starting to pick on up. You can see Brandon Blakesley, the Vulcan Sim Racing machine. And then, of course, you have My Days. Urban is work driven by Danny Glusa just in behind the number 13 car. And I have a feeling here we might be seeing a pass up into the keyhole or down into China Beach. Just a minute here, Jonathan.
Yeah, you said the Urban Works machine going to go down the inside, and the Vulcan Sim Racing machine gives them plenty of space, but that wider entry and tighter exit could give them that run they need, and unfortunately, no, that Vulcan Sim Racing machine just wasn't able to get the power down when they did to. They'll fall to 10th. My Days Urban Works, who was a very good contender last season, at least in the GT4 class, will move up into 9th place.
Very easy pass there from Danny Glusa to make up the pass on the on that driver just in behind that he was trying to contend with. Of course, Vulcan Sim Racing has been a bit of an interesting day, and you'll see this is another battle going on for position. This is in your TCR field. This is for P number 3 at the moment. Trying to run down Patrick Binji just up the road in the Team Hoytsenfeld machine. And Full Send Race is doing a good job of trying to close in. Of course, you remember earlier in the race, Ryan, when Benninger and Kabinci had that huge piece of contact earlier on, and both cars got sent off wide. And that gap has only started to grow up since then. And you see Mikel Garcia now potentially under 5 for Kabinci just in behind.
Yeah, quite possibly. Garcia, he's been doing a good job in second place, but he's that gap's been coming down between him and the Team Huskenveld car of the Team Huskenveld car. Sorry, that's been coming down for quite a few laps now. So I think don't be surprised if you see a move from Pratchett quite soon. But Garcia as well, quite driving in the TCR. He'll probably try and put up a defensive fight for as long as possible to try and maybe help the 258 car close his battle down.
And Kabinji still looking nice and strong at that 248. Definitely has the ability to still go for a P2 finish yet in your TCR category. I mean, it's an interesting dynamic, isn't it? Because I mean, the whole reason why Mikel Garcia, got this position gained was because a Full Send Racing car kind of got into it a bit with Team Hoytsenfeld and sent them way down the order. So you wonder, Jonathan, how aggressive that means that Hoytsenfeld will be able to be wanting to get past this Full Send Racing driver. I mean, still got a lot of time to go, but it is a sister car of a driver that sent you off the track, a little while ago.
And these are also, again, like this is the top 2. Hoytsenfeld was a very dominant team in IVRA last season in Club Sport and in endurance. Like they know how to put the fight to the Full Send Racing machine, and I think Full Send Racing knows that very, very, very well. So this is going to be a close battle, I think, for the rest of the race.
You see your overall race leader kind of stuck in a little bit of traffic here, coming out from the keyhole and looking down the straightaway, that back straightaway up towards turn number 4. There's been a close fight for him so far all day today. Not so much with other traffic, and trouble for Thomas Knopf, the 202 Shipsky Racing Machine, having yet more issues this time through turn 6, and there was some GT4 traffic in the mix of things as well. There you see the leader looking to dice his way also through.
And also, don't forget the overall leader in the Cup class, the Impulse Racing 15 car, is still under investigation for that incident with the 49 motorsport car as well as the incident of the TCR car being tagged into the wall.
Kind of lost back end on its own, Jonathan, and the GT4 car had nowhere to go and kind of help him around. How about this, though? That is Kubinji in the middle of a huge 3-wide battle at the moment with GT4 traffic and of course, the P2 driver in the TCR category as well. But they managed to break through that one safe and sound, but Garcia is able to use the draft from Maxime Marleau in the Fierce Forward car just up the road to be able to start to pull away a little bit.
Yeah, and unfortunately the Hoisteel car, there was a diving Porsche Cup car. He's kind of scampered off now. I believe it was the 33 car that also made it 3 wide going into the keyhole. So not a fun situation, but look at the way that Hoisteel car is able to close back up in some of these technical sections, but then down these long straightaways, just unable to do it, late on the brakes. This is gonna get ugly, I think, in the next 3 or 4 laps, unfortunately.
19 laps to go, and for Kubinji, it is all to play for at the moment, trying to run down Mikel Garcia, and he has been doing a great job at doing so. And at the moment, Benninger is nowhere close enough to be able to help out his Full Send Racing teammate. The 285 is vulnerable, and like a shark, I can guarantee you that 248 can smell some blood in the water. Just has to try to find the right bit of time to probably make that send, Ryan.
Yeah, pretty much. I think, excuse me, I think he just needs to try and make a move, try and get the move, or try and set up a move on the exit of the keyhole and try and get a run. But again, he's just not close enough on the exit, and Garcia gets a good exit as well. So I think it's going to be like basically the first half of the race where both of these cars are pretty much going to go at it, and don't be surprised if you see a bit of door banging or a bit of rubbing anyway.
They say rubbing's racing. Usually that is more reserved for short track oval racing, but it can also be reserved for touring car racing, to say the very least. And I mean, how many times have we seen this before, Jonathan? I mean, touring cars get side by side and they'll just go at it, rubbing and beating and banging. I think most notably, you'll look at Friday Night Primetime a few seasons ago with the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge. All the action in every single race was in the TCR field. It's been a similar story here tonight.
I believe Similar Aurora has the phrase coined of totally chaotic racing, and it tends to be totally chaotic racing. And the other problem with this fight is that, like, the Full Send Racing car is just not strong in these technical, slower sections, but is so good in a straight line. And then this Hoistingville car is really good in the technical sections, but just can't get the power down. So they're both stronger in the opposite areas that they need to be in order to make a move.
And at the moment, they got some Porsche traffic working their way through as well. Garcia's going to cut to the inside, and how about that for a bit of a pattern? Porsche, Audi. Now Lindenberg finds his way through in the Hell versus Turn machine. Oh boy! Simsa Esports getting all sorts of close there with the huge-ass gold machine. That got a bit dicey in the battle for it. I think this is for 5th place here in the GT4 category over in the sport class. So getting a little bit more feisty for other battles on the track, we would see, with so little time left to go in this race.
And we should watch that Simsa car as the race continues to go on, because they're going to be in a interesting position. They're the last one to stop, and they might be able to make it to the end. Someone is in. That's the Full Send Racing machine. Is down on pit road in the GT4 class. And the 199 Samsung Emerald has been down for 2 minutes.
And I have a feeling it's a big problem here for Full Send Racing. The 185 machine back on lap 88. Hang on. Big problems for Harley. How to completely miss this. The 185 car had a huge shot. There's no front hood on that car. So there was a huge crash that happened somewhere. I'll go back, see if I can find out where this all happened. It's a bit of an interesting one, and I have found it. Lap 87, Christian Cecil in the Samsung GT4, complete front flip, up and over. And I do not know how he's not a safety car. It's because he took the toe to pit road, which is against the rules. Watch this one here, guys. Watch this hit. Right there, flying through the air. And the caution flag flies with 17 to go.
Oh, you done it this time, Roland.
Wow.
Ryan, do you have any words? I don't have any words for that.
Yeah, I'm trying to find out who that car was that flipped. Was that
I think that was the Samsung one.
It was a Simpson machine, I believe.
And I think he tagged one of the Impulse Racing TCR cars.
The Samsoid, 199, I believe was the one.
Yeah, it was. The one in the 9 car, Christian Cecil. We'll take a look at it here now. This will be the first proper look. Watch this. Wide through turn 12. Off into the grass. Just stops it on the track. And then watch this hit from full send. That's where the damage came from. And that is a ride. 10 out of 10 perform. 0 out of 10 on the landing. Ends on his roof. And that is where the caution flight no doubt will have came from. Now, that car should have sat there until the caution flight came out. Obviously, you can't tell from there. And that's why the caution is out. I can guarantee you that is why the caution flag came out. They threw it anyway because that car should have been stopped there.
Yeah, and
huge news.
And another point with this safety car as well. Towards the end of the race, this could throw the strategy up in the air.
Well, I think the safety car procedure and how a tow would work is that if you're off track and can get somewhere, you have to request a tow and do it. I think Full Send Racing might have done the right thing and just done it right away because I don't know if they could have moved from that spot. And that's a dangerous spot to be on the track, and that changes a lot of things. Well, that makes the fuel strategy a little bit safer. I think that's a good thing, I guess.
Well, unfortunately, while that is true and would be the safer thing to do, they are trying to emulate the way a real race works. And you can't, even if you're in a dangerous place, you can't just tow yourself out of there, right away. So that is why you had to wait for the full course yellow to come out. You have to request for the tow via, I believe it's via a Discord bot. They did not follow that procedure. So the caution flag came out, and this could be crucial. 15 laps to go. And with how long these caution flag periods usually are, guys, we could be well under 10 laps to go by the time this thing goes back green, if it goes green.
Yeah, I have to be honest, as soon as I saw that incident in that car, the car flying in the air, I was trying really hard not to laugh. I know I shouldn't, but it's just one of those kind of moments that you don't expect.
I've never seen something like that in my life.
I'm just curious in why did the Samsoid car stop? That's the thing that's bugging me the most, I think. I think we're going to get on board with the 162, who's right behind all this, I believe. And they're coming through some of the technical bits now, going over the hill, getting through the traffic. And you can see that the Full Send Racing car is right ahead of them.
Is on board with John Bodefer, a driver who has had a lot of success recently in the Indy Pro 2000 Championship. You'll be able to see all of this taking place up in front of him. And the reason why he stopped here is because he was trying to slow down before he came back on track to avoid an unsafe rejoin. Didn't go that way at all. So watch Bodefer's view of this here. Around the corner, all of a sudden, skyward. Wow.
I knew that was going to be a good view.
Holy cow. What a ride.
I have to say, my popcorn tasted good watching that view.
Yeah, your popcorn tasted good. The pit stop to change his pants afterwards is not going to be pretty.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And that's and Fulson is going to be furious because that was second place in GT4. That is now on pit road, probably done for the day. And this also affects the rest of their impulse gets damaged. Whew.
Now that's an angle to watch from. Look at that scenic camera there. To the track, everything looks normal. All of a sudden, the car enters from stage up. And that is not something you would definitely expect to see from that camera angle, to say the very least. But holy cow. Take a look at this one, slow it down, and this is going to be flawless here. Take a look at this.
Oh no.
I want to know, did that Fulson car have any idea coming out of that corner that there was a car stop there? Because there had to be, he had to be blind as he came into that corner.
And the green flag has thrown for a brief moment, but now the caution flag has been thrown back out. They did not mean for that. Well, here's the thing: they did not mean for the race to be restarted. So now we have to kind of get set to do this all again. So caution calamity here at Mid-Ohio. This is the first safety car period on the season. This is going to be an interesting one, to say the very least. I mean, we still need to kind of, wait for this all to kind of sort itself out. We'll take a few more looks at this one here, potentially, as the pace car is going to retake its position at the head of the pacing line. I am honestly at a loss for words on what we have just witnessed here, though, gentlemen. I mean, take a look at this one here. This is, again, with the 162, I believe, just in the behind. This is now moving up to that car that we saw going for that huge ride, the Samsung GT4 machine. And oh boy, how about this for an onboard view, guys? Hang on to your hats, because this is about to get wild. Off the track, and heads up, here comes Full Send Racing right in behind, and gonna be just a huge hit right to the back bumper, and all of a sudden, all that camera sees is the sky.
Beautiful.
10 out of 10 camera works, and huge shout out, to our producer here, Ryan Bauer, who has been doing a fantastic job bringing us these shots. I mean, this is just phenomenal stuff. And I tell you what, Jonathan, that is one of those crashes. Clip that, save that everywhere. You're not going to see something like that ever again. Holy cow.
Yeah, and apparently the driver that was in the car at the time, his VR played up, so that's really unfortunate. But that's just, well, the only way I can describe that incident is basically iRacing top 10 highlight material.
Well, and that now explains everything, because it disconnected while they were driving. That explains why Samsung went off the track, and also why they stopped on the track, Jonathan. They couldn't see. They had no idea they were on the track.
And I can't see at all on that onboard.
It's probably about as much as they were seeing throughout all that.
I mean, that would explain the stop on track, and I guess in the technical failures of virtual racing, sometimes it's just not. Sometimes there's issues like that, and they have caused cautions in the past. Definitely in this series and the endurance series.
Good grief. So it's going to be 10 laps to go in about 3 laps time. We should be able to get this race restarted for the end of this thing. Not a lot of drivers have opted to come down pit road under this latest caution flag period, and I can't say necessarily that I blame them, guys, because I mean, you got to remember, they've already come down for their final stop of fuel. I mean, why would you come down and sacrifice all that track position, especially putting yourself further down behind a lot of lap traffic, right?
I'll hand it over to you, Jonathan, because I'm just... I'm trying to wipe the tears.
Don't worry, I got you. I think don't come down pit road now, because this is the caution that every strategist was praying for, so that no one had to panic and short pit at the end of this race. This was the answer that everyone needed. Just turn the engine off, coast, and get to the end. Now the biggest concern, I think, is going to be tire life and who's got the freshest rubber. A concern, I think, for the 15. Because there is his penalty has been cleared, so he's not under review anymore. But he's got a lot older tires than the cars behind him. Volterra and Alpine Stars Geodesic have fresher rubber on those cars. They have fresher guys in those cars. Reem is a very skilled driver. Miguel Vigo is given a winning opportunity in that car. That's going to be scary. And then even look at Alpine Stars Geodesic and Fiercely Ford. Alpine Stars Fiercely Ford lost a 20-second lead. So this is going to get really, really dicey, and I think everyone's thankful that we don't have to deal with pit stops. And also, pit road is yet to be open. Pit road's going to be open this time around again. We'll see if anything comes out of it.
Pit road was already open once before, and they have just opened up the pit exits. They'll I think be opening up again this next time by. Meanwhile, just as you thought the drama couldn't get any greater, the Orion Racing, driven by Mike Dam, has actually had, believe it or not, an off track coming around through turn 5. They actually went off the course before it goes off. They took somehow too much speed around the outside of the corner, and it was been unfortunate for him, but he is now going to be finding himself, being able to retake his position up in the pacing line, which is good news for him, but no doubt a bit of an awkward moment at a match for that 44 crew. So we get set to potentially see when this race will be back underway here, hopefully shortly. I would definitely like to see as much racing as possible. It looks like the caution has been changed from 2 to green, so potentially 2 more laps here, gentlemen, and we'll be back underway.
Yeah, I think everyone's clearing black flags, just getting everyone in order. And also, the biggest problem, I think, with that caution at that time was everyone was kind of like lapping each other. It was right before that big wave of lap traffic was hitting. So a lot of people were still passing the leader, getting back on the lap that they need to get on. Because now we have 8 cars on the lead lap in your GT3 class. That's going to be all within a couple seconds, or 6 seconds. GT4, there's going to be 8 cars again on the lead lap. Fiercely Ford lost a 20-second lead, and Totally Chaotic Racing TCR is going to have everyone nose to tail. So there's that. Everyone needed to get sorted out and into the right proper positions, and when we go back green, there might be some dives down in the keyhole.
These restarts have a tendency to be absolutely chaotic, and word from race control. Green flag this time by. Pace car lights are out, and it will be an 11-lap race to decide this. The advantage that these class leaders had of several seconds is gone, and I wonder, can Pascal Costa and Impulse Racing weather the storm that Volante Racing and Justin Rip is going to be putting up from behind them, Ryan?
Yeah, I think it'll be a tough task. I mean, Costa, he's a quick driver with this Porsche Cup car, but he's got a huge pack of cars behind him, and they're pretty much all hungry to try and gain as many positions towards the end of the race. As it looks like, I think we've got about, next time around we'll have 11 laps remaining in the race, and from this point of the race it's pretty much just a sprint to the end, depending on what strategy you're on, or you might have to pit still.
Costa checks out the top, rooping, heads up, everyone behind. Car is getting muscled out of line, and we go green flag racing back again from Mid-Ohio. And Costa checked up the field and then launched out of the final corner. Justin Brendo managed to survive it. They're going to go side by side for 11th and 10th with Vulcan Simonson and Tabula Rasa Esports just in behind this grouping here. And he's going to back out of that one as Miguel Vigo in 3rd place tries to work his way up back through the order. And so far, P2 not able to get past Danny Glusa as well throughout the middle of this order here, and that is allowed for Impulse Race to start to pull away with the overall race lead in this thing. And further down the order, you can still see it is a Hornets cars looking in behind, trying to sort themselves out on the restart.
Yeah, this is going to be when, for the 15, this is key. You need to get a gap right now, because I've been watching the lap times at the end of the stint, and towards this point, when you got about 50 or so laps on your tires, it's not going to be performing as well as some of these other guys that have that fresh rubber. The 96 and the 62 have those tires up to 10.
P8 and P7 are looking to battle hard. The 33 car trying to pull around the inside line of Carnero, coming around through turn 8. They've been side by side for half a lap now. And Pure Sims Esports not willing to back out at all. Drake Esports still fighting with it up through turn 11. It's gone so wrong for so many drivers here, but this time they keep it together. And just there, finally pulls ahead for P number 7 around through turn 12 and out through 13. It is going to be in the hands of Lucas Garrett for the time being. But you got Bruno Carnero trying to find the gap behind them, trying to make that pass up for P number 7 here, Ryan.
Yeah, absolutely, and I was just keeping an eye on the TCR class, TCR class as well, and the leader, Christopher Adams, managed to get a good start on the restart and managed to pull away, but he's under a bit of pressure from the 285 now of, it looks like Michael Garcia, so he didn't pull away as much as I thought he would be after the restart, so maybe just getting back into it, letting the tyres get back up to temperature, but Garcia is absolutely on it, but he's under pressure from the 248 car of Patrick Kabinski, as well.
And Jonathan Berg, we'll get back to that in a minute. A pass for P2 has been made. Meanwhile, trouble further in the field. Danny Glusa has gone off. It has been a big crash for P2 as well. The 96 car, 4-tire lockup, takes out the 13 car up into turn 6. And there's more trouble just up the road. It is complete chaos here in the Cup class on this restart. We'll take a look at what happened here first. There's a huge sand that sends both 2nd and 13th place flying off. And then, of course, it was another trouble with lead lap cars and lap traffic between 8th place and 14th overall. That got in as well. Here's the 4-time lockup again. That's the hit that sends both drivers off at the China Beach.
And the downside now for that 96 car is they were in great position to possibly challenge for the win of this race, and now they may also be facing a penalty afterwards for that.
And there is also major news for the 160. Oh, hello, more trouble. There's Jason Gerard going off the track in the SR Motorsports Black Machine. Same corner as before. Goodness gracious, it is all falling apart for these drivers. And you can see Bruno Carnero also having issues. This is in the Cup class. And there you see it tip once, twice, making 3 total hits to send the 88 car also going around. And all of this now with under 10 laps remaining. Just absolute chaos. And throughout all of this, you pointed it out as well, Jonathan, and we'll mention it now, the 166 car out of this race, they have been served a 60-second stop and hold for changing gears on pit lane to circumvent the pit lane speed limit, and that means they are out of this race because they have decided to call it quits.
I believe the driver has been disqualified for heading the penalty point total as well.
Oh, dear.
That's a major rule infraction. So the car, thankfully, has only gotten 2 penalty points, so simply not at risk of being banned or potentially suspended from the next race. But Tony Robinson has a total of 15 penalty points now and will not be allowed to partake in the next race.
This is absolutely insane what we're taking a look at here, and it's worth noting that in these battles of the racing, these are 2 different battles that we've been seeing so far on your screens. In behind is the battle for 4th and 5th. That's the battle for the second 2 cars in line. The first 2 is actually for 9th and 10th, 1 lap down. And then that move that Mike Dam just made down the inside of Brandon Blakesley, that was a lap car overtaking, that was a lead lap car overtaking a lap car. So this is just lap traffic trying to sort its way out. It is split the battles for 4th as well as for 9th. And it looks like it could be a very fierce fight with just 8 laps left to go now in this race. Talk about calamity here on this final restart at a very crucial point in this race, Ryan. I mean, it is just unreal how eventful this race has been. I mean, we have not had a time to even breathe so far this race.
Yeah, absolutely not. This race has just been absolutely hectic from start to finish, and I had the feeling when we had the 11 laps to go after the restart, I just had a feeling it was all going to kick off, and unfortunately we've seen some incidents happen in the China beach, and it's just the way it goes sometimes, especially with these shorter endurance races. Pretty much as you're right on board with Derek Rovell, an 11th currently under the track from one of their Munich racing cars.
Marcel Orang going to look to the inside line, going to dive it up the inside. That might be too deep, but gets it stopped in time. So that's going to be a pass for P11 for the Munich Racing IVRA Cup car. And that puts Tabula Rasa Esports in the 98 entry back down to 12th place. And don't look now, but John Atkinson Jr., the Phoenix Racing Esports machine, is still looking hungry further in behind. And got 6th place to the mix of things as well as Atkinson Jr. looking for the inside line. That's a huge send from P6 around the outside line. This is again a lead lap car getting around lap traffic in your own class, but you're splitting up a battle for position in the process. These guys might not be too happy with that Trek Esports car at the moment.
Back in TCR, Horsingveld and Folson Racing go back at it again in second.
Yeah, they're heading down to China Beach, and I've got a feeling if these 2 get close together again, something is about to happen. I don't want to say, hopefully it doesn't, but you have that sense that something's just about to, as they've got one of the huge ass GT4 cars coming around to China at them.
And Miguel Garcia is just going to tuck it in line with Kibiji trying everything to get past now. You've got the huge-ass white machine driven by Giovanni Romano trying to go around the outside line of the 139. And that, of course, is a battle for position as well. You got Daniel Gralti in the SRM Motorsports Orange trying to get past the McLaren as well. So it has been a good run so far for the 139, being able to recover to where he is, but he has got this fierce battle. Look out! Hoytenfeld sideways! Power sliding it through turn number 11, and Kibiji keeps it straight and barely loses any time up to Miguel Garcia. 6 laps to go, and it is all about to come to a head. The moves on Team Hoytenfeld today have been absolutely incredible. Take a look at this one here. Look at how far sideways that thing snapped coming through turn 11 there, Jonathan.
Got just a little bit of a drift right there, and that's not the move he wants to get done. Unfortunately, now he's got 2 GT4 cars in his way of his battle with Folsom, but now he's going to close right back up. Ooh, that was a scary moment. There was almost no contact. I don't think either. He just overcooked it heading in the corner.
That was exactly the problem. Just overcooked the corner coming on in, and now as the GT4s go through, that splits up this battle for the TCRs big time, the battle for second place. Holy cow, and I think finally they're going to be able to kind of exhale a little bit of a sigh of relief. And you ride on board here with Brandon Blasey, the Vulcan Sim Racing machine, trying to close up to Stellan Lindenberg in the Helmer's Tershine machine just up the road. And even further up the road, you got third and fourth place. Look at a tango. Keanu Bushman and the Maniti Racing crew trying to get back past Mike Dam and the Ryan Racing, but Ryan has already found their way back through Maniti here in turn number 1. This last lap by after Maniti kind of bottled turn number 1. And can they have another look up into China Beach? Don't think they're going to be close up this time by Ryan, and they're all going to accordion here coming into turn 4.
Absolutely, and the gap up at the front as well between the 15 Impulse Racing car and 62 Alpine Geodesic Racing car is starting to come down ever so slightly, so we could be in for maybe a battle in the last couple of laps for the one possibility. They're still riding on board with the SRM Motorsport car. He gets a run on the TCR in front of him and manages to get by, but still, I need a chance to breathe.
Where do you look, right? I mean, you have everything, taking place all at once and all with under 4 laps to go. There is almost no time remaining for any of these drivers out here. You take a look at so many of these different battles that have yet to be decided throughout the course of this race. I mean, most notably, he got third place, still trying to close on up here, or fourth, trying to close on up to third. And here's the battle with Damian Owen Harris in the Fierce Ford machine. This caution has brought them right back into their battle with Impulse Racing, and that's with Project Emmy as well as Full Send Racing, and all 4 cars according to them. Look out, Impulse push one and dumped down by Fiercely Forward. Damian Owen Harris sends Martin Asher around. Impulse Racing gets taken out, trying to squeeze about 4 cars off in the background. SR Motorsports Black has had a huge off, went 3 wide, and poor LePaire Esports got squeezed out. Take a look at this one here. Impulse trying to cover. Fiercely Forward was there, and nobody decided to yield that time around.
Yeah, I had a feeling that something like that was going to happen. I think that's a bit of a tough call if I was in race control. I think on the one hand, the Fiercely Forward car had the nose up the inside, but on the other hand, the Fiercely Forward car was still ahead. So I think it's just a bit of a 50-50 deal.
And again, Jonathan, I mean, it's all this chaos that can take place in the middle of these races, and this isn't even the middle one. We are in the dying stages of this race. Everybody is getting desperate here. They're going to be willing to do just about anything to try to, hold on to whatever positions they're going to be able to, regardless of how much damage they do to themselves.
Yeah, I think Impulse was trying to get into the corner very, very deep, trying to get around Project Dynamic, and then look to the inside, notice Fiercely Forward there, and still try to close the door. And Fiercely Forward was trying to make a lunge they probably shouldn't have. So it's just, like you mentioned it, right? It's a 50-50 deal. I don't want to have my race decided on that deal, or a position decided on that deal. But it was just a hard racing and desperate racing, if anything.
We still got this thick, battle in the middle of this. This is going to be an interesting one to say the very least. And oh boy, orders from race control. Albert Jones has to let by Stellan Lindenberg, and heads up, Hellraisers pushes too deep. Oh, and now time for the 99 car. Oh, this is about to get messy here. The 99 car goes wide. The 99 here, Tabula Rasa Esports, was just ordered by race control to respect the blue flags and let Hellraisers through. They have not been doing that, and they just did it there. And immediately after, Hellraisers locks up and goes too deep, and that checks up this entire club class grouping of battles within battles. I mean, where again do you look? Take another look at this one here, Brian. Up into turn number 4, just locked it up and then immediately shoved his way back past.
Yeah, I can understand that the Hell Racers team might have been getting frustrated with that lap car not letting them through, but with Mid-Ohio being such a tight track, you can't really move offline or go anywhere. It's kind of one of those you've got to suck it up sort of things. But as currently 7th, Ferry Pierce Sims Esports play cup car as they trying to chase down this car in front of them, but it's just so much going on, and you don't expect it. But I think we've got about just about 2.5 laps remaining.
They get 1.5 laps this time. And it could end up being, you know, one lap to go this next time by for these Project Dynamic cars. These two TCRs looking to do battle big time. Full Send Racing of Thomas Benninger and Project Dynamic, they have been still battling hard for second. Well, it's going to be third place. Make it fourth now, actually, here in the TCR category. And this will be interesting. We'll keep an eye on this battle here. It is the closest battle you got on the circuit at the moment, and it'll be.
That's for the lead.
We want to see how this is going to go. This could be a bold move here, Jonathan.
When did that 233 lose a bunch of time? They were 2 or 3 seconds clear, and now they're going to get the white flag, and all of a sudden, like Full Send Racing could possibly send it and get the win.
So you got Christopher Ems in the Impulse Racing 233 up in front, trying to keep Mikel Garcia just in behind. You've got Team Hoinsenfeld trying to close up as well, and further in behind you got Benninger and Tommy Michael Unhola in Project Dynamic trying to have a look at this as well, along with Damien Owen Harris. There's so many battles, and we are now on this final lap of this race. Your race leaders, the overall class is for Pascal Costa on the final lap, and they are absolutely going to be catching up to that TCR battle for the race before this race is over. It could have a deciding factor in how this race plays out. We will take a look at how this battle could shake up for the end of this race. Right on board with Pascal Costa, has a front row seat for all of a few moments here on what this battle for the TCR race lead could be able to do. So much time has been lost for these drivers under that caution, but Pascal Costa has been able to somehow weather the storm, and they now just have to navigate a few more corners where this battle is over. Does Costa let them fight? He does not. Costa's going to move spot past and end this battle for the race lead in TCR. So coming around to the final series of corners, Christopher Ems has now no competition behind him. The battle's on for P2 in the TCR still, as Pascal Costa going to allow Ems to potentially take one more lap around. Impulse Racing, they are going to win here in the Cup class, and they win in TCR as well. It's an Impulse Racing victory in TCR and Cup as they cross the line. What a drive for them. And that just leaves Fiercely Forward to potentially come away with a victory over in the GT4 category with no competition behind them. And big problems with the 88 car, who has got huge damage with their own machine. Looks like they got into it. It was a big con. Derek rolled onto the 98 car, went off. They got into it with their own battle for 13th and 14th. Came back on and cleaned out the 88 car, who now has made suspension damage. We'll get a replay of that before the race results coming up. But for now, we'll focus up on Maxime Marriott here in the Fiercely Forward GT team. They have been doing such a good job throughout this race. They have been so close with Alpine Geodesic Racing, so evenly matched. But at the end of the day, it is Fiercely Forward to best Alpine Geodesic Racing, and they will win here in the 400 kilometers of Mid-Ohio. Unbelievable. And we'll take a look at this one here. There you see the 98 car coming up on track, guys, and that's the hit that sends the 88 car spinning off and hard into the wall. Talk about an unsafe rejoin. The 98 car just got into it, it looked like, with the 43 car. And Derek Roosevelt takes a wild ride. And, well, Jonathan, you'll be able to see this one here. You can see the cars coming up over the hill. I mean, comes back on anyway. That was unnecessary.
I mean, it was the spotter not screaming, or did you not see the relative on that one? Because, like, ooh, and then that's the Fiercely Forward Cup car that probably looked at that and went, what on earth?
Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, that was an awful rejoin. I don't know if the person that was spotting for them in the game was drunk or not, but they should have said something that someone was coming.
An insane finish to an honestly insane race, and we will now take a look now at your official post-race results. And we'll kick things off with your Cup class. Pascal Costa from Impulse Racing weathers the storm that Miguel Vigo tried to put up from Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing with 2 seconds. Mike Dam going to be picking up a solid P3 with Bruno Carnero down in 4th. Stella Lindeberg is going to round out the top 5. Justin Realm is in 6th with Lucas Jarrett in 7th. Keanu Bushman is going to be the last car on the Cup class in the lead lap down in 8th. It's Albert Jones in 9th and Marcel Orang in 10th place. And following on down, you got Brandon Blakesley with John Atkinson Jr. in 12th. Gayusa in 13th, with Daniel Areo Munoz for 49 Motorsports down in 14th place after that collision with Derek Rolleveld from Tabula Rasa Esports on the last lap. You got Daniel Areo Munoz for 49 Motorsports, as mentioned, in 14th. Fiercely Forward is going to be in 15th place, with Samsoid going to be down in 16th place, driven by Mikey Pollard. Derek Rolleveld brings the Tabula Racing Esports machine home. The last running Cup car down in 17th place, with Fox Gaming 57, a laps down in 18th place. And Jonathan, you are going to be standing by with our sport class results.
And the GT4 Sport, well, Fiercely Forward, just take a bow. Even though the gap only says 1.3 seconds, they dominated from that first stint. And Alpine Stars Geodesic came at the end as a close second, so good job for them getting 2 second place finishes. Vector by RSR in third, Huge Ass Gold and Huge Ass White fourth and fifth. Good recovery drive after both of them didn't even qualify in the top 5. SRAD Motorsports Orange and SRAD Motorsports Black. Tough day for those guys, as Black had a lot of damage on that 174. So 6th and 7th for them. Pneumatic Esports, after getting punted early on by the 34 Cup machine, recovers for 8th. The 105 5-star Motorsport in 9th, and then rounding out the top 10, Huge Ass Blue in the 137. Looking at the bottom, Simsa Esports, the 166 60-second penalty, and they retired from the race. The Full Send Racing by Project Daily, they were sitting 2nd place, and unfortunately a chaotic collision, to say the least, due to a technical failure, caused them to retire. The Samsoy GT4 as well, involved in that incident, had to retire. The 179, the Semper Racing Machine, hit the wall hard in the back straightaway, a retirement, and the Alpine Stars Geodesic Echelon car hit the wall on the back straightaway as well, and had to retire very early on in this race.
Yep, and in the TCR class, that was taken by the 233 car of Impulse Racing, putting in pretty much an outstanding performance with Christopher Ems, and then finishing in second with the 285 car was Michael Garcia for FSR Majors Garage. And then rounding out the top 3, you had the 248 Team Huskenveld car by Patrick Gabinji, and then 4th was Thomas Benjinger, then 5th Tommy Michael Unhola for Project Dynamic, 6th was Fiercely Forward, 7th Impulse Racing, 8th Alpine Geodesic Racing Gold, and 9th Leopard Esports, and rounding out the top 10 was Scripsby Racing TCR.
And with that all said and done, that was your official race results here from the 400 kilometers of Mid-Ohio, from Lexington, Ohio, at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. And what an absolutely phenomenal drive for so many of the drivers throughout this field. And well, we are going to see if we can't get a talk with some of the drivers, and why don't we see if we can't kick it off here with your race winner overall at the end of the night. Impulse Racing is going to be here with us tonight, and it's none other than Pascal Costa, who takes that car to victory lane. Join us up here in the booth. So Pascal, you find yourself now with us in victory lane, and what a chaotic race for you, but you managed to weather the storm and bring that thing home on top. And it appears we might be having some technical difficulties with Pascal Costa for the time being. We will see if we can't get in touch with your Impulse Racing winner later on through the course of the night. But for now, why don't we see if we can instead see if we can potentially bring up the winner in the sport class today. It was Michael Janey to bring that thing home in the first half of the race. And I will let you hand it off to our, one of the drivers that brought that Fiercely Forward GT Team GT4 home to victory here, Jonathan.
Hey, Michael, do you have a copy?
Yeah, how's it going, guys? Thanks for having me in here.
It's going really well. It went really well for you guys after that first stint where you and Alpine Stars Geodesic were basically going on a little date and couldn't get away from each other. You managed to stretch out a huge 20-second lead. Talk us through how you were able to pull away and kind of cement the lead and domination for you.
Well, it wasn't easy at all. I think based on the setups, Geodesic was running slightly less wing than us. So every time, even if we gained some advantage in the third sector, they would pop right back on our tail and follow us through the first. But yeah, I mean, I don't know if it was caught on the broadcast, but the Geodesic car had a little incident with a lapped car coming out of turn 2. And that caused them to spin, and that was the advantage we gained. And then from that point on, it was just hitting the marks, not getting into trouble, Yeah, honestly, like that was the one opportunity we've been looking for, because it seems like every time we show up with Geodesic, they are just slightly quicker than us, and it's such a challenge to get by them without some sort of mistake. So it was a lot of fun, but it was truly a really difficult race, especially with traffic.
And walk us through your feelings. Obviously, you weren't behind the car when that caution came out, but I'm sure when that caution came out, your jaw kind of dropped and went, "You got to be kidding me."
Yeah, we were a little upset about that one. Watching a 25-second gap shrink to 1.1 at the time of the restart is pretty depressing. But I was just talking with Maxime, and I was just like, "Dude, you got it. You can beat him. You can get him. You can hold him off." And yeah, he did it. Did a great job doing it too. So it was fantastic to watch. And if anything, it after the fact, you look back at it and you're like, wow, you know what? That made the race a lot more interesting. So yeah, it's all good.
And before we let you go, anyone you want to thank?
Yeah, of course. So all the teammates, Fiercely Forward, who support me, and everybody who is out there watching me. I was told a couple people were in chat rooting me on, so that's always cool to see. So I appreciate it. And you guys put on like literally the best broadcast ever today. That was so entertaining to watch. So thanks for that.
Well, thank you for the comment, and congratulations on your GT4 win, and we'll see you next time out.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
So that was your GT4 winner today. Fiercely Forward, bring it home with a sport class victory. And we are now going to see if we can't get in touch with potentially your TCR class winner on the day. And we'll see if we cannot potentially get Mr. M's to join us up here in the broadcast booth. And, well, Ryan, I'll hand it to you for our TCR race winner.
Absolutely. And, yeah, Christopher taking the win with his teammate Nathan Ames as well in the TCR class. And Christopher, I have to say, that was an absolutely outstanding performance by you and Nathan. How was that race for you guys?
Yeah, that was fantastic. I mean, I think getting pole at the start was critical. I don't think we'd end up where we were if we hadn't got track position. Nathan killed the first stint, and we had a really nice gap. And then I came in, and I had a fairly uneventful stint until the last parts of the third bit, where the safety car came out, and we had to instantly switch from, kind of almost like a cruise mode, just keeping the gap, to full sender now, 0.5 seconds behind.
Yeah, heading into this race as well, we were talking about the strategy during the race. What was the strategy with you and Nathan in the first half of the race? Was it pretty much just try and be quick every lap and build a bit of a gap before the first set of pit stops before you handed over to Nathan, or what was the plan?
Well, I knew Nathan was going to be super fast in the colder temps, and he was also decent. He was better than me at the qualifying section. So we set him up for the first stint, and yeah, he did exactly what we thought he'd do and pulled away. The people behind were having a good old scrap, which kind of gave us plenty of breathing room. And then once we thought, well, the safety, we kind of played it a bit risky. We thought, well, we're hoping there isn't a safety car, so we're going to take, full fuel both stints, and then a smaller one at the end, which actually kind of paid off, surprisingly.
And you talk about the safety car as well. What was the plan when you saw it come out? Was it kind of just what was going through you and Nathan's mind towards the end when it happened and the field bunched up? Was it kind of, were you on tender hooks, if you like, or was it kind of just
oh yeah,
just do your thing, just get it to the finish, and if they get close to us, then so be it? What was going through your mind?
Well, we knew our pace wasn't too bad, so I wasn't too afraid of being caught in the first few laps. And I think there was a GT4 in between us as well, which helped kind of just keep that gap for the first few laps. And then we had the rest of the GT4 traffic come through, which kind of kept, the second and third car at bay, which was nice. Yeah, it was just like I said, it went from cruise mode to suddenly I'm starting to sweat a lot more.
And lastly, before we let you go, Christopher, sorry, is there anyone that you want to give a shout out or a thank you to?
Yeah, definitely. Teammate Nathan, killed it. Martin and Shorty both had a good race, but then fell to a few things that kind of put them back in the pack. I'd like to thank TFR Lab, our partners, Walter Art and Sim Racing Cockpit.
Good stuff. Well, again, congratulations to you and Nathan on the win, Christopher, and we look forward to seeing you on track at the next round at VIR.
Brilliant, thanks for having us.
As that was a TCR winner, class winner, Christopher Eames joining us, and I believe up next, Nathan, you may have Pascal Costa again.
Indeed, I will. And this time it's not going to be one. It's going to be both drivers, actually, that helped to bring that number 15 car to victory. Alexander Hedbank and Pascal Costa both joined us up here in the broadcast booth. And Alexander, you started this race, so we'll start with you. You had a very straightforward start to your race before you passed things over to your teammate Pascal. And overall, I'd say it ended up being relatively uneventful from you, at least from our end.
Hello, guys. Not like this. It was eventful because it wasn't easy to hold a decent pace, especially in traffic. And I tried to figure out how to pass them quite easy, not to disturb them too much. And yeah, it actually worked out so far. And yeah, and then strategy was not on point, but was good to go, I think.
And Pascal, you obviously took over in the latter portions of the race, and it was in your stint that we had the one and only safety car so far throughout this race. Did that kind of change up the mindset at all? Because I noticed you guys were among the many that stayed out instead of coming on in for a free stop.
Before that, I was racing to maybe compensate a drive-through because we had an issue with a lap car. Sorry for that, but we got blocked for 3/4 of a lap, and then had a slight touch in a corner. And because I was not sure if we get a drive-through or not, I completely ruined my tires before the safety car, so we can build up a gap. But yeah, we had a great restart, and I could manage to hold the pace on a level where we could get away, and the traffic behind us, so the cars fighting for position 9, 10, and 11 made the fight a little bit easier for us. Yeah.
And of course, the next race that is coming on up for you guys is going to be the 400 kilometers of Virginia International Raceway. And Alexander, we'll start it off with you, and then I'll ask you the same question to Pascal. But what's your take coming on over into that other track, known sometimes as America's Motorsports Playground?
Yeah, it could be. I never drove this track, to be honest. Never had a schedule for this, and not the time actually when the track wasn't scheduled. So. Yeah, let's practice, let's see, and I will hope the best for the next race, yeah.
And Pascal, what's your take on it?
I love the track, so I'm really looking forward to it. For me, it's the American Nordschleife, even though it's much smaller, but it's really fun to drive. I love to drive there, and it's got tricky and fast corners, and I'm really hyped for the next race to come.
And it should be an entertaining race, especially if we can see you guys up in the front looking to potentially contend for another race win again. And thank you both for taking the time out of your nights to come on up here and join us in the broadcast booth. And Alexander, we'll start with you. Is there anybody you'd like to shout out for that number 15 machine?
Yeah, of course, my teammate Pascal, who did a great job actually, the second part of the race, and yeah, my team Impulse Racing and our partners Whitehair, TFR Labs, and Sim Racing Cockpit. Thank you, guys.
And Pascal, mic is yours.
Yeah, thanks very much. Thanks. A big thank to Alex who qualified best and got the car in the position where I took over. After that, it was still work, but it made it much easier with my partner. And thanks a lot for the team and all the sponsors we have.
And thank you both for taking the time out of your nights to come up here and join us in the broadcast booth. Congrats on a well-deserved race victory tonight. Best of luck in a few weeks over at the Virginia International Raceway.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the great broadcast.
Thank you, guys.
That was both drivers from the number 15 Impulse Racing crew bringing it home to a hard-earned yet well-deserved race victory at the end of the day. And well, we still have a couple of guys we're going to bring on up here, and this time we'll pass it off to I'll pass it off to you, Jonathan. You're standing by with John Bodeford, the 162.
Hey, John, it's Jonathan. Do you have a copy?
I hear you.
All right, the first question that I think everyone in this booth wants answered and everyone watching has answered. What was your thought as the safety car was about to be deployed when you saw a Samsoid Emerald Porsche flying through the air in front of you?
Yeah, I had seen the car off on the right, and then it just got launched into the air. It was quite spectacular. Second thought was just miss these guys. So
on the bright side, it did promote you to P2 at least in that battle with that you were having with the FSR by Project Daily machine. But talk us through that battle, because you guys were going back and forth with that full sim racing machine all day long.
yeah, it was. We were kind of caught behind them just because they were running much lower wing than us, and then the few times we did get side by side, there was just a little bit of elbows out. So we did what we could, and then just tried to be in the right spot in case there was a mistake, and they ran into a car coming off the track. So it worked out for us.
And obviously a second place here. You obviously won last time out in Motegi. So what does this do for the rest of your season, and how good of a position do you feel like your team is in?
Yeah, still a good points day. We wish we had a few more laps to chase down that fiercely forward car. I think we could have got them, but yeah, we'll go forward to the next one and just try and keep knocking out these podiums.
All right, and before we let you go, anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, I'd like to thank all the guys at Geo, Tristan for driving good races with us, and then Alpine Stars, GSI, Olmagato, Wave Italy, all of our sponsors.
Well, congratulations on the second place finish, and we'll see you next time out at VIR.
Thanks, guys.
And that was, of course, the second place finisher of the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing crew. And we are going to see if we can't bring up the number 62 car of Miguel Vigo, bringing it home for the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing crew up in P2 in the Cup class. And Ryan, I'll pass this one down to you.
Thank you. Yeah, Miguel, you got a copy?
I got a what?
No, I was just checking. Are you there? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, first off, congratulations on second place. That was a good result for you guys, but you were so close to catching the Impulse Racing guys towards the end, but just ran out of time. But second place, it still must be a good result for you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. We were kind of surprised that the race didn't have as many cautions as it did. Even we were kind of surprised with that last caution. But that kind of let us bring in I thought we were going to have a pretty nice three-way battle. Unfortunately, those two lap Porsches had other things in mind trying to race us. So I would have kind of, would have been a lot happier if, Volanta didn't have that issue that they did. But either way, we finished P2 and got some good points. So we're, very well going into the next round. So hope we can have some good results and take that championship for the winter championship, I mean.
And yeah, we were watching the race as well, and the traffic at times just looked absolutely crazy. How was it for you and Graham when it came to lapping the traffic? Was it stressful, or did you guys just think if we get caught up in traffic, then that's the way it goes?
Actually, traffic, at least for us, we had no really discernible problems with any other cars. Just towards the end, like I was saying, we had a couple lap Porsches that were, trying to race us instead of, adhering to the blue flags. But aside from that, I was very impressed overall with the race. Everybody else's driving was very well. Obviously, I'll have to go through the replay later and see if I spot anything crazy or anything like that, but not too bad overall.
And looking ahead to the next round at VIR, do you think you can get back on the top step of the podium? And have you got much experience around that track with this new Porsche Cup car?
Yeah, we actually won the 2019 SCO GT in the Porsche. The last round was at VIR, and that's where we won the championship. So I'm definitely looking forward to VIR. It's definitely one of my favorite tracks. I know a lot of people don't like it, but after you do a couple thousand laps around there, you tend to kind of love the place a little bit for for its corners and stuff like that. So we'll definitely see. We'll try and prepare as best as we can, and just bring in that championship, like I said.
And lastly, before we let you go, Miguel, is there anyone that you want to give a shout out or thank you to?
Yeah, I want to thank my teammates, Graham. He did that first start of that race and, kept it on point, kept us in that fight. Our sponsors, of course, Alpine Stars, GoPro, been with us, for a couple of years now, and we always appreciate them continuing our partnership. And, you guys as well. You guys seem like you guys had a full plate today with SEO and this as well. So I hope you guys get some rest afterwards.
And we look forward to seeing you on track at the next round at VIR, Miguel. And again, congratulations on second place.
All right, thanks, guys. Take care.
As that was a second place finisher for Alpine's Geodesic Racing, Miguel Vigo joining us, and I believe up next we have got the second place finishers from Philsen Racing joining us, Michael Polizic and Michael Garcia.
Indeed, we will. We're going to bring up both drivers here for the Full Send Racing crew in the 285 machine, and what a drive for them. Certainly an eventful race to bring it home to a P2 finish as well. And we're going to start things off here with Michael Polasek. Join us up here in the booth. And Michael, a personal request from our producer that I give you a hard time. So I have to say, you had a bit of a hard time yourself trying to keep the Hoisfeld machine behind, but overall, it was a well-fought fight for you, especially throughout the first half of the race.
Yeah, this was a very difficult race. I wasn't really feeling the most comfortable getting into the car, qualifying and starting. I was really never able to put that great of a quali lap together. But fortunately, come race time, and especially come the second stint, the car really started to come into its own. And I wasn't really super concerned about keeping Hoisingfeld behind. I was just really more concerned about trying to catch the cars in front and trying to manage the traffic as best as possible. Overall, though, I think it was a fairly decent stint for me, but definitely there's a lot that I could definitely learn from just managing the traffic and also just pace and tire management in general.
And moving over to you now, Michael Garcia, you were obviously in the car for the second half of the race, and it was an entertaining run for you, I think is safe to say at the very least. You were definitely having to focus a little bit more on the defense than you were on the offense, unlike Polasek was.
Yeah, luckily our strategy played out, and I was ahead on track compared to our position when Michael came in first. My focus was more keeping the guys behind me, and try to gain a position if I could. We still got a position in the second half, so that was good.
And Michael, kind of going back to you here for just a minute here. I mean, it's a difficult track. You mentioned it's a lot more technical, I would say, than Twin or Motegi was. Do you think that kind of helped you guys being able to maintain that P2 finish for so long?
I think so, because track position here is pretty much king. I think all the TCR teams have figured out at this point, because it's such a one-line track. The more you can just run your racing line and make sure that you can keep the faster class cars behind you and only let them by on straights, that's what's really going to give you the advantage. So, other than that, I think it was just a very interesting race in general to try and survive and try and pull away from the rest of the field. The draft was definitely a lot less of a thing compared to Twin Ring Motegi, and especially traffic was a lot harder to deal with because you had to give and take a lot more, especially as a slower class car. If you were put off your line from a car overtaking or dive bombing you at the wrong spot, then that's going to make you lose anywhere from like half a second to a second. So you got to minimize that as much as possible and really stand your ground.
And Mikel, coming back to you now, obviously the next race up is going to be the 400 kilometers of the Virginia International Raceway, and America's playground. It is obviously going to be, a really technical race, but it's also a significantly faster track than that of Mid-Ohio. What's your take coming over into that race?
maybe faster, but it's going to be way more tricky in traffic because I think there is even less spots to pass safely the slower cars in Virginia than Mid-Ohio. So it's going to be a lot about track positioning and managing the traffic strategy.
I couldn't agree with you more on that one. It'll be an entertaining race, to say the very least, especially if you guys find yourselves up on, fighting for these podium spots again. I mean, you did a fantastic job today, and I have to say, you definitely deserved a P2 finish here tonight. Before I let you go, then we'll give you guys each to thank your own guys in turn. And Michael, we'll start it off with you. Who do you like to shout out for that number 285?
First of all, I got to give a big thanks to our major sponsor, the Majors Garage. They're a very, very good setup company, and especially Ollie developing most of the setup work. He works magic with these TCR cars, and without him, we wouldn't have the fast cars that we have today. And every other time that we put a full send TCR car on the grid, I also got to thank everybody from Full Send Racing: Mikkel, James, Thomas, Fraser, Harley. Fortunately, their race didn't go to plan, our GT4 car, but they ran a really good race up until then. And I also got to thank all my friends and family that tune in to watch all these races. You guys are great.
And Mikkel, what about you? Same question.
Well, my teammate already mentioned everyone, so I would just agree with him. Thanks to everyone in Full Send, and especially our teammates and engineer Oli Pico, as well as the sponsors.
And thank you for the two of you for coming on up here to join us up in the broadcast booth. Been a pleasure as always, and hopefully you'll be able to have some next week again later on throughout this race or the season.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So that was your P2 finishers here from Full Send Racing, bringing it home in your TCR category. And, well, gentlemen, that is almost going to be about all the time we have for today. But obviously, where one race ends, another one is just getting ready to get started. Virginia International Raceway comes up next. And it's a lot of a faster track, but it is, I'd argue, just as technical, if not more so, than we have seen here at Mid-Ohio. So, Jonathan, what's your take on it over into the next race in a few weeks?
Well, traffic is going to be even more and more key, and minimizing mistakes and minimizing the amount of chaos that takes place around you, I think that's going to be huge. And obviously, you can't control everything on the track, but you can put yourself in the best position possible.
And Ryan, what's your take on it?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. VIR is one of my favourite tracks, and it's such a challenging track. You've got fast corners, slow speed corners, you've got tight sections, and I think it's good to, if today was anything to go by, I think it's going to be an absolutely cracking race, and it's one I can't wait for. And yeah, I think Club Cup around there should be good fun, but I don't know if they're racing around there next time, but I'll need to check. But nevertheless, looking forward to it, and it should be a good one.
And I have to say, I am definitely looking forward to Virginia International Raceway as well. For now, though, it is time to say farewell here from Mid-Ohio. I've been Ola Redfall with Jonathan Burke and Ryan Walker beside me in the commentary box with Ryan Bauer behind the cameras as technical director for tonight's race. Thank you for joining us from Lexington, Ohio. We say farewell, and we'll say hello once again in 1 month's time in Virginia.